Seems like before I knew it, I was 26 and I have a wife now. We have a place to live and we have a kid, and no, it ain't always easy, but it's simply bliss. Cause if you really pay attention to it, life's a gift. I've been working hard, extremely hard for like 10 years. My mind is spinning and I can't stop the wheels. Yeah, stop the beat, it's a lot to see. I rarely even just stop to breathe. Sometimes I just wanna hang around, like an apostrophe. And there's nothing wrong with work, just don't make it the center of your life. I've been struggling with that for like, I don't know, ask my wife. But it's been a minute, and then somehow time goes missing. And you think you could find it, but it's gone and you wish it was different. Don't try to figure out your life just yet. Take time and trust your insides. And and trust your insides. Trust your insides. As the years go by, you start to realize that you care a little bit more than you thought you did. You got your grown-up pants on, good for you. Dust off the dirt and make your next move. You can do anything that you choose. Maybe love somebody old, maybe love somebody new. Yes, it's pain in this life, it ain't easy, but you gon' get through. Maybe take your next paycheck and spend it all on some shoes. Or maybe help someone in need. After all, it's up to you. But it's no judgment regardless, it's your life, live it. Just know that greatness is in the moment of the decision. And in every moment we face one, that moment's gone in a blink. It's crazy, ain't it? We got more control than we think. Don't try to figure out your life just yet. Take time and trust your insides. You know, trust your insides. Trust your inside. Places, they don't know that I exist yet. A lot of industry names asking why we ain't friends yet. Your compliments are just blunt smoke, like a cigarette. I'ma say it with my chest. Yes, the palm, keep it in check. Confrontations over conversations and text. They wanna solve it with fists. Somebody get their lip cracked. Blistex over what? Who the bigger man? That's a big mess. You can't catch a break. The fast break will get your rim checked. Who next? You next? Yeah, I heard you. Big flex. We'll see how long that list get. The talented get picked less. It's 1 a.m. I should get rest, but not when I got some things left to do. So I'ma stay up to the moon, go. Stay up to the moon, go blue. Everybody think they so cool. Got a lot to do. Stay up to the moon, go. Stay up to the moon, go blue. Everybody think they so cool. Got a lot to do, yeah. Stay up to the moon. Success is knowing how to work the algorithm. Spend too much time on that, you'll never get around to spitting. Too many people are power driven. Too many people don't put in the time with the hours given, and wonder why the tire tipping, and then questioning our existence. Is this as loud as it gets? I put in the hours for this. I stayed up to the moon. Stay up to the moon, go blue. Everybody think they so cool. Got a lot to do. Stay up to the moon. Stay up to the moon, go blue. Everybody think they so cool. Got a lot to do, yeah. Stay up to the moon. That's the sound of the battle, huh? Careful what you wish, you might just get what you asking for. You try but you ain't stick, this ain't fetch, get a Labrador. Tell them how you really feel, I said that's what the lab is for. Falls into the category of things I have a passion for. That's for sure, people like to talk, I like action more. People treating love like a last resort. Too many get the ball, wonder why would they pass it for. Why they feel okay with an average score. I need a 10, give me a 10. Even though it's just opinions, I need a trophy. You can't coach me, don't toss me no ribbons. Yeah, you focused on the trends, you only care for what was in. Then your career disappeared, you a better magician. till the moon go blue. Everybody think they so cool. Got a lot to do. Stay up till the moon. Stay up till the moon go blue. Everybody think they so cool. Got a lot to do. Yeah. Stay up till the moon. Stay up till the moon go blue. Everybody think they so cool. Got a lot to do. Yeah. Stay up till the moon.
Hello, good morning, or good night, whatever time it is where you're at. Sorry for anybody that's not in the Telegram. I gave the update yesterday, kind of live throughout the day. So I went to lunch with my sister, and then after we got done with lunch, we decided to go up to where I used to live to visit my parents and stuff. So I wasn't able to live stream, but hey, stuff like that happens. There wasn't a whole lot to talk about either, besides Ethereum, which is doing fantastic. We'll go ahead and get to that. Let me go ahead and switch to the live screen. Hello, how you doing? What's going on? Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is 3 p.m. where I'm at, so I'm pretty on time today. You know, we're not always spot on the dot, but today we were. Love to see it. John E, how you doing, man? John H, John E and John H. Hello. Joe, how you doing, buddy? Alex, Nicole, God, I can't pronounce your name. I'm so sorry, but I love you. I love you so much. Evan, Rao, Market Maker, Dr. Made, how you doing, buddy? Chris, Mrs. G in the house. Hello, how you doing? Mrs. G, are you excited that the bear market is approaching? Because I do think so. And I think that's why you're back, because you sense it too. You sensed it before, but you were wrong. But I agree with you this time. Let's see. Good morning, good morning. All right, so let's go ahead and kind of explain the trade that I'm currently in that I posted this morning. So just a couple, I don't have my Telegram open because I don't want the notifications to just come flashing in. But just a couple, maybe an hour ago, let's see. It was like right around here, somewhere like right here. About 2 hours ago, I posted a chart basically relaying this information right here. Let me go ahead and break it down for you and recreate it and kind of how I would explain it in real time. So as we were moving up on price action, this is Ethereum, correct? Awesome. We had this little uptrend right here. It starts after this uptrend got broken into a downtrend. And someone also messaged me and said, Austin, what confirms a local high? Well, it's simple as a trend is broken. All right, that's how locals are created. So if you have an uptrend that breaks, the highest point in that trend is your local high. And then you have a downtrend. The lowest point in that downtrend now becomes your local low. And then you have another uptrend after that, hopefully. That uptrend is broken. Now, do I think that we're going to come all the way back down to 2,300? Possibly. But I kind of have to be safe with my calls, especially when it comes to the group. So what I did was I'm kind of figuring, all right, if we go back here and we're looking at this as possibly a 1 and a 2. Got a 1, which is an A, B, C, 1. And then we got an A, B, C, 2. And now we have the third wave. And now we're having that pullback. I do believe that we're probably going to get down and see 2,415. That's where I'm going to be trying to long. Now, I'm already in a long, so I don't think I'm going to be DCAing it. What I'm kind of planning on doing is I'm going to hold this continuous long and kind of just let the profit soak just in case I do mess up on the smaller time frames and kind of just short these pullbacks. Now, if we take the top and bottom of, let's see. I'm not wrong. I Scout Trader. You were calling for like $1,000. Were you not? I said it was a possibility, but I still believed in the bull market. But if we take this as a 1 and this is a 2, we take the top and bottom. Now, like I said, typically the 0.382 is kind of what we're going to hit, but sometimes you do happen to go past. You can even form a double bottom. So with that being said, we have a little bit past the 0.382 here and close to the 0. So we were kind of targeting anywhere from the 2 to the 1.8. Now, why would I say the 1.8? You say, Austin, you say all the time, the 1.618, the 0.618, the 0.382, the 1 and the 0 are the most important. Now, I said those are the most important because those are the most common when we kind of move through price action. But it is Fibonacci. A plus B equals C. So if I get rejected at 1, but I find support at the 0.8, then theoretically, I should hit the 1.8 if we do see us get past the first rejection. Now you might say to yourself, well, that's the 0.382, that's not the 0.8. Let's go ahead and take this from the top, from the bottom to the top. You can see right here, the 0.382 is actually the 0.618 to the downside, all right? Meaning 1 plus 0.618 equals 1.618. That's kind of how this whole thing works. It's just taking A plus B equals C. So that's kind of why I wasn't looking to really short this region. I saw an opportunity with a divergence. I took it. We lost the trade. It continued. No reason to get back into it. Now, when it came up here, we were kind of at the fib target, so I was more willing to kind of take multiple re-entries. All right. So if we go down to, we can see it on the 5-minute here. You can see right here we have a local high at 2,473. And we have a local high at 2,644. Now, this was not a local high at the time, but you can see we have an exaggerated bearish divergence off of that. So that kind of tells us, okay, we might be looking for a bigger move here. As well as that, if we go down to an even smaller time frame and kind of just look at this structure in particular, all right, so we have this single uptrend here. We have an uptrend, downtrend, uptrend. All right, so we mark out this local high right here, and you can see we have a lower high on RSI and a higher high on price action. So it creates an if this then that statement. If we are below 2,594, I can remain short, and the safest target is to take the trend that this reversal divergence is happening off of, and then take the top and bottom of that trend, and then target the 0.382. Now, obviously, you take the 0.382 and you try to find actual price action that's correlated to that level in terms of a local low, somewhere where we can legitimately catch support. And that happens to be at 2,413, close to the 0.382. So where is my take profit on this trade? 2,428. All right, taking my profit beforehand. Currently, we're up $490 on this little short trade that we opened not too long ago. We're up $1,700 on the ETH long that we've been holding since 1950. Very lucky I got that. But right here we got it didn't even go that low on Coinbase. But we've been holding that trade since 1950, and I will continue doing so until we get up to like 3,300, 3,500, and kind of see if I can spot a more macro divergence to kind of take that those profits and start hedge trading to the downside. Now, I will hedge trade to the upside until I'm really confident that this major trend, this bull market, is over, because I kind of just have to make sure I'm doing things correctly. But once we get around that region, I'm pretty confident. But we'll see how it works out. And then Bitcoin is lagging behind hard. Now, it's not all bad. Don't get me wrong. I think it's just taking its dear old time. I haven't really checked the altcoin market. I don't know if there's anything taken off over there. But when it comes to BTC, right, we are still kind of in a good region. Now, we do need to stay above 53,379 in order for me to have probability confidence to the upside. But I'm pretty confident in this region holding. So right now, it's an if this and that statement. So with price action kind of being wonky, you might get stopped out here. You re-enter if it comes above. You might get stopped out here. You re-enter if it comes above. Now, is that a guarantee that it's going to continue to come back above and then continue from there? No, but I don't care. All right, I'm a trader. I'm a robot. I speak in if this and that statements. And the reason why I say this is an if this and that statement is for a couple reasons. One, if we take this local low at 53,400, if you want to round it out, let's go ahead and put a little price label on that. Just looking at chat real quick, make sure everything's good. All right, so we got 53,365. All right, if we are above that, this bullish divergence right here is active, right? So if we take the correlated level on our side to that local low, let me go ahead and mark that out for you. All right, you can see this price point right here, that little low, is correlated to this low right here. All right, that general area. And you can see we are getting higher lows on the RSI, and we are getting lower lows on price action. That is a bullish reversal divergence, meaning that this current downtrend, starting from here and working its way downwards, that is coming to an end if we stay above 53,365. Now, that alongside the more macro divergences, such as this one, is just kind of telling me, hey, that's the entry that I can see for leverage traders. But in reality, if you're trading spot, you could trade, you could pick up anywhere in this region and it would be safe in my eyes, right? Anywhere in that region would be safe to pick up on spot, not on leverage trading. Leverage trading, it requires a lot more delicacy. Delicacy, is that the right word? Precision. We'll just say precision, because you're trying to maximize profits while maintaining the same losses, right? So if you have a 5% stop loss on your chart, the amount of money that you lose on that trade does not change comparative to if you had a 2% stop loss. But what does change is your risk to reward ratio, which you hopefully would want to maximize. Now, it's one thing to be stupid and just lower your stop loss because you want more money. But if you have a support and you take your entry close enough to that support, you can put your stop loss decently below that support and still have a good trade, but with less of a stop loss, meaning you're going to make more money. All right, so this local low right here at 50,355. All right, we'll put a price label on that. Boom. Oh, that's a call out. Let's get a price label. We got 50,355. We can see that we are getting lower lows on the RSI, and we are getting higher lows on price action. And you can also see that we got back above that local low on the RSI, and we're actually holding it as support. Now, obviously, price action is being a little bit frustrating, but the RSI is really what matters to me, the strength in the market. So as long as we maintain this region, we're actually looking pretty good. All right, so you can see that right here, higher low, and then lower low. That is a continuation bullish divergence of this trend right here. This full uptrend is going to start looking like this eventually if we continue to hold those regions. Like I said, not a guarantee, just something to watch out for. And usually, like I said, ETH leads the market. And if it follows ETH and what it did in the past day or two, we'll be seeing a lot more profit where that came from. Right now, the account is up to $7,718. We're only up $100 on EOS, $13 on Bitcoin. But with Ethereum doing its little thingy thing, we're sitting pretty. So once those other two trades start kicking in, the account will be looking fantastic. All right, let's go ahead and move on to EOS. We talked about this the other day. This is the local low that is creating the bullish divergence that we need to see continuation. And if I'm not wrong, if we take this as, let's see, let's go back a little bit. Maybe that's a little bit too much. We have an ABC1, ABC2. All right, so we're looking for a short-term target of $10.81. Does that line up with the macro? Okay, so you can see the macro was calling for $7.44. So this could be 1, 2, 3, pull back to the fourth, small 4, larger 5. But that would also mean that this is a 1, 2, and this full thing is a 3. So that could actually mean that we're looking for $22. Like I said, I would like to see those types of numbers on EOS because that is one of the coins that I'm holding. But the problem is once Bitcoin and Ethereum get to their projected highs, like I said, I don't know if that's going to be the high. It's all I have to work with right now. We might see one more run on altcoins, but I have to assume the market's coming to an end. So if some of these coins have not reached their all-time highs or their projected targets yet, I kind of have to take my profits. Just the way I see things. All right. So let's go ahead and mark out that bullish divergence right here. Let's go to a 1 hour. All right, so you can see we're getting higher lows and we are getting lower lows on the RSI. Now, at the current moment, it's not in the state that BTC is in. All right, so BTC has the same type of bullish divergence, but the difference is it has broken back above the last local low on the RSI and is finding support. So EOS has a little bit longer until that happens, and I'm not denying that we can't dump further. It's just a matter of playing the if this and that statements. That's all. Next up, we got ADA. As soon as I'm done with all the technical analysis and stuff, I'll start reading chat. I just want to go ahead and get through it because we missed yesterday, so we got a lot to catch up on. All right, and then once again, ADA. I was talking to my friend about this last night. We have bullish divergence off of that $1.15 local low that we kind of was just holding at for a couple of days / weeks. And we're trying to break back above that resistance on the RSI. So it's an if this and that statement. If we are above $1.15, we are going to see continuation to our next macro target of, we can count this as an ABC. Now let's see. ABC right here. ABC, that's a 1, that's a 2. We should be looking for somewhere around $2.40. So that's a great place to pick up if you were able to catch that local low. Once again, if this one fails, you can always try this one, because you know that if this dollar is broken, you're going to go down and test 81 cents. So if the spread is that large, you can take the chances on it. We got LTC. This one is working. Look, guys, this is making me jealous that I have not been trading LTC. We kind of called this the other day. All right, the 1.618 was at 295. We had a little bit of an extension, and we said, okay, well, if this is going to be our top, I think that's what we were talking about. I was like, this is where we're currently at, and if this does decide to start reversing here, then we can go ahead and take that as a top and bottom. We took the 0.618 target, and we marked out this local low right here and this local low right here. And I said, we're probably going to get into that region and get a bounce. All right. Now, I'm not saying that to say I'm the best at technical analysis, but the purpose of it is you can see why I said that. All right. It's a simple fact. 2 local lows, support, lining up with a mathematical target. You take the real world and you mix it with the hypotheticals, and then you get the projections. Now, if we do continue to hold this region and get past 335, our next target is $511, which is pretty awesome. So if you're holding LTC, you're looking good. I'm not going to give too much financial advice, but like I said, it's an if this and that statement. If we are holding above this 240 to 255 region, you are good to go. Now, obviously, take your profit a little bit beforehand. Don't wait for the absolute top, but just be safe. That's all. And then we got Dogecoin. I don't even know why I'm looking at this. I have it on the list, so we'll look at it. All right, so we talked about this the other day. I believe we marked out a bearish divergence, if I'm not wrong, when it came to that. And I said, we're probably going to go back down and retest the 0.382. Now, we are pushing past that a little bit, which I actually like to see. I'm a huge fan of Doge. But I know there's a lot of people in it, so hopefully you guys don't lose too much money. Obviously, if we get back below 23 cents, that's kind of the danger zone, because the last major local low is at 10 cents. All right, so that's the problem when it comes to coins like this. You're going to have these massive pumps to the upside, and people get so hyped up about how much money they're making and how much more hypothetical money they could make. They don't sell when the time is right, because from this local low right here to the last high is 83%. I want you to think logically about what happens in somebody's head when this type of price action is what they're working with. All right, let's say one day your account is at $2,000 and you only put $100 in. Well, no, let's say 1,000, all right, because it's close to 100%. We'll just use 100% as our baseline. And now you have a person like me saying, all right, well, if we get back below 23 cents, you should sell. Well, they go, well, that means I'm gonna probably lose money. Yeah, that's the game you're playing. And if you don't get the targets that you want and take profit, then more than likely you're going to see the negatives. And if you don't sell because you hope that there is going to be another run, which you could get below 23 cents, and then it comes back above without going all the way down there, and then it goes on another run. But you can always buy back in and make profit. But if you let your $1,000 go into the negatives and you don't sell, the technical target for us to go retest is 53% away. Now you have half of what you started with. You can see how with these altcoins, the emotions get so crazy. You go from putting in 1,000, now you doubled your money in a day or two. And now, because you are not willing to sell based on legitimate technical analysis and buy back in if the if this and that statement becomes an availability again, now you're leaving with half of what you had. And there's somebody out there that is doing it correctly and it's going into their pockets, right? What kind of motivated me in the beginning when it came to trading was realizing that every single time I lost, one, it's probably because I was dumb, but two, it was going into the pockets of somebody else. And hopefully it's going into the pockets of somebody good, but I like to make this image in my head, not in terms of like manipulation and all that kind of, bull jazz, but I like to think about a person that's not responsible with their money and they're a bad person and my money is going into their pockets. So what am I going to do? I'm going to learn how to play this game better so I don't lose my money, most importantly, but as well as that, maybe take some money from that bad person. Now, I like to believe that people are good, but it was a way to kind of get me motivated and give me that determination. Now, that can come from many different other sources. It can come from, I got a family to feed. But most people's motivation when it comes to this whole thing is they want to make a better life for themselves. Now, obviously, that includes their family. But most people are looking out for number one. So, try to find your why. Whenever I introduce somebody to trading or Bitcoin in general, you have to give them a reason. Otherwise, it's all for nothing. All right, and we're getting nice bullish divergence. You can see we're already putting in a lower low on RSI, but maintaining a higher low on price action. So we got the bullish divergence. And like I said, as long as we don't go below 23 cents, we're looking good. I don't like to say that about Doge, but the chart's looking good. But like I said, it's just the negative side effect of you break one support and you can fall 50%. All right. Most of these other high market cap coins, you can fall 50%, but usually not in one shot. There's going to be multiple bounces to regain profits and, potentially get your, losses out of there at a little bit less of a loss, but that's about it. We got XRP. XRP is holding this region nicely. Now you can see it's going back and forth between this region, but I want to go ahead and go to the daily chart and I want to look at the averages, right? Because to me, when it comes to altcoins like this, the averages is what matters. And you can see if we turn the wicks off, the averages on the daily chart are still holding around that support region that we were looking for that bullish divergence to go ahead and get a bounce off of. So if we go down to the 12-hour, you can see it's even more of solidifying support in that region. 4-hour. But you can also see if we go back down to like the hourly to 15-minute, and and we turn those wicks on, what you're going to see is, I can see it right now, you can see a triangle with an apex point on the support. So you can see how it's kind of like getting closer and closer to that region that we need to test. And it's going to get to an apex and make a decision. One, we go to the downside. The next target would be 86, 85 cents. And because it's XRP and people tend to oversell, we're probably going to go past that at first like we did right here. Or we go back up to retest $1.97 and see continuation. Let's see. I think I had an Elliott wave target off of this, but yes, I did. Okay. I can see it right there. All right, we had a 1, a 2 right here. This is our 3. This is our 4. And then we should see a 5. Now, the 0.618, depending on where you have it, is down at $1. So we could see a continuation of a dump. But like I said, it's all about taking that target and looking at the real price action, because the math is there and it's good to use, but you have to also use reality along with it. It's a mixture between the two. When I first started Elliott Wave, the main problem that got me into trouble was thinking that Elliott Wave was the end-all be-all, and that price action is always going to match Elliott Wave to a T. When in reality, you use Elliott Wave as a general location, and then you use real price action as precise locations. Now, obviously, the higher the market cap, the more precise. The lower the market cap, the less precise, but still within a good region to work with. All right, and then is that it? ETH, BTC, EOS, ADA, LTC, Doge, XRP. We got them all. All right, so let me go ahead and turn on Carbon-Based. I actually have the music off in my ears. This was a weird live stream. I usually have something playing. Let's see. Carbon-Based. Not hold? So I don't mean like hodl. Like, I explained this the other day. If I tell someone to pick up something on spot as like, not financial advice, but just, hey, this is probably a good idea. I'm not saying hold it until forever. All right, when I'm talking about holding, I'm talking about playing smart, right? You hold to the top of the bull market and then you sell. Now, however far your technical analysis skills are will help you determine when that top is, and you might not get the exact top, but it's still pretty good. And then you go ahead and you mark out the local lows on the daily chart to look for the bear market bottom, and you DCA buy in. You never throw everything in at one time, and then you just let go. Missing theta, bro. Come on. I think what I'll do is I'll leave the altcoin determinations on what people want to see up to the Telegram. What I'll probably do is I'll start a poll on the Telegram, and I'll have people message me their suggestions. Now, please don't go and flood my inbox real quick. But I would like to get a list of altcoins that the Telegram subscribers, you know, I'll pick like maybe the top 5 that everybody votes on that we don't already have here. And then I'll also look at those as well, just to give us some more to talk about, make the live streams a little more interesting. Because I mean, I can sit here all day and people will throw me coin after coin after coin, but at some point I just gotta stop. XMR. Now, okay, don't get me wrong. I love XMR and the potential it has, but XMR, I personally believe, has so much potential. This is one of those coins where if you bought it at the right time, I'm not saying right now, this is one of the coins that you put in a cold storage wallet and get the little Men in Black flash and forget you have it. Because I can't guarantee, but I have strong confidence that Monero is going to look very similar to how BTC did. And I think right now, Monero is at its $500, going to maybe 1,000. It's going to go back down, dip around 200, and then it's going to go on a 20K bull run. Now, probably it doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. But Monero is not one of the coins that I like to do exclusive technical analysis on, and because most of my Monero I've bought extremely cheap. Right now, I'm in such an extreme profit. I'm not worried about the top. I am severely just looking to forget that I have this. So most of the time, I don't even mention it unless someone's like, hey, what's your top altcoins? This is my top altcoin, all right? You know, obviously, I'm a trader, so I go with what's safe. But when it comes to one of those one-off plays that I kind of just have a hunch, this is the coin, hands down. You know, you got the Cardano hype kids, Dogecoin hype kids. If there was a hype kid that I am, it's from Monero, hands down. Is my mic volume low? Let me go check those levels real quick. Why is there so many Okay, hello. There we go. I can turn the sound up just a little bit. Tell me if it's too loud. Usually I like to be around like -12 to -6. Okay, that should be good right there. This is something that my friend Frank showed me. Like, he uses it a lot when he's studying videos. Like, he'll play a video and then he'll have it on in the background. And I kind of took his idea because for some reason I didn't really think about it, but music like this, it's not enough to take your attention away from whatever's happening or whatever you're trying to learn, but it keeps your brain interested in what's happening. So for like boring technical analysis videos, it worked great. So Frank probably increased my viewership by a lot just by kind of being around me. I love Frank. So I have a big problem. Like, I have so many different friend groups and people that I talk to. And I also have a problem where like I don't reach out to people that often. Like, if they reach out to me, like, I'll start a conversation, we'll like talk back and forth, but for some reason my mind just doesn't even think. And I know when I'm older, I'm gonna regret situations like that. But you know, I'll hang out with one friend group, go to another friend group for like a week or two, maybe even a couple months, come back. And luckily I have the type of friends that understand how my mind works. So they're not mad. They don't feel like I'm ditching them, but you know, I still feel bad. So Frank, if you're there, I still love you. I love you so much. It's too loud now? Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Let me go back. We'll turn it down to -10. How about that? Is that good? Right there? You love my hoodie? It's my Kill Bill hoodie, which I guess you could call me Bill, technically. So we only got a little bit farther. I thought we were going to reach it there. So right now we have an ABC, and that turns into an A. We have a B, and right now I think we're forming an A, and then a B, and then one more C down. Hopefully hit that target and get a bounce. Looks like BTC is starting to get its bounce right now. So we should be good. Do you like Zcash? I'm not opposed to Zcash. It's very similar to Monero in a couple ways. The one thing that puts Monero over top of Zcash for me personally is not the underlying technology or kind of like their core values, but more importantly, the use case. Zcash, you know, I hate to bring this up because people are, you know, kind of standoffish about this, but Monero is the #1 choice or up and coming #1 choice for people that use the dark web, right? Now, you could have multiple different private coins that all are the same down to the T, but whichever one is actually used by real people for real use cases is the one that's going to succeed. So that's why I think Monero will perform way better longer term than Zcash. Simple as that. What is an ABC? It is a Elliott wave formation. So essentially, the market moves up in 5 waves, and it moves down in 3 waves. Right? Anybody want to sing the song with me? We'll do it. All right. So if you don't believe me, that the market always, and I'm saying always, with confidence, moves down in 3 waves, let me blow your mind. All right. It's as simple as A, B, C, 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 A, B, C. I can keep going. We got A, B, C. Right here, A, B, C. And this one right here was kind of an ABC. It was an ABC flat correction. Even right here, this larger drop right here, A, B, C. All right, so if you want to go ahead and be the absolute safest you possibly can be, what you want to do is if you want to catch a nice bounce and you don't really use a lot of different parameters, let's say you're just using Elliott wave and price action, no RSI, no MACD, no whatever. If you see a downtrend that has a distinct ABC, what you want to do is you want to wait for a lower low, and then once it gets back above the A, you turn it into an if this and that statement and buy. And you would have caught that pretty much perfectly. Now, you wouldn't have caught the absolute bottom, but close enough, man. If you're worried about the absolute bottom, that's just greed. All right. Then right here, you got an ABC. Right here, ABC flat, ABC. Right here, ABC. Boom. And we actually talked about this. So the other day, quite a lot of people were surprised because when I say stuff, it seems like a lot of people don't listen to the full thing. They listen to what they want to hear, but they don't listen to the full thing. When we were on Ryan's live stream, we were talking about this local low right here and how we had bullish divergence off of it. But more importantly, even though I said that I was long off of that bullish divergence and that I was going to continue to hold it, and I did, I got stopped out on that trade. The difference is I understand that not only is that a possibility of working out, but I understand that there's a possibility of it not working out. Because when you have an ABC, you have 2 different options. You have an ABC flat correction, which is also known as a double bottom. But most of the time, I don't know the exact percentages, but most of the time, you are going to see the C come past the A. So the A is going to be the first bounce off of whatever local low is in that uptrend comparative to the downtrend. And then the C is usually going to fall onto the next local low or even the absolute bottom of the uptrend, creating a much, much larger double bottom, right? So right here on Ryan's live stream, we were talking about if we do happen to break this support, what would be the next target for us to possibly find support and hop into another long? We were talking about the 2100 region right here, all right? We were looking at this to this right here. Now, fortunately, the Bybit chart actually got all the way back down to the absolute low at 1950. And luckily enough, I was paying attention to that and not TradingView. And I caught that. Now, I'm not going to say that was because I'm just awesome. It was a little bit of luck. You know, Bybit could have never done that. But luckily it did. So right there, that's how you just make sure that if you are trading one way, you think about all the other possibilities. Now, as you get further and further in trading, you're going to be able to start to see patterns form. You're going to say, okay, we have a rise in price action right here. Boom. We came down. We put in that right there. Right now, we're putting in a higher high, and we're currently below the last local high. We do have a bearish divergence off of that, by the way. We could come all the way back down to here and then get a bounce here again, come all the way back up to that level. You need to be able to see the formation of a possible pattern in your head before it even happens. Otherwise, you're not playing this game right. Because I might be able to think 1, 2, 3 steps ahead, but I am positive that there's people out there that are thinking hundreds of steps ahead. Now, do I need to do that in order to make the money I'm making? No, but I'm sure there's people out there doing it. Can you explain pairing? I actually have never got that question. I know what it is in my head, but hopefully I explain this correctly in an intelligent way, or else I'm going to sound stupid. All right, let's go use Bybit, for example, okay? Because I'm assuming if you're on my stream, you're probably leverage trading. So right here, we have BTC with the USDT pair. Now, that means that we are using USDT to make the trade comparative to Bitcoin, and we are getting our profits paid out in USDT. So right now, and a lot of people judge me on this, but you know, when it comes to like these gigantic drops out of nowhere, it's kind of to my benefit. I have pretty much all of my portfolio, not my portfolio, but this challenge account in USDT. All right, for a couple of reasons. One, I'm fairly confident we're towards the top of the bull market. Now, I do think we have a little bit more ways to go, but we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. And if I'm holding my money in USDT and a black swan event comes out of nowhere and we drop 50% in a couple hours, kind of like how we did on Corona, my money's safe, right? Besides the trades that I take, if I get all emotional and start longing every single little blip, right, then I could possibly lose a lot of money. But in terms of just holding the asset, my money's safe. Now, obviously, when we're going to the upside, I don't get additional gains based on price action. But if I do my due diligence and I take the longs, then I'm able to go ahead and make money. So what USDT really does is allows you to be a little bit safer when it comes to the volatility of these altcoins, Bitcoin, everything. But as well as that, if you are a good trader, your account's success is dependent on how well of a trader you are, not the other way around, because you could be a terrible trader, you know, maybe the market pumps 200% and boom, you got a bunch of money. But this way, it proves to you guys, and kind of just for the sake of things, this account is not just mine. This is my sister's and my cousin's. They also put money in. So I'm just trying to make sure that I'm safe as well. Because for some other people that I'm trading, I use 2.5%, 5% on my accounts. I use in the the decimals on their accounts. Because when it comes to other people's money, I cannot fuck around. Even if it's just a small amount, I have to make sure I'm on top of it. But that's the USDT pairing. It's pretty much just getting paid out in USDT versus the coin. It allows you to use the coins as a catalyst for profit without even touching the asset, which a lot of people disagree with because obviously if you're a Bitcoin maximalist, you want money in Bitcoin to help Bitcoin's price. But the way I see things, we got plenty of money in Bitcoin, right? The market's working out perfectly as it should. Me speculating is not hurting it all that much, especially me. I don't have trillions of dollars, all right? Inverse perpetual, on the other hand, you are trading the asset, BTC, ETH, EOS, XRP, versus contract size. All right, now one contract is equivalent to $1 US. So instead of like a physical currency like USDT, it's just essentially an agreement. Now, you're trading contracts versus the coin, but you're getting paid out in the coin itself. So if you are confident that we're kind of getting into a bull market or only halfway through, like we were with the $100 portfolio, that's where you would want to use inverse perpetual to your advantage. Because not only are you making, percentage profit per trade, but then the profit that you're making also has the potential to increase in value. So if I'm down at $5,000 and I take a short and I make $1,000, if I was at, let's say we're at 4,000, that would be what, 0.25 Bitcoin. And then a couple months down the line, we get to 60K. That 0.25 Bitcoin is now worth like what, 15 grand. So that $1,000 profit in the long term was actually $15,000 profit if you understood the projections, right? And that's why you got to think several steps ahead. It's not about the short-term profit you're making. It's about the compounding profit in the future. I think too many people are just wrapped up in the temporary gains. They can't see ahead of the curve. Like I get messages all the time that go, hey, I got stopped out like 2 or 3 times. What should I do? And I go, show me what your chart looks like. What kind of setup were you looking at? And their setup looks completely fine. You know, they might be taking a long off of a local low that has a bullish divergence, and price action's kind of playing with their emotions a little bit, which is unlucky, but it's gonna happen, right? And they might have gotten stopped out 2 times, and now their emotions are flaring up, and you know, since they trust me, they come to me. You know what I'm gonna tell you? I'm gonna tell you you're doing a fantastic job. Just take a breather, and I want you to go ahead and just calculate, all right, this trade that you have, how much profit are you going to make off of this trade? And for example, let's say they say $1,000. And I go, how much money have you already lost? Well, let's say 300 bucks. All right, so you've lost $300. The potential profit on this trade is 1,000. Now, obviously, everybody wants to hit it first try and make $1,000. That's lovely, right? But if you have a legitimate trade and you get stopped out, but then the available trade becomes valid again, simply retake the trade. As long as you understand the profit is good, and obviously, could it go absolutely ballistic and you get stopped out 6 or 7 times? That can happen. But I've been doing this for a decently long time, and the odds of getting stopped out that many times in a row, unless you're doing something wrong, is not that high, except if you're playing on an oak one. So I can simply say to you, don't let greed take over. You're going to make profit, even if it's $1 more than you had. The fact is you are understanding how to trade correctly. Now it's about giving the proper amount of time to your portfolio to reflect the actions of your trades. Because temporary dips in your account is not a problem. I've showed you guys time and time again. Our accounts, this account's gone from 7,000 all the way back down to 4,500. You know, losing what? $2,500 pretty much overnight. That's, you know, almost 33% of the account. But you just have to stay true to what you're doing. And now we're back in profit plus some. All right. Can you show us how to set stop losses? Well, I mean, do you mean like on the chart? Like, how would I kind of determine what my stop loss is? I kind of just do everything. So first off, on Bybit, right now on the calculator, when I made this trade, I always kind of like to underestimate. So my account technically is at what? 7,662. But when I calculated this trade, I put $7,000 because, you know, I'm just trying to be more careful and try to trick myself. But we have 10% of our account as margin, 25% of that 10% as risk, which is 2.5% of the whole. And then on this trade, I was using a 1% stop loss. Now, a 1% stop loss is quite tiny, but the price action that I was taking it off of relative to it, it's a decent stop loss. And like I said, it's up to you what your stop loss is. I can never sit here and tell you, you know, be ultra super duper safe and have a 5% stop loss every single time. And I'm not talking about 5% risk from account. I'm talking about stop loss. How much percentage on price action does price need to go, get above or below an entry in order to stop you out? My advice would be learn from yourself, right? Try out 1%, try out 2%, try out 3%. See, first and foremost, which one affects your emotions more, right? Because at the end of the day, what really controls whether or not you're going to make profit is the emotions. So if I can use 1% and not get anxious when price action gets, just 1 cent above my entry, I'm good. But for some people, if they put their stop loss that close and it even gets a little bit above their entry, they're just going to close the trade because they're afraid it's going to hit their stop loss. But for me, I want my stop loss to be hit because that's what I'm planning on losing. When you enter trades, make sure that you plan on losing. Now, if you win, it's a nice surprise. But if you lose, you are already expecting it. Your emotions aren't going to be affected as much, and you can move on to the next trade. Obviously, we're not trying to lose, but we're planning on it. So when it comes to the actual chart, your stop loss should be determined based off of support and resistance. So for example, let's go back to the trade that I'm currently in when it comes shorts. All right, because I'm in the long right now, but that was a while ago. We'll go with the most recent trade. All right, so right here, we're going to mark out our local highs and local lows. So we have an uptrend. That uptrend breaks into a downtrend. It was a flat downtrend, but it was a downtrend nonetheless. That downtrend is broken, and it starts another uptrend. So whenever a trend is broken, you want to mark out the absolute high and the absolute lowest levels. All right, so this uptrend, when it broke, this was the highest point right here. And since we're trying to find bearish divergence, we don't really need to mark out the local low. So then we have this uptrend, and that uptrend broke. Now, simply put, you don't need to know that this is a local high in order to see that there's a bearish divergence, all right? Because I like to say that there is active reversal divergences, and then there is confirmed reversal divergences, all right? So let me explain the difference. So the absolute second that price action gets a higher high, but we get a lower high on RSI, what that tells me is that we have an active bearish divergence. Let's go ahead and mark out those local highs. All right, we have a local high here and here. So we go ahead and we find those on the RSI, right here and right here. All right, let's go ahead and exaggerate this a little bit just to help you guys see. We'll just full screen it as well. All right, so we want to go ahead and draw a horizontal line off of every single point that matters. So you can see as soon as we get a higher high on price action, we want to immediately check to see where the RSI is. So you can see right here, I took this entry. Now, I was, in the middle of posting it, and then we went and I got stopped out. So I just didn't post and I waited until we come back down a little bit just in case we continued on. But that being said, I did take that entry because we put in a higher high. We got back below that local high and we have a lower high on RSI. So while you're in a position where you have a higher high but a lower high, that is a active bearish divergence, aka reversal, because it's just it's called regular or class A. I like to say reversal. And then if we get back below that, not only have you put in the divergence, but you are back below the resistance that made the divergence, aka confirmed, right? Now, does that mean I was just going to tank from there? No, we had to go back up one more time. But you can see right here, I re-entered because it is an if this and that statement. What we were just talking about when it comes to if you get stopped out, but the divergence is still there, it's still active. And once you get back below that level, it's confirmed again. Take the trade, right? This trade, if I win, is $1,000. I just lost $180 getting stopped out once. I'm going to be net positive $820. I don't have to worry about these minor losses if I understand what the long-term goal is. Now, that being said, are we going to get down to my take profit? Time will tell. It doesn't have to, because we're hedging our bets. We have a long open on multiple coins. We're just simply taking advantage of a small time frame pullback. So hopefully that explained it when it comes to divergences. And I know that was a big setup, but the reason why I bring that up is you always want to enter below the confirmed price and have your stop loss above the confirmed price if you're going short. Now, it's vice versa if you're going long. All right. Now, like I said, what your stop loss is not up to me. I don't have a calculated formula on my stop loss should always be X, Y, and Z percentage. All right. It's really up to my emotions, how I feel. Now, when I say that, I don't want you to think it's like the gambling aspect of things where, oh, I'm going to put like a 0.2% stop loss. That way I have, a 22 risk reward ratio trade on a 5-minute time frame. I know what is acceptable and I know what is not. And sometimes for me, I would say 1% is the minimum I would ever go. On most days when I don't have enough time to really look at price action, or I'm like busy with family or something, I usually have around a 2 to 2.5%. And if I'm on vacation, it's a 5%. All right. It's really just displayed based on time, where I'm at, and my, state of mind. So that's, like I said, you want to find what's best for you based off of your emotions. But like I said before, your profit is going to be determined based on your stop loss. That does not mean sacrifice your stop loss for profit. But what that does mean is be more proactive, searching for these divergences, and planning the trades before they happen. Like I said, the second we put in a higher high, you should instantly go lower high, boom. Mark out the levels, set up this kind of chart, and say, if we get back below that level, I'm going to enter this trade. And then mark out a local low, or you can use fib retracements, whatever you would like. You need to plan these trades, because the more times that you spend the time planning the trade and then the plan works maybe 80%, you are going to have more and more trust, not only in the divergences in the chart itself, but also in you. And that way, when you get into these trades, you're not afraid. Because I know for a fact that when we were dumping the other night, back on the weekend, I'm sitting here, I'm just long in these local lows, getting stopped out, long in local lows, but other people aren't even taking the chances because they're so afraid. And then, 9 hours later, as we're pumping all the way back up, they message me and they go, can I get into a long now? Buddy, I can't advise you to get into a long unless it's a bottom. Because I don't give out financial advice, but if someone asks me, I want to make sure that what I tell them is the safest opportunity. It doesn't mean it's going to work, but it's the safest opportunity. And that's always going to be off of a local low. Even if price action wants to mess with your emotions a little bit and kind of go over top of it, but then eventually hit its stride. Kite, why is 2,604 a local high? Why isn't it a local high? Let's go down to the 2-minute. Because it's within this uptrend. So when you have a separation like this is an A, this is a B, and this is a C. In order to have a full uptrend, you need 2 local lows. So a lot of times they'll go, well, why aren't you looking to long this region? Why I go, I'm looking for the stronger local lows. Right here was not a strong local low, especially for the bearish divergence that we had, right? Because I didn't really talk about this because I don't want to scare you guys unless it is an availability. All right, I just want you guys to be aware of that. If you guys do want to take the hedge position, I don't think it's going to have a major impact. I definitely think we could see further downside than my take profit, but give me 1 second. Right here, let's go take that 2-minute time frame and the principles that I talked about, because no matter what, and this is why I don't get what people ask me this question all the time, what time frame should I use? I go, time frame doesn't matter. Your perspective of trends matter. So right here, God, my throat hurts. I have my window open, and I'm extremely allergic to pollen, and it just hurts. But I need it for the cool air. So right here, we have an uptrend. That uptrend undoubtedly got broken. So now that puts in an absolute local high of 2,549. All right. So now we're looking at this right here, and we can see already. What do you guys see? Not only an active bearish divergence, but also a confirmed bearish divergence. So there is the possibility that maybe, just maybe, once I hit that local low, if we do happen to get a retest to the upside, I might take another short just as a hedge, just to be safe, just in case, at 2,549, right? Because you can see that is a pretty substantial steep or slope on the RSI to the decline, but we are putting in a higher high on price action. Right, that's a pretty extreme bearish divergence. Now, we've talked about this before. Bearish divergences, although will have an impact on price action in the shorter term, when we are in bear markets, don't expect every single bearish divergence to be the whale killer, right? What tends to happen is that bearish divergence will get reflected by either bullish convergence or bullish divergence. And, I like to use a little bit of Albert Einstein here. E equals MC squared. Energy cannot be destroyed, only redistributed. So, if you have energy that is built up from a bearish divergence, and price action only sees, I'm not going to say a minor, but definitely not of as large of a dip as it should see, and then we hit either bullish convergence or bullish divergence, that momentum does not disappear into the ether. It gets reflected to the upside. And if you look at how this whole bull market has worked itself out, let's go look at BTC. All right. Let's go look at the daily, right? Or even the 12-hour. We'll do daily. How about that? All right. So you can see, I can go ahead and mark out 1,000 different divergences. All right. We have a massive bearish divergence from this local high to this local high, a massive bearish divergence from this local high to this local high, a massive bearish divergence from this local high to this local high, bearish divergence after bearish divergence after bearish divergence. But we keep pumping, because if you look at the underside of what's happening, you can see right here, we are getting continuous bounces off of that region right there, getting exaggerated bullish divergence to transfer that bearish energy into bullish energy. And that comes in many forms on why we go up, because obviously when people see bearish divergences, they have to go short. Some people are robots like me. So when they lose trades, especially in a mass amount, that adds liquidity to the market, and therefore price goes up. Now, at the moment, this is why I think we're on the last run, right? We have all of these bullish, bearish divergences now seeing some actual breakage of this support. But you can see right here, we have this local low at 50,263, which we already talked about when it comes to the bullish divergence off of that on the smaller time frames. We have bullish divergence off of 42,944. And we have bullish divergence off of 28,893. All right, I'm going to go ahead and mark those out for you. So just in case we do happen to see a pretty sizable dump, these are the levels to be expected to see at least some sort of bounce or retest, if not continuation, right? Because this could be separating into a massive A, B, one more C to the upside, bull market over. All right, so let's go ahead and get those price labels. You can take a picture of this, screenshot, whatever you want. I got you. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I didn't put in the title, but like I said, we're going to be doing another giveaway today. Actually, what I'm going to be doing is we're going to pick 4 winners on today's live stream because I didn't stream yesterday and I plan on doing the giveaway again yesterday. So let me go ahead and actually get that bot turned on for you guys. That way you guys can do the not hashtag, but the raffle, ! Raffle. You can't type it yet, so just give me 1 second. Bot giveaways. Okay. How does this work? And there you go. It's got a 1 hour and 20 minutes on the timer. I don't know if we're going to be on that long, but it's there if you guys want to go ahead and do it now. It should pop up the bot in the chat in just a hot second. Yeah, I can change the color on the RSI. So I usually have it in like a deep blue. I don't know what happened. I think I was showing somebody how to add the RSI over like this, and I didn't change the settings. But what I believe is going to happen, we're going to use this bullish divergence that we're creating for one final home run in the market. And what that's going to do is that is going to create a downtrend break, most likely a uptrend. Now, I don't know where that high is going to be on the RSI, but I'm not going to assume all the way to the top, but definitely somewhere around like 72. And then after that, we're going to have a local high to local high, creating a bearish divergence that is going to actually see the downside momentum that we're hoping to see. So once that officially becomes active, and I see that as a possibility, all right, then we need to really start taking the bear market seriously. As of right now, we don't have much, right? We have obviously these bearish divergences, which is still a lot, but we're looking good at the moment. Actually, you know what I'm probably going to do? I might actually target a little bit lower. Because with this being a 1, let me go to the ETH chart. With this being a 1 and a 2, and just the positioning of it, because usually the 1 and 2 is a little bit different than this, we might come back down and retest 2316, right? And that's kind of what I was looking for before, because I gave a call out in my Telegram either last night or the day before. I was actually looking for a rejection either at 2500 or 2550. And I was looking for us to come back down to the 2300 region, right? And the reason why is because we could possibly form a inverse head and shoulders off of that region. And before anybody says it, I had someone one time go, but you can't have an inverse head and shoulders like that. You can have an inverse head and shoulders that looks like this. All right, one arm is coming up to the shoulder, one arm is coming out of the shoulder to the upside. How to not mark and long every single local low? The simple answer is change your perspective. Okay? If you are not doing well on small time frames, you need to zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. Right? So if you're on the 2-minute chart and you're having trouble because you're marking this, all these as local lows, right? First off, they're not, right? Like I've showed you many times. You have two local lows connected together, that creates a trend. Two local highs connected together, that creates a trend. And then it's forming a much larger trend. And all these local highs and local lows can speak to each other. You're not worried about this intermediary price action. That does not matter at all to anybody. All right, if it does, that's why you're losing. All right, my recommendation would be go out to a 1 hour chart, right? Because if you're screwing up on the smaller time frames, you need to change your perspective. And what you'll start to see is one, your win rate will increase, hopefully, if you're doing it correctly. But more importantly than that, you're going to be learning how to spot these local highs and local lows a lot easier. So that way when you go down to the smaller time frames, nothing's different. Price action looks the same as it does on a 12-hour chart. The only difference is now you've had more time to kind of process the information. The local highs and local lows aren't created as fast and you don't have to react that quickly. And you have more time to kind of plan out your trades. Now, if you are trying to fight me on that, the only thing is you're trying to make money too fast. I call it the siren's call of scalping. Everybody gets into trading wanting to be a scalper. I want to make 10 trades a day. I want to make $1,000 a day. That way I never have to go to work again. But the difference is the people that are professional scalpers, they are able to make $1,000 a day using a fraction of their account. A fraction. I'm talking 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 risk of their entire account, and they're still able to make good money. But if you have $1,000 and you're using 0.1%, which is what, $10, and you hit a 10 risk reward ratio trade, and you're using 2.5% risk, you're going to make a couple dollars, right? The people that are professional scalpers, they understand that scalping is one of the riskiest things that you can do in trading. So how do you combat risk? By using less of it. But if you have more money, you can use less risk, but make an adequate amount where it actually benefits you. The time will come where scalping is beneficial to your portfolio, but at the current moment, especially if you're losing, don't touch it. It's not worth it at all. Don't let other people convince you otherwise. Frankie Poo, I was talking about you earlier. I was talking about how much I love you. Ryan says BTC will dip down to 40 to 30K and the bull run will be over very soon. If that happens in the next 2 weeks, does that mean we will see another bull run until 2024? I don't want to start estimating when the next bull market is going to happen. Obviously, the quick answer, whenever the next halving hits. But for me, I need to see wave one after seeing an ABC in the bear market in order to even conceptualize that we might be going into a bull market. Right? Otherwise, I don't like speaking about it. All right, no need to spam, man. No need to spam. Do you ever trade cross margin? No, I do not. Right? A couple of reasons why. I'll even give you a reason why you might want to use cross margin. Right? Who is the type of candidate that would want to use cross margin? All right. And I was this person. So this is why I can kind of speak from this experience. So kind of early on in my trading career, as I was picking up better and better skills, one of the skills that I really focused on learning, voice crack, learning was dollar cost averaging and how to do it correctly in terms of setting up laddering percentages, how to identify the levels at which I would want to do, coming up with backup plans just in case something went wrong or I didn't get all my DCAs in, stuff like that. Now, I was doing that for spot trading, but I was a leverage trader as well. So I started applying DCAs to my leverage trades. And that was a mistake, a big mistake. Now, There is a way to do it safely, but to do it by hand is quite hard. I know Radosh in our Telegram group. If you guys want to message him and ask him what tool he uses, I think it's a little bit pricey. I don't know the exact price, but it does the DCAs properly. So that way you can catch a general location and never exceed the amount of risk that you want to exceed, which is, like I said, it's possible, but you need kind of the help of an automated system when it comes to scalping. Spot trading on larger time frames, much, much easier to do by hand. So one of the ways that I combated my monkey brain when it comes to making a large mistake like that, because I might have entered a trade only willing to risk 2%, but by the time I actually lost the trade, I had DCA'd in 2 to 3 more times. So now I'm losing almost 4 times the amount of money than if I would have just cut my losses and entered a good trade lower. So I'll check out Bonfire in a second. I see you guys typing for it. So cross margin, what it allows you to do is use your entire portfolio for one good trade. All right, so if you are having so much trouble that you can't even control yourself, try to find a workaround and trick your monkey brain. So what I did was I just put 100% of my portfolio into a trade. Now I'm not risking 100% of my portfolio, and I always had a stop loss, and I never lost more than 2%. But that way, once I was in a good trade that I planned, there was nothing left for me to do. Either one, I get stopped out, which, like I said, if I got stopped out, I planned on it. I knew exactly where I wanted to get out. Or I get close to my take profit, and once we start getting in that general region, I can always take profit early. No harm, no foul. Or my take profit gets hit. Now, as I've kind of transitioned from that, trader that wasn't really in control of himself, I've moved to isolated margin. And for a couple reasons. One, it allows you to segment your account into multiple different assets and use them for multiple different things. Two, risk management is not only about how much you're going to lose in a trade, but it's also about how much of your portfolio is exposed, right? So Bybit is not the safest website in the world. It's got good security measures. I've been using it for 3.5 years. I don't think there's ever been an outage. I don't think there's ever been a hack. As far as right now, I trust them. But given that fact, you never know what can happen. Either one, your individual account gets hacked. Two, Bybit gets hacked, or Bybit just becomes illegal and they shut it down. You don't know what can happen. So by using isolated margin, you can use a fraction of your portfolio on Bybit, but make the same types of trades as if you had all of it. That's the main difference. So now if anything were to happen to Bybit or your account on Bybit, yeah, it would suck if you lost 10% of your portfolio to some hacker or just pure coincidence, but at least it's not all of it. All right, so now if you only have maybe 1,000, 2,000, something like that, it's up to you if you want to, put that money to chance. But if you have a substantial amount of money, I would say 90% of it should be in cold storage until we start getting to these local highs with macros that you want to sell at. But besides that, the other 10% can do everything you need it to, but still make the same amount of percentages as if you had all of it. So hopefully that answered your question. I know it's a long one. Can BTC reach 100K this bull run, or are we done? I don't think we're done. The absolute minimum that I think we'll see is like 80,000, 83, 84,000. But I'm pretty confident on 100K. How do you only lose 2% on leverage plays, right? So if you're using leverage as a gambling slider, right, and you are not really focusing on how much of your percentage of your portfolio you're putting in a trade, or how much percentage of margin your loss is going to be, that's when leverage is not a tool, it's a gambling addiction. And it's sad to say that that's the majority of people in leverage. And that's why when people come on my channel and they say, don't ever leverage trade, this guy's lying to you. I never dismiss them and call them idiots. What I would like to do is sit down and explain how I make it safer, because it's never safe. But I like to show them how I turn it from a gambling addiction into calculated risk management and profit. And one tool that has helped me do that more than anything else was this right here. This was a tool that I kind of came up with. Now, I'm not claiming that I'm the smartest guy and that, this, formula wasn't already out there. But I didn't find this. This was something that kind of popped into my head, so, I like to show it off. There's other tools out there that do this, I do believe. But the formula that I created, just kind of one night, was constant stop divided by chart stop equals leverage times amount of portfolio equals contracts. All right. And after a couple months of teaching my students this, one of them created a calculator such as this one. Now, this is a more updated one, which looks a lot nicer, but they had a big part to do with that. So this would have never existed. It would have just been a plain old Jane formula that you guys have to do by hand. So how do you only lose 2% in a leverage trade? All right. So if I have, let's say, $1,000, right, you can set this calculator up a million different ways and get the same percentages, same profit, same losses, but come out with different leverages, right? And that's where, like, if I'm using 25x leverage and someone says, oh, you're stupid, you're gambling, I go, no. All right, let me explain to you. My stop loss is here. I know how much I'm going to lose, and the risk to reward ratio and the legitimacy of why I'm in the trade is there. So all in all, it's not gambling. The probability is in my favor. So right here, let's say that we're using 10% of our portfolio as margin. All right, so $100. And let's say that I'm willing to lose 20% of 10% of my portfolio. All right, so 20% of 10% of 1,000 is 2%. So now what I do is I go mark out a trade. My stop loss on my chart could be 2%. All right, now your leverage times your stop loss will equal the amount of percentage of margin that you want to lose. And then that way, it all equals out. See how that works? And then it'll also calculate your contract size. What's bonfires? So what's the ticker for bonfire? Would you have any recommendations for cold storage? If you don't have like an astronomical amount of money, I would say Ledger Nano. Whatever floats your boat when it comes to those. For me personally, I don't trust my money in a database. Right? So I know there's a higher chance of hardware failure. I know there's a higher chance of all this stuff. But come on, guys. I have flash drives that have been in a desk that have gotten just thrown around my house for years. Since I was a kid, I could still plug in and use. Right? Flash drives are pretty good. All right, so me personally, I just have my stuff stored on flash drives. Now, don't come to my house and think that this flash drive is here. That flash drive is in multiple different places that you'll never find. But I just, with the whole Ledger leak and everything like that, I don't trust anything that keeps track of who has what, and especially the fact they keep track of your address. What the hell is that? Listen, I don't want to ban anybody, but if someone does not give me the ticker for Bonfire so I can look at it so you guys can stop typing about it, we're done. Frank, I think you might have a deal. And if Bonfire is not on TradingView, I cannot look at it. Because if it's not on TradingView, it's not worth looking at. Pure and simple. Hey Frank, if you're still watching, anybody that types Bonfire, obviously you can tell the difference between someone that's saying, you know, stop talking about bonfires, blah, blah, blah. But if anybody says Bonfire, get rid of them. Why not use ABC corrections? We do. We use them all the time. What are you talking about? That's why I'm kind of convinced that we could see much, much further than my short-term target here. More than likely, what will happen is we might get a bounce at, you know, that local low at like 2,414. Probably get a B going back up to retest either 2,496 or 2,547. And then we'll get a C back down to this local low, which, you know, as long as we don't go below 2,282, we can go below it, but as long as like the averages don't go below it and we get back above it relatively quick, the Elliott wave structure is still good to go. But this could also turn into an ABC1, ABC2, and I might have this count all wrong. Because then that would actually look like a bounce off the 0.382 or close to it. And then we see 3,148 come into play over the next couple weeks. So what I think I'm going to do, I think I'm going to take profit where I have it set. That's what I planned on. And what I'm going to be watching for, I'm going to be watching for a bounce. And I'm going to be watching the uptrend that starts from that bounce. And I'm going to be looking at the local highs and waiting for a reversal divergence towards one of those local highs on the macro that we just showed. And then I'm going to hedge trade another short position there, just in case we do see more downside towards that 2,300 or even $2,238 level. Because like I said, all right, we'll do the same exact thing that we did on Ryan's live stream. All right, right now, this is undeniably a single downtrend. It's not cut up or anything on the larger time frames. All right. So more than likely, this is going to turn into an AB structure, ABC. So we have option 1, which will be a double bottom off of the $2,411 support, which isn't that strong of a local low. So that's why I'm really think we're going to go down a lot further. Let's see where the 0.382 is to the upside. Okay, perfect. That lines up right there with that local high. All right, so this is going to be probably where I'm going to be shorting. Right there. And then we're going to possibly see either a ABC flat correction continuation and get kind of like a lopsided inverse head and shoulders, which we've seen before, or we're going to have the C break past the A and hopefully come down to 2,316. But like I said, if we break below the A for a decent amount of time, but then we get back above it while having a bullish divergence and all that jazz, once we're back above the A, the probability now becomes the upside. All right, so you have to be careful of that region and not make any hasty movements. That's my favorite thing as well, man. Alan, it's just because to me, I love showing people Elliott Wave because I'm just as mind blown as the people I show. Because although I use it, we make money off of it, I am still stunned every single time that it calls something to a T. And what I'm actually stunned by is the fact that guys, I don't watch any other crypto YouTubers. I don't watch any news articles. Maybe once in a blue moon, when I go on my Google app on my phone, an article on Bitcoin might pop up and I just read the headline. What blows my mind even more than just Elliott Wave working in general, because that's crazy in itself, is that I can simply stare at a chart, not listen to anything that's going on besides the chart, and predict gigantic pumps, gigantic dumps, weeks to months ahead of time. But there's always an incident that is involved with these pumps or dumps. So when we dumped on BTC, right, I was calling to you guys that we were possibly going to see something if we continue to stay below the $61,000 level. But more importantly than that, what kind of called this dump was not necessarily BTC, because the Elliott waves didn't quite line up, because I was expecting a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But what we actually got was an ABC, and then that turns into an A. This downside move is a B, and then we're going to go into a long-term C. So the Elliott wave is still correct. It's just I have to change my mind about what I perceive as things start to play out. Ethereum, on the other hand, this one is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, undoubtedly. All right. So we have a 1 into a 2. You can see ABC, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ABC. We go ahead, we take the top and bottom. You can see we came back down to the 0.38 or close to. That was a very sad time. We hit the short. We hit the short magically. We took our profit pretty much at the bottom because we took our profit beforehand, like we always do. And that's why I tell you guys to do it, because, you know, you might not get the entry you want, but at least you got a good exit. And we were kind of unlucky because, like, since I missed that that long position down here that I was hoping for, we did make some decent money shorting these local tops, and we were able to catch this long right here once we got back above that support. But we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, right here. We have a 1, 2, and you can see it was calling for the 1.618. You know, this is the same chart that we've had for, like I said, as soon as we form that bottom and break that downtrend, that's the projection. It doesn't change. All right, so as soon as we got to here, all right, that's when, you know, I still took the short positions hoping for a pullback, an inverse head and shoulders, all that jazz. But right here, as soon as that happens, as soon as we break that downtrend, you can immediately take the top and bottom, and you could have known that it was going to 2,504. Now, a lot of people go, well, how do you know for a fact it's going to get there? Well, I don't. I trust it, and I speak in if this and that statements. And to me, if we are above the 0.382 and we are holding this structure, that's my target. And if we get above the 1 and stay above it, my target now becomes even more secure. So once we got to 2,504, I did think we were going to see a little bit of an extension, but I mean, it called it pretty much to a T within $50. Now that that uptrend was broken, you go ahead and you take the top and bottom of the third wave. Sorry if I'm like popping my microphone. You take the top and bottom of the third wave right here, and then you target the 0.618. But in actuality, you know, the 0.618 is the target, but the maximum target is going to be around the top of the 1. So we, you know, that's kind of why we saw 1950 get retested on Bybit. That was the maximum that price action wanted to retest in order to maintain structure. Like I said, you can get below the 1 for, you know, on the smaller time frames for a little bit, but if you come back above it, it revalidates the structure, and especially because the higher time frames are probably still holding their averages above that level, and we've talked about that many times. We can see the 0.618 was calling for 2,100, which was correlated to these local lows right here. So just from this single piece of price action, as soon as this uptrend is broken, you can kind of assume that if we don't see downside continuation past the 0.382, this would turn into a 1-2 structure. And from that point in time, all the way back on March 21st, you could have had not only the bottom for this downtrend, could have also had the top for this uptrend. You could have had the bottom for this downtrend. And now we'll go ahead and see if you could have got the top for the next uptrend. It blows my mind. But they blamed it on BTC mining farms getting power outages in China. Which, do I believe it happened? Yeah, sure. But it's just so coincidental that it lines up perfectly with Fibonacci's. It's almost scary. Now, not every single coin works absolutely fantastic with Elliott Wave. I was explaining this to somebody earlier on Telegram. He was kind of asking me, do you trade altcoins, regularly? I go, no. I like altcoins. I like to make money, obviously, but when it comes to consistency, the more money that's in the market means that there's probably bigger players in the market. And these big players did not make their money by getting rich off of Doge. These big players have some sort of system that has been working time and time again for probably more than 20 years. So with how well Elliott Wave works, maybe that's what they're using. But more importantly than that, it's just the simple fact that when you have more money, these supports and resistances tend to be more consistent. You don't have a crazy, let's look at Cardano. All right, this is the local low right here that wanted to be retested, but because you have these hype coins, right now Cardano, I don't want to talk shit on it. I don't think it's an awful coin, but you can't deny the simple fact that there is a lot of hype behind Cardano. So when something like Cardano, that it has a decent size market cap, but not anything near Bitcoin, starts to dump, all those kids that have been making money, they panic sell. So these supports and resistances are less likely to hold. Now, obviously, the big guys that understand the macro structure and that things are still good, they're going to go ahead and buy up those extensions. And it's going to get back above that level, and then it's going to take off again. So it's good to spot trade if you know technical analysis, Elliott Wave, all that good stuff when it comes to altcoins. But when it comes to leverage trading, you're going to have so many more of these instances on low cap altcoins than you will with BTC, ETH, XRP, all those kind of altcoins. They still happen, but they happen a lot less. That's all I'm going to say. All right. I've heard from a couple of people that they got to head out here soon. So let's go ahead. It's about 2 hours in. We'll go ahead and start running the giveaway. I'm going to bring it up here. Alrighty, guys. You guys ready? All right. So we're going to pick 4 winners today. So if you guys haven't got your entries in yet, you got to type !raffle. And you'll get a chance to win $100. So we're going to pick 4 winners. Like I said, if your name comes up and you won yesterday, you don't get it today. All right, then I just have to re-roll. I love when the chat just goes raffle, raffle, raffle. Like I said, if you guys do win, just message me on Discord You can find my Discord name in the description of the video, as well as that. I'll type it in chat once chat calms down a little bit. It's Kite with a capital K, lowercase ITE, hashtag 2136. Just message me. If you can send me a screenshot with proof that you're signed into the account that won the giveaway. And as well as that, just let me know what you want. I can do $100 in cash through either PayPal or Cash App. Can't do Venmo. They banned me. Or I can do any choice of your crypto. I'll buy it in whatever crypto and send it to you. Or if you just want me to send crypto in general, I'll just send you some EOS or something. We'll be good. Dude, I had a long day yesterday, just driving in that car. I love driving, now that I got a more reliable car. It's not the simple fact that the car is, faster and nicer. It's the simple fact that I don't have to worry about breaking down. Because my 2004 Jeep Grand Cherokee was not the smoothest ride. And I always felt like it was 2 seconds from death. And maybe a couple more seconds after that would have been my death. I'm glad to have what I got. Why do they ban me? I didn't do anything crazy. I think I had a couple large transactions that I kind of sent in one day. So I used to get rent from my old roommates through Venmo. So they would send me like $1,000. And then obviously I would Venmo people here and there. And apparently they thought I was money laundering. So they canceled my account. I've been using Cash App. I don't know if Cash App has the same policies, or they just don't care, because I'm sure they know that their stuff is used for a lot of things. I got a Mercedes. Someone messaged me and was like, hey, you should probably not tell people what your car is and the make and model and year. But no, it's a E-Class Mercedes 2017. I'm very grateful to have something like that. And it's an expensive car, but it's not like extravagant. That's kind of like what I was looking for, because I've done very well for myself with this whole thing. And I wanted to celebrate when we turned $100 into $100K, because I don't really buy, besides like computer stuff and stuff for live streaming, because like the camera, that's a lot of money, but I don't really buy anything that other people see, which was a big issue, because when you're not buying stuff that makes you look rich, people think you're faking it, which that's okay by me. But when it's your family saying that you're faking it, it's kind of hurtful. So once I got that car, that's when things started to change. And, I don't blame them. It's hard to believe the situation I'm in. I wake up most days, I don't know what's going on. I'm like, how did I get here? But I'm excited to see where it goes, even though I kind of don't remember the details of how this happened. Let's go ahead and pull up where's the giveaway at? Giveaway right here. All right, you ready, guys? I'm going to close the entries in about 2 minutes. It's 4:48 right now. And I'll go ahead and at 5 o'clock, we'll pull it. But like the Mercedes, so John, one of the moderators in chat, he's a big BMW guy, and he's trying to convince me to buy an M5 for my next car, which I think my next car is going to be more of like a, high mileage utility vehicle SUV. I'm looking at the Genesis, the SUV they just came out with. But whatchamacallit? If I did get a sports type vehicle, yeah, the M5 looks awesome. It's a great car. But the main thing that I go for when I pick products is I like expensive things. but I don't like those expensive things to look expensive. I like them to feel expensive. So Mercedes, it's a Mercedes. People know it's expensive, but it doesn't have like that aggressive sports car that you can just look at it and that costs a lot of money. Because I'm always wary of people. And, I'm trying to make sure that I don't get screwed over one day. Because I've been screwed over a lot of times. More than I can count. And it does not feel good. Because it makes you a bad person. And I don't like that. But my dad, when we used to drive up and down between my grandparents' house and my mom's house for our weekend visits, we used to have like these talks about just random subjects. And that's kind of how I got into like the whole stock thing. He was basically talking to me about stocks. He could have bought Microsoft for this, made this. So we would do these hypotheticals. Okay, Austin, when you're older and you make $1 million, what's your mansion gonna look like? And I think I was like 7 years old at this time. I looked him dead in the face. I go, I don't want a mansion because people will steal from me. I want a trailer in the middle of nowhere that looks like absolute trash. I'm talking you're scared to even open the door. But I want the inside to be immaculate. The coolest place you ever seen. Just, hiding in plain sight. Okay, so I said 2 minutes, and I thought it was going to be 5 o'clock. Don't know why I said that, but we're going to close the entries. Hopefully everybody got them in. If you did not, we're going to pull 2 more tomorrow before the weekend ends. And then, like I said, we're going to take a week off of doing giveaways because by that point, we pulled 3 yesterday. We're going to do 4 today and then 2 tomorrow. That's going to be $900 that we would have given away this week. So maybe I might do 3 tomorrow just to make it an even 1,000. And then we're going to do 1 week off. And then maybe the week after that, we'll do another 1,000. And then we'll chill on the giveaways for a while. Like I said, this is literally just a thank you for everybody that signed up to the affiliate group because, it doesn't make a whole lot of money, but the simple fact that you guys are willing to share a part of your profits with me makes me grateful. And obviously the 10K subscriber mark, that was huge. So this is for you guys. So cross your fingers. I hope you win. And there'll be more chances in the future. Trust me, guys. As the channel grows, whenever I'm making good money, I'm going to share it with you guys. So, if the channel ever gets to a large amount, which I'm not looking forward to, it will definitely be a crazier time, which we'll probably have to get some legal documents involved when it comes to those types of giveaways. Just make sure that you're doing the capitalization correct when it comes to Discord. Capital K, lowercase ITE, hashtag 2136. And let me make sure that I got that absolutely correct for you. Let's see. Yep, Kite, hashtag 2136. All right, and if you can't message me now, all right, just add me as a friend. And then after the live stream, I usually accept all messages and friend requests. I'll do that right now as well. Go. All right, cool. Are you guys ready? Closing the entries. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Tide's rolling. I like that name. Congratulations, buddy. Like I said, just message me on Discord. You can do either 100 in cash, 100 in crypto, either PayPal or Venmo. Not Venmo. PayPal or Cash App or Coinbase. Oh my gosh. We fell right through. Hey, at least we got that $1,000 profit right here. We made $1,037 off of that. We're still sitting above where we were, even with those losses on BTC. More than likely, if we're going down like that, we might actually be stopped out on... Let's go check on EOS. Not to take away from the giveaways. Just give me 1 second. Let me make sure. Okay, so we're not stopped out on EOS yet, but we're very close to being stopped out. Unless we don't... If we hold this little region right here, we should be good. And that kind of formed an A. Now, we might want to go down further and test this local low right here. If that does happen, I will pick up a long from this local low at $5.73. But as long as that's holding, ain't nothing to worry about. Now back to BTC. How far away are we getting from getting stopped out? All right, so our entry is at 52,382. Oh my gosh, look. Oh my, dude, what? Look at our stop loss. Oh, we're probably going to get hit. All right. Our stop loss was $20 away. That was close. But I'm happy with that ETH short. Now, like I said, ETH could go down further. But what I'm going to be looking for... Let me kind of line up my next trade here. All right, let me look for the bullish divergence. Let's go to the 5-minute. All right, so we have the bullish divergence off of the local low right here at 2,318. We have a lower low on RSI. And we have a higher low currently on price action. So if we get down to either 2,343, I'll go long. If we get down to 2,316, I'll go long. Or if we get back above 2,413, I'll go long. Now, like I said, I didn't mean to say I will go long. I would go long because I'm already in a long. I could add more to it, but there's no purpose at this point. We're still doing very, very well on it. And we'll just have to get back above. Let's go see if there's any bullish reversal divergences off of this current trend right here. Kinda. A little bit of exaggerated bullish divergence right here. It's definitely lower lows and lower lows, but it's close enough to call it exaggerated. So if we can get back above 52,179, we should be good to go. What's really going to allow us to get back up is if we get back above 53,390. All right. Sorry to take away from the giveaways. All right, we're going back. All right, so tide's rolling. I don't know if you're here, buddy. Hopefully you are. Let me make sure. Let me check my Discord real quick. All right, let's go ahead and pick the next winner. Oh, here you go. Roll Tide. I spoke it into existence. That's what's up, buddy. All right, so let's go ahead and pick another winner. Ready? 1, 2, 3. John, dude, it's your lucky day, man. You still here, John? All right, so let's go ahead and give it a moment before we pick another winner. Just keep checking up on price action. Like I said, guys, it's okay to watch price action like this because obviously we're traders. I tell you guys all the time, unless you, put a trend line on your stop or a trend line on a trigger for your entry, there's no reason to be looking at your chart, but obviously we're live streaming here. What really matters is when you're looking at your charts, the emotional state. You guys can see I'm calm, I'm collected. Now, we could get stopped out. I've already talked about how I would re-enter, and that's what's important. You go ahead, you display the positives of the thing. We made $1,000. We're still sitting pretty much where we were because of that profit, and now we're just looking for another uptrace. Do you vape THC? No, I used to in the past. The only problem is there was a turning point. Oh, tide's rolling. There you are, buddy. I'm gonna get you added. There was a turning point where I used to smoke a lot, and I'm not proud of it, but I was a kid trying new stuff, and I liked it. Um, and then one day I just once I got more serious about the whole YouTube thing, and I saw trading as a actual career path for me. Uh, I'm my own boss. I could have just stayed smoking as much as I was, but at some point I realized that it's not doing me any favors. It's actually doing me more harm than good. So one day I just quit. And I wasn't leaning off of it or anything like weaning off of that. I just went ahead, stopped it completely. And then a couple months went by, I would say close to a year, and someone, was like, "Hey, do you want to try this?" And it was a celebration or something like that. So I tried it. That was the most afraid that I've ever been. Like I said, I smoked a lot, but for whatever reason, this small amount that I smoked, and it could have been some weird stuff, it gave me severe heart palpitations and it scared the shit out of me. So now, every single time I smoke, either I have that same reaction because it's causing a reaction in my body, or the psychological aspect of that one experience is causing it to happen again and again. So I don't like to do anything that affects my heart just because I have a heart condition that causes crazy pulse rates. So anything to not cause that is what I want to do. We already talked about some of the major macros when it comes to if we're going to see further downside, right? If we go below 50K, right? Obviously, the next micro target for a possible bounce would be 46,313. But the strongest local low that wants to be retested, possibly with a wick or just kind of go down to it and flatten out, is going to be 42,936. And then the absolute lowest is going to be 28,833. So if we break that $42,000 support, that is where, it's definitely a lot worse of a situation. Now, if you want to go ahead and count this as a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, which I don't think you really can, I think you can possibly count this as maybe a 1 to a 2. And we're in the third wave, which is an A, B, C, 3. And we could even possibly see further than that. So this is kind of how I see it right now, just from my perspective. All right, we have a 1 to a 2. Now, typically, if it wasn't like a major bull market or a smaller time frame, this would have been a retrace all the way back down to here. Let's see. Nah, I can't really count that. I'm going to start from here. But this would be a 1. This would be a 2. Now we're in the third wave, going up to about 90,000. And so we got a 1, 2, 3. Or it could be a massive ABC with a little bit of an extension pressing into that $100,000 territory. That would kind of make a little bit more sense to me, because it's kind of hard to read the long term with this when it goes so parabolic, just like everything else. That's why I kind of focus on the medium time frames. But this would make a lot more sense to me personally, right here. And now within this C, we're also going to have an A, a B, and a C, because it has to do a major break of the uptrend, which is also breaking the bull market uptrend. And then now it wants to retest the uptrend and confirm resistance. And we've seen time and time again, the retest of an uptrend looks like it's still in an uptrend. And that's how people get fooled into buying coins that are really supposed to be sold at that moment in time. Oh, we got stopped out. That's unfortunate. So for re-entry, when it comes to BTC, unless we get all the way back down to, let's see here. Let's go to a 30-minute. So we're past all of the major local lows when it comes to this uptrend. So the only thing we have left is if we can get a long off of 50,316, I'll check what that is on Bybit as well, or we get a lower low than 51,583, which we got that so far, and then we get back above it. All right. So actually, Bybit's kind of lagging on this, so we might want to watch TradingView first. Let me go to the hourly real quick. All right, so that local low is at 55.33. Okay, so that's what we're looking for an entry. Or if we get back above, let's see. If I don't get that entry, I think I'm just going to wait until we get back above this level right here at 53,119. Let's go ahead and we can do this on a live. Let me put that away. Let's go to the restored calculator. All right, so right now we have about $7,000. Like I said, we have 7,400, but you know, if I put a little bit less, you can always put less, which means you're going to be using less risk, but never put more. All right. So I'm just going to put 7,000. I want to risk 2.5%, so we're going to put 10% margin with 25% risk. And then when it comes to BTC, let's see here. We can do it on this chart. I want to go ahead and get my entry around 50,687. And then let's go ahead and put a stop loss. We'll do... I don't want to have to stress too much, so let's just do a 2% stop loss on that right there. Now back to the restored calculator. 2% stop loss. That tells us we should be using 13x leverage with 8,750 contracts if we were using contracts, but we are using margin on USDT. So our BTC amount needs to equal the equivalent of $700 on 13x leverage. Let's go ahead and go to long, change this to 13, hit confirm. And now what we want to do is go to limit because we are above that price action. So we actually have the opportunity to take a limit order. All right, I want to enter at 5687. All right, 5687. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to hit buy long, hit 25%. I'm going to be targeting around 83,000. And then what we want to do is down here you have open long and open short. We want to go ahead and get that open long. You can see right now it's blank. It says ... USDT. Now we're going to put in one BTC. One BTC is equivalent to $3,900. We're trying to make it equal 700. So we know it's a fraction of that. Let's go ahead and put in 0.25. All right, 0.25 is $993. So that's closer. Let's go ahead and put in 0.2. Getting closer, $800. 0.18, $714. Let's do 0.17. All right, so that's under. So let's do 0.175. All right, we're almost there. 0.76 and 0.67. We'll do 0.76. That's $699. All right, so our stop loss is 25% of our margin, which using our leverage is equivalent to 2% of price action. We have our entry exactly where we want it. We're going to go ahead and hit open long. Now you do want post only to be turned on, but I know this is a legitimate trade, so it's not going to put me in on market. And then we let it ride. Now, if we don't get our entry, like I said, if we come back above that, I'll just go ahead and market enter there. And then we'll go ahead, ride it up to the upside. Now, that means we got stopped out of EOS. Let's go check up on that. I'm sorry that this is all happening right now. I just got to make sure I get these entries. Let's see. Now, let me go check this out. Do I still have the... Okay, I don't have a good amount of margin when it comes to EOS. Let's go ahead and transfer about 700 into EOS. Okay, we're good to go. All right, let's refresh this. All right, now what we want to do is go ahead. We have $7,000 once again. We're going to go ahead and use 2.5% risk on that as well. When it comes to EOS, we might want a little bit thicker of a stop loss just because it's an altcoin. Let's go ahead and do 2.5%. It's going to come out to 10x leverage at 7,000 contracts. And we're kind of already at the entry. I can spend the time trying to get the limit order set up, but we're just going to put in 7,000 contracts. We're already on 13x leverage right there. Just to confirm, let's go ahead and do that. There's my pretty little face. 10x. Okay, so I wasn't correct. 10x. And buy long, 25%. I'm looking for around, I want to take my profit. The target is like $10. So let's do like 9.5. We'll go ahead. I'm going to wait a hot second. No, we should be good. Let's go ahead and put it in. All right, cool. And we'll see how those hold. All right, let's go back to the giveaway. Sorry about that, guys. Let's see. So we got John E. We got Ties rolling. All right. So we got 2 more winners. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Dave Bruce. Hello. Are you there? You won money, buddy. All right, so we'll wait to see if he's here, if he puts a message in the chat. Looks like we're breaking through that support. If that one fails, the next place we have to long, which I'm probably going to let it get past it and then get back above it. Or if we get back above that one after getting stopped out, let's go back to EOS. I should open that up in a different tab. All right, so right now, so we got 116, 7,000 would come out to... do I have enough for that? Okay, not quite enough. I'm just going to lessen the... Let's do 6,000. Okay. About 2. Okay, we're good with that one. All right, so if we get back above that price level, I'm going to go ahead and re-enter. 9.5. And you can see, like right now, this is quite a dangerous time to get into it. Well, not necessarily. I'm simply taking these trades because of the local lows. And as long as we are putting in a lower low than the first A to B, and now we have a C, the local low is the place of reversal where it can get us back above the A, which is right there. So on that trade right there, we lost 33 EOS, which right now is equivalent to roughly around 180. Go back to BTC. Actually, yeah, let me go ahead and open that up in a different... Go trade. EOS there, and then we'll put BTC over here. All right, cool. Dude, I'm so tired today. Like, I don't know what's happening. Like, it's a weird feeling because I'm mentally exhausted from driving yesterday and everything like that, but my body is awake. It's kind of a good feeling, but not. All right. Next giveaway. Sorry, price action is exciting right now. I'm so sorry. Dave Bruce, first time here? Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. Pick winner. Let's go ahead and pick winner. Jonathan Black. I'm not gonna say your last name. So I know you'll forgive me, but I still think it's rude if I can't pronounce it. I'll just say Jonathan V. You won, buddy. So we're almost back to net positive from that last loss when it comes to BTC, because I think we lost what? We lost $161, and we're at 167. So we're sitting pretty. Now, I'm not saying that it's going to reverse here, but there is a chance. And then EOS, we're up to $114 after losing roughly around 150, 180. So, yeah. But congratulations, guys. I appreciate every single person. And like I said, I look forward to doing these a lot more often. I don't want that to become the main purpose of the channel, and I don't want that to be the reason why people are here. So most of the time when we have giveaways, if you're not paying attention, you're not watching the channel because you want to be here, you're probably not going to get it, because I don't think I'm ever put in the title again. Back when we did the first giveaway, it was like our first giveaway, and my channel was quite a bit smaller. I put giveaway in the title. But this time around, as things start to grow, these are going to be random. There's going to be no heads up. And as well as that, it's not going to be in the title whatsoever. It's just going to be on a random day. It could be during the bear market. It doesn't matter. These are going to be all the time. Dave Bruce, thank you very much. I appreciate that, man. You don't have to. Just paid for my position on BTC. Awesome, man. Like I said, just send me a friend request on Discord if you don't already have me added. And then screenshot either with your phone, or you can do Windows key Shift S to take a screenshot. Just make sure you guys take a screenshot of your account. Just anything that proves you are who you say you are. That way, when I send it, I don't have another person that's the real person come up and be like, where's my money? But if you guys want PayPal, Cash App, or crypto, let me know. And I'll always confirm addresses and everything before I send it. I'll have you say okay. That way, if I send it and you send me the wrong address, I sent it, but now it's lost. Somebody else has it. But I definitely appreciate you guys very much. I gave the whole speech yesterday, so I'm not going to waste your guys' time today. But just thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I look forward to all of this. Even when I'm tired, I'll still hop on. All right, so we're going to go ahead and complete this right here. Boom. And after the live stream, we'll go ahead. Guys can message me. I'll go ahead and respond to you. We'll get it all set up. And whatever you want to do with it, you got it. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on. I do want to stay on a little bit longer, see how these start to work themselves out. It's not very often that we get this type of price action where you guys can see kind of how fast I move and my thought process as I'm working through it. Because, sometimes when you're tired, you can be a little bit late to the party. But hopefully that showed you guys just kind of how I do things. And even before we started dropping, I said, hey, we're looking good right now. But that is not always the case. We're looking good, but there can always be more that needs to be tested. So we talked about that. We talked about some of the possibilities. And now we're enacting those possibilities. Gemini Viking, is there going to be an alt season How long would it last? Typically alt season kicks in when kind of like let me see if I can find a picture of this real quick. Um, what are the search terms I should be using here? Mm, Okay, perfect. All right, let's bring this up real quick. We're gonna go ahead and save image or open a new tab. We're gonna go ahead and enlarge this a little bit. All right, you guys should be able to read that unless the stream is low quality. But this right here, although is from the Wall Street side of things, this still applies to crypto. All right. So right now, I do believe that we're kind of in the thrill stage. And as we find these market bottoms, this next push to the upside is going to be extremely quick. Just because it's the final wave, it's a retest. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to go up as fast as possible while still keeping RSI low. And that's typically what happens. You go up super, super fast with, people kind of taking their profits. There's less liquidity in the market. So that way people can just kind of pump it real fast to get those retests. So we're going to be moving into the euphoria stage. As that happens, altcoins have already seen, and I mean, that's what kind of I don't like about that question. When are we going to see alt season? Dude, this entire thing has been an alt season. You look at any altcoin from back in, the start of the year to like probably around December, where you could have bought it from and the percentages it's up now. This entire thing's been an altcoin season. If you're looking for any more substantial gains, I do think there's going to be a couple coins that go crazy, but we've done a lot. So what I was trying to say is the euphoria stage is where you're going to see that last and final pump in alt season. But you have to be careful because like I told you guys earlier with Doge, we might pump extremely quick to the upside, but that does not mean that the coin itself is stable. One, from a fundamental perspective, and as well as that from a technical analysis perspective. I showed you guys how one support could be broken and we dump 50% just like that. And with the type of people that are holding Doge, which is the normal person, someone who goes through their daily life being controlled by their emotions. I'm not saying that I'm above that. I'm just saying that I work in a field where I have to work on that in order to succeed in what I'm doing. So it kind of gives me an advantage when it comes to how I see things. Now, you take any other person, you put them in the same situation, give them enough time, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to learn how they think and how they feel and how to kind of react a lot of those emotions. But the type of people that are in coins like Doge, what do you think they're going to do when they start to see it dump 20%? All right, there might be a couple that are like, nah, I'm going to hodl this hoe all the way to the top. But there's going to be a lot of people, moms, dads, people that shouldn't even be in Doge because of some loophole. They're just going to sell. And when they do that in mass quantities, now the market's down 40%. Now those people that were holding steady start to question themselves, right? And those types of markets dump so violently, it's going to wreck so many people. Because even if you hold it and we dump like that off a cliff, you're going to have some people that still hold on to it despite that. And I admire that. But the type of people that should be holding it are the ones that need confirmation that the bull market is coming to an end, and they're going to wait for the complacency stage, which, I went through this with the 2017 bull market. I felt the same exact way. I, fed into all the bullshit, buy the effing dip, pullbacks are necessary, and they are. But there's going to come a point where there's a pullback and there's no more upside. Obviously there will be later, hopefully, but in terms of the bull market as a whole, there's no more upside. And you're going to go into the complacency stage. You're going to be holding it, thinking now we're going to be ready to take off to the upside. And hey, I'm not above this. We could be here right now. I don't believe so. My charts are telling me that it's not necessarily like that. But we could be there right now, and we just don't know it. And then it starts dropping on us, right? And the people that still don't sell, there's just this psychology that takes over that goes, well, I was at 20,000 here, and now I'm back down to $3,000. And then eventually they get into a loss. And then they still want the market to go up, so they don't sell then. And now they're at such a loss that it's not even worth selling, because obviously in the end, you can always hold on to it, which is exactly what I did in the 2017 bull market, right? I speak from experience. All the things that I just said is how I felt. Now, this chart helps me explain the process, but I went through it all. I went through all of it. And at the time, I was, like 16 years old. So, of course, I wasn't in control of my emotions. I was even more severe to the emotional side. But, I went through the complacency stage. I held on to my stuff. I went through the anxiety stage. I went through all of this, but I did not sell. Because obviously, I know in the end that even though I was still in profit, even though we hit 3,000, because I bought between $500 and $1,000. So when we were around 3,400, 3,000 to 4,000, I was still in profit. So there wasn't as much of a necessity for me to sell it. And especially being a kid, I don't have bills. I don't have, medical issues that require me to take out big loans. I didn't need the money at the moment, so I just let it sit. So just make sure that you guys take this whole thing into account when you guys are trading. And this might be shown on a larger time frame. This could be the daily chart, the macro bull run. But this happens all the time, especially the leverage traders, because we're working on such small time frames. And when you amplify your profits, you're also amplifying other things, which cause you to get emotional extremely quickly. I have talked to an AI, not the smart ones, but like back in 2013, 14, when Cleverbot was kind of popular, I would sit there and have conversations with Cleverbot. Call me a loser, but I thought it was fun. Man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Caught ETH at 2,317 and BTC at 50,557. This time I was not scared, but excited. See, that's what I like. Now, I'm glad that you're feeling good about it, but you just need to make sure that in the back of your head, you reassure yourself that this could not work out, and make up a backup plan. That way you're not surprised and you start longing all the local lows, but you're strategically planning out based off of, I like to say it's a puzzle. You work from the outside in, so you start with the highest time frame. That's why I wanted to show you guys how important this level was to BTC. Because if you look, all right, for 2 seconds, all right, you can see on a macro chart, all you're doing is changing your perspective. Price action works the same as the micro charts. You have uptrend, downtrend, uptrend, downtrend, uptrend, okay? Now, with these two local lows set in place, this creates an uptrend. And that's why I'm saying that this is an A, this is a B, and this is a C. Because 1, 2, and 3, this is not a 1, 2, and 3. Kind of is, but it's an ABC. With an A, you go up in an uptrend or down in a downtrend. The B breaks the current trend that you're in. And then the C is the retest of the previous trend. And then you can start a macro opposite trend. So that's what we're doing right now. We had an uptrend. We broke the uptrend. But now it's going to still look like an uptrend, but we're just going to be going pretty much retesting this line right here. Now, depending on how this works itself out, sometimes it's not exact, but once we get close to this uptrend once again, whenever that is, And it could touch it once, come back down, come over a little bit, come back up, touch it again. It could do that a couple times. It could form a 1 touches it, 2 comes down, 3 touches it, 5 comes up, doesn't touch it, and then we dump, right? Or it could go parabolic. It can go straight up and just blow past this line, but it's still a retest. That's all it is. But that's where you kind of have to figure yourself out. So we started on the macro and we said, okay, these are our major local lows, right? These are what's going to determine the trend for like the next week, 2, 3 weeks, months, right? Because if we go below 50,300 and we confirm resistance or just stay below it in general, we're going. It's an if this and that statement. If we are below 50,300, we are going to that local low, or that is the local low that wants to be retested. Now, I wanted to rephrase it, not that we are going to it, but that's what we want to go to, right? Whether or not we get there fully, that's up to the market. But that is what price action would be trying to retest if we broke this support. Now, would that be a bad thing? No, not at all. Because you guys just think about the upside of this. Now, this could be the complacency stage talking, but if we are still in a bull market, even when we come back down to 42,912, don't get me wrong, I'm going to be looking for hedge positions on the next bounce that comes from that region, just in case. But if we do catch a long from that region, and then we still go up to 80,000, 100,000, the percentage difference is so much higher. The amount of profit, like, let me just display this real quick in terms of risk reward ratio. My voice is getting really tired, guys. I don't know if you can notice, but I'm excited about what's going on, and we're having a really great talk today. So I just want to keep going while things are running hot. All right, so if we're using 2% risk, 2.5% risk with a 2% stop loss, and we just hold this trade until we get to 83,000. All right, that's going to be a 31 restored ratio, which by itself is insane. All right, don't get me wrong. I'm not ungrateful if that's the only trade that I get. But if I lose $175. If I win, let's see. I forgot how much profit that was exactly. If I win, I walk away with 5,687. It's a big difference. Now, let's say that I lose this trade. We get down to 43,000 and I find a long position from down there. I'm not saying that I would be able to do that in exactly 2 moves, because I would also long this region right here at 46,332. But just theoretically, hypothetically, right? Obviously, it's going to be less profit just because there's going to be many positions where you might get afraid. You might take multiple positions and get stopped out multiple times just because price action's acting unlucky. You can't count on stuff like that. So I'm just speaking from a hypothetical here, but just from a pure mathematics standpoint, you have almost more than 25% profit on this trade versus this trade. So right here, let's go ahead and get a calculator out. Let's say that you're just a macro swing trader. You don't care about these small time frames at all. This is what you're looking for, and these are the only positions that you are willing to take at the moment. That's it. All right. And if you're a macro swing trader, you're probably working with somewhere around like 10,000 to 50,000 as a beginner. Like I said, you can macro swing trade with any amount, but you're probably going to have a little bit higher of an amount if you're willing to just trade macro, because trading macro, you're not going to have as many trades as the medium or even the scalping micro. So you have to have a bigger portfolio that takes advantage of the price action while you got it. So let's say you had $50,000. All right. If I lose this first trade, I'm going to lose 2.5% of my portfolio. Now, I'm not saying that if I had a $50,000 portfolio, I would be using 2.5%. On my portfolio, I use decimal points, right? But if it's like a challenge account and I built it from scratch with nothing, and the sole objective is to kind of make as much money as possible, I'm willing to be a little bit more risky. So 2.5% is more than what you should use. I would say 1% is kind of like the healthy amount. But if you're trying to make the most amount of money, you could do that as long as you understand what you're getting yourself into. So if we lose that trade, we're going to lose $1,250. But then let's say that we get into the second trade and we win that trade. All right, so let's go ahead. We have 45.25, which is our risk reward ratio. And a risk reward ratio is simply telling you how much are you going to make times what you're willing to lose. All right, so we go ahead and times that by 1,250. Now, I'm not saying that this is the correct amount because when your account dwindles, your percentages versus the dollar amount changes. So it's still going to be around that area roughly, but, still kind of a little bit off. So if I win that next trade, I'm going to make $56,562. So let's go ahead and say we have $50,000 minus 2.5%. Fishy. Don't do that. $50,000 minus 2.5%. All right. And then we have $48,000 now. So now we win that second trade and we add, I meant to do a different calculation. Sorry, I'm tired, guys. 45.25 plus 45.25 times 2.5, which is how much we're risking in terms of percentage. So if we win this trade, we're going to make 226.25% to the portfolio. So we'll go ahead and get the history up just so I can see that. All right, so we have 48,750. If we win that second trade, we'll walk away with 226.25%. Now your account goes from $50,000 to $159,000. All right. So macro trading can be very, very lucrative, to say the least. Like I said, that's if everything went absolutely correct to how I just said. But there's another buy position right here. There could be many times where you get wicked out of a position just because price action's acting erratic. So you can never count on the maximum, but you can kind of always hit somewhere in between. That's what matters. Like I said, I gave you the example at the earlier part of the stream where someone came to me, said, I got wicked out 2 to 3 times. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. They sent me their chart and I said, you're doing absolutely nothing wrong. That trade that you have set up is completely valid. The only difference is you, right? It's an if this and that statement. If you're above that level, you're going to be long, right? Now, does that mean that it's going to absolutely work out in the end? No, but it's about playing the probability. And if you do that long enough, you'll make good money. So we're getting a decent bounce. Like I said, for me, what's really going to confirm that we're going to start moving back to the upside. Let me go back down to like the 15-minute. Coinbase actually has a little bit better of a setup because Bybit, let's see. Actually, no. This is BTC. That's EOS. Never mind. EOS is looking good now. Like I said, as long as we put in a lower low, that creates a full ABC. Because the ABC doesn't have to go crazy far. It just has to have a lower low. Now that we are back above 59,000, not 59,000. God, I hate Bitcoin and its crazy dollar amount and having to talk about other coins that are like $2. Now that we're back above $5.99. Now, we might not stay above it, but as long as we're above it, the probability is to the upside because we're back above the A. And then BTC, I think, we're back above the A as well. Doesn't mean that we can't go lower. It just means as of right now, it's in a good position. How do you change the whole layout at once when you click your symbol? I can only change one of the windows. Up here in the top right, you go ahead and you choose the 3-chart layout. I believe you need the Pro Plus version of TradingView in order to do this. You don't need like the absolute like $60 a month premium unless you want more than 4 charts. I like 3 charts personally because I don't need to have multiple coins on one screen. I like to have one coin, my indicators nicely organized, and especially if you got a 4K screen, it's beautiful to have it set up like that. And then you just want to make sure that you have everything synced except for drawings, unless you want drawings on there, but really doesn't work because you're using indicator versus chart, which they don't transfer over. And then down here in the bottom right, you'll see me go full screen by clicking on the chart, not the RSI, but the chart. And then you can either hit Alt Enter like that, or you can hit Toggle Maximize Chart down in the bottom right. Oh, you can't see it because I'm in the way. Down right here, Toggle Maximize Chart. Boom. And what about ETH? Sorry, I just wasn't paying attention to ETH all that much just because we already got that long position. We talked about it a little bit, but we'll go readdress that situation. Like I said, okay, we got back above that. Cool. Let me go back to this chart. So like I just said, we got the bullish divergence right there. We got back above that. So you could have entered off of that local low right here. It's like I said, once you get this is a reversal divergence, by the way. Actually, no, it's not. No, it's not. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so we have a bullish divergence off of this right here. And that one I would call exaggerated. We got pretty much essentially a double bottom on price action and then a lower low on RSI. So we'll go ahead and get my little pointer tool here out and we'll go ahead and mark those so you guys can see them a little bit easier. Is there any way to make these larger? Make them easier to see? Visibility. Arrow. So I know there's other, like there's these ones right here. All right, we'll use those ones. Those are a lot easier to see. All right. So we're looking at these two local lows right here. So we go ahead, we draw all the horizontals. Those are places to long. And obviously, if you see a bullish divergence while you're longing, it's even more of a reason. So you can see over here, we can go ahead and mark those out as well. Right here and right here. Just a little bit bigger. All right, go ahead and draw those horizontals as well. All right, so you can see that we relatively, I know we got a lower low. All right, I know. But for all intents and purposes, we got a double bottom. All right, so we have a double bottom, but we have a significantly lower low on the RSI. Right, so what that's telling me is that even with less strength in the market, the price is still able to hold above previous lows. Right. Someone the other day in the Telegram was saying, I really don't get why, if there's less strength in the market, that's a bullish thing. And I get it. Like if you're just getting into it and you don't quite know why or don't have a really good analogy to work with, the best thing that I can explain, I can do the whole toddler grown man thing where it's like who can hold more. Well, I think simply saying that even with less strength in the market, we are still able to perform better than we did before with higher strength in the market. Right? Let's say you've been working out for a while, right? You're getting stronger. Maybe that's not a good analogy. I thought it was. You're the same person that you were before, but you built more muscles, so now you can do it easier. That's essentially what this is. You're using less strength to do the same thing. All right. I fixed it. Hopefully that was good. If it wasn't, yell at me. But we talked about this just maybe 30 minutes ago. Like I said, I already have a long position, so to me, it wasn't of that much importance. I really didn't see us dumping all the way back down here. Now, with that being said, will we go further? I still think I will keep my plan, and whatever uptrend is started off of this bounce right here, I'm going to be watching out for a reversal divergence off of the local lows within that trend in particular. Not these local highs creating divergences, not this local high creating a divergence, but more importantly, whatever trend are formed here. All right, so it's going to be a smaller time frame, don't get me wrong. But what I'm going to be doing is as we get closer to these local highs, I'm going to be looking for those reversal divergences just in case this turns into a B, an A, a B, and then a C going further down, which obviously, if I do happen to catch that short position, my target would probably be back down to 2,321. Let's see. So I don't feel like that's the top of the market. The only thing no, I think I'll hold it and be willing to get stopped out even without profit. Because right now we do have a higher high on RSI. No, not higher high on RSI. We have a lower high on RSI, but we have a significantly higher high on price action. You can see that right there. All right, even starting from all the way back here. All right, you can see that. These two local highs right here are creating a bearish divergence. As long as we are below 2,548, it's bearish, right? And even if you if you think it's super bearish and you don't think it's going to get a bounce all the way back up to 2,510, what you can do is go ahead and take a short off of 2,405, because that is also another place where a divergence was created. So as long as we are close to or below that, the divergence is confirmed. We can always move lower. Like I said, I kind of explained before my thoughts on those bearish divergences and what they're going to be used for. Because we have a gigantic bearish divergence that should technically wipe us off the map and go back down and retest, 2050, 1930, even possibly go back down and retest 1550. That's a massive bearish divergence right there. That kind of slope. You can see it starts all the way from back here, right? That's a decent bearish divergence. So if all we see is us get down to this region, find bullish divergence, and then continue, all of that bearish momentum has to go somewhere. And it's going to be reflected in the upside. What are my thoughts about ADA? I'll talk about it. Like I said, all the technical analysis for any coin that you see on my watch list is going to be at the front of any live stream. I kind of just go through, I mark out everything I see. I try to be as detailed as possible. And then after that, we start saying hello. I talk to everybody in chat. You guys can ask questions, and we'll kind of just go on tangents for a couple hours like a crazy person. That's pretty much what you guys are paying me for. Just talking to myself, going on tangents, which I appreciate. Did I say paying me for? No, you're watching me for that. I can tell you what, though, as soon as I'm done with this live stream, I'm going to answer the people that message me on Discord. And I'm probably going to take one of those cat naps where you wake up and you don't know where you're at. You're just like, what time is it? That was only 20 minutes? That's my plan. That's my plan today. But we can see already, we got that exaggerated bullish divergence. Bullish divergence off of that. I don't believe we have, I guess you could kind of call that exaggerated bullish divergence from down there, but I don't want to start reaching. And we'll look at ADA. We'll look at ADA. All right, so ADA. We talked about this earlier. All right. ADA is a hype coin. Now, just because I'll call it a hype coin doesn't mean that I don't think it's a decent coin and that it doesn't have good technology. I think it does. But with hype coins cause avalanches. So even though we went back down and retested $1.03, technically we were only supposed to retest about $1.15. So I know right now, because price action is being a little bit erratic, while people still try to figure out if they want to be long on everything, which I'm, like I said, I'm still confident in all this. If we continue to stay above $1.15, we do have a projected target of about $2.40. Don't ask me when that's going to happen. I don't know what time or what date or what week or what month we're going to be at $2.40. I know that if this holds, then that is where we want to go. That's all I know. Joe H, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Sharing my gains, paying it forward. Thank you, Kite. I appreciate you very much, man. Appreciate it. Let's see where we're sitting. So after we took those 2 losses, what does that put our account at? Oh, we're still sitting around 7,487. And if we can go ahead and just take off a little bit more. What I'm really excited for is the 10K mark. Because we started this account from $1,500. Technically, we were only supposed to start from $500. That was kind of the little challenge I set up. Like I said, my sister and my cousin wanted to add some money to it. I wanted to help them out. But, to go from 4 digits to 5 digits, it's a good feeling. So, I'm really excited for that. And it should, if things start kicking off like ETH did, it shouldn't be too much longer. Because I think we were up 2,100 at the peak on ETH. So if BTC can get up to, let's see, we're at 50, let's do like 60,000. So if we can get back up to like 64,000, we'll be around 2,000 as well. And that should put us over 10K. Mark White, thank you for a donation, man. I appreciate it. I just made a trade on Prime. It's given me half of the risk to reward ratio that the long tool is showing on TradingView. Have you had this problem? Trading on Prime. What do you mean by Prime? Is that a coin? Or are you using another exchange that... Oh, that's the tool. I'm so stupid. Like I said, I'm tired. That's the tool that does DCAs, right? Now, just check the math when it comes to profit versus loss and divide it and see if it comes out to your proper risk reward ratio. Because Prime might be doing it differently than what it actually is. Otherwise, I don't know. I haven't used Prime, if that is what you're talking about, the little DCA leverage tool. Oh my gosh, it is getting hot in my room. All right, I'm feeling kind today. Yes, I have used Market Cipher. And before you ask, yes, Market Cipher is decent. The reason why I don't use Market Cipher is because I got it out of desperation when I didn't know anything about anything when it came to trading. I didn't know what a divergence was. I didn't know what the indicators meant. So the problem I have with stuff like Market Cipher is not the tool itself. It's kind of how it's marketed, which it's marketed as you can be a single mother that has never touched a crypto in her life, and all you have to do is long green dots and short red dots and you make money. Which I know that is not exactly how it's represented by CryptoFace, but when you look at the type of people that are using that tool, it's very clear that's what's happening. And Market Cipher, if you don't know anything about trading, it gives you too much confidence that is unearned. And if you haven't spent the proper time learning how to use good risk management, steady your emotions, that amount of confidence can be dangerous and you can lose a lot of money. And I did. Now, luckily, I like to do my due diligence on things before I, even put one foot in the door when it comes, especially when it came to trading, because that's my future. But eventually, I learned how to use it. I was doing better and better every single day. I started putting out tutorials on it for other people because I realized this was a problem. I didn't discuss that with the Market Cipher team before I did so, and they were very grateful. Like I said, even though I have disagreements about Market Cipher and the marketing tactics and all that stuff, I can't deny that CryptoFace is, he's a good guy. I disagree with some points, but he's a good person. He does tons of giveaways for Market Cipher that help people, and if anything, even if they lose money, at least it gave them that spark of hope that it was possible. And for some people, including me, that's what I needed. So I'm not saying that that's an excuse, but I'm saying that is a positive if you want to try to find one. But he reached out to me as a thank you. He paid me money for those tutorials after the fact. But eventually my subscription ran out, and I didn't want to renew it because by that time I had learned so many more valuable skill sets that even though I could afford to go ahead and buy Market Cipher again, to me, it wasn't worth it because I was making so much money from simply RSI. And, I included MACD a little bit more than I do nowadays. But I felt confident enough where I could rely on my own technical analysis and use a tool that's free. That way, from here on out, I don't have to pay for another subscription to another tool. And that's pretty much it. There was I'm not throwing shade at the Market Cipher team or Market Cipher at all. I told you both sides of the story. Because when I answer questions like that, a lot of people are like, why are you so standoffish about Market Cipher? Market Cipher is a big product. And there's a lot of people in this crypto space that are like warriors for Market Cipher. That even though me and CryptoFace might not have beef, his people will attack me. And the last thing that I want is to ruin the vibe that I got going on. All right. It's nice and chill in here. Everybody's relaxed. Everybody's trying to learn. I like what we got, and I don't want to start any beef with any channels at all. I'm in my own lane. Like I said, I don't watch anybody else. I just do me. The only person that I watch nowadays, just to, for the person, not essentially the information, is Ryan. Because Ryan reached out to me because, like I said, I don't go trying to get interviews with people and stuff like that. So it was just pure luck that Ryan found me, reached out for an interview, and helped my channel get that boost, which I'm extremely grateful for. So, short story long. Sorry about that. Like I said, tired. I'm just rambling. This music's not helping. It puts me to sleep. Like, it puts me to sleep if I'm already sleepy, but if I'm awake and conscious, it helps me stay awake. It's such a weird thing. Carbon-based. You got something figured out, and I don't know what it is. So whoever does the little clips and stuff, like, are we short? Are we short? Who do you think I'm doing? Whoever does those, can you clip that 2 to 3 minutes or whatever that was of me explaining Market Cipher and why I don't use it? I can download it, and any by the time I get those questions, I can send them to a link. I'm not going to post it on YouTube just because that doesn't need to be public information and out there. Because, like I said, I don't want to ruin what he's got going on. He makes his money a certain way. I respect it, and I'm not going to do anything that's going to ruin his business. So I don't want to post that, but if someone asks, I have to answer honestly. I can't lie. Slash Coon. How you doing, man? Is it slash Coon or Kun? What's the best kind of trading if you want to get a minimum of lifestyle and have time with people you like? Um, I would say anything from a medium to long term time frame. All right, so typically most of my trades, I scalp because I run a crypto YouTube channel and I got people that are in the Patreon that I'm trying to help them make just a little bit more money. Now, most of my decisions are based off of the medium time frames while taking the longer time frames into consideration. But as I just showed you guys a little bit ago, you can play these macro supports and still make decent money if you know what you're doing. Um, but I would say I can't say a time frame because, like I said, it's not about the time frame; it's about perspective of the trends you're playing. So, usually I make about one trade, maybe once a day, once every couple days, and to me, I've gotten to the point where I can log in. I can, I logged in this morning. I logged in when we were getting that bearish divergence up here at the top. I immediately log in. I just go ahead and go to my immediate uptrend. I go, okay, we got local high, local high, local high. I'm seeing, okay, we have a local, and then I go to my next largest uptrend, which is obviously a little bit larger. This one right here, starting from here. And I go, okay, we have a bearish divergence off of that. So, you just start cutting it down and working from the outside in. I go, okay, we have a bearish divergence that's active on the two larger time frame trends. Now what I want to do is I want to go down to the smaller time frames and see if I can find an entry. So what I did was I went down to the absolute immediate uptrend. I go, okay, uptrend, local high, uptrend, local high, uptrend, local high. Okay, we peaked out on the RSI right here. And as soon as we get a higher high, but we are still maintaining a lower high on RSI, that's when I start getting an interest. And I can just pop into the trade, walk away. Right? Obviously set an alert to let yourself know if you got stopped out. And once you get stopped out, we can only go up from there, but then also set a trend line alert back on that local high, which is this one right here, letting you know if we go back below it. And that's exactly what happened to me. I entered here because we put in a higher high, and then we got back below that price level while maintaining a lower high on price RSI. So then I took a short. I got stopped out, and then I had to go take a shower. So I went ahead and I right-clicked. I hit Add Alert on horizontal line, and from there, by the time I got back up to my room, I could as I'm coming up the stairs, I hear the alarm start to go off. So I just come into my room. I go, okay, we're back below this line. I re-enter. There's no emotional thought to it. I would like to say that there's no critical thought to it. You don't have to think that much about the situation. And I say all the time, the more meaningless information that you put into the market, the more meaningless information you're going to get out of it. So if the only things that matter, obviously your trading style can be different because how I enter my trades could be based off of different indicators. So you might be using moving averages, right? Just find what works best, find something that's consistent, and then use that. But for me, all I have to know is trends, local highs and local lows, my basic divergences, and good risk management. That is it. There's not a whole lot that goes into it. Like I said, trading is so simple. But the problem with me saying something like that is it encourages people to gamble because they go, oh, if it's so simple, I'm just going to use this crazy amount of risk. No, it's so simple. The technical analysis part. The hardest part of trading is being able to understand who you are, how you perceive things. Are you perceiving them incorrectly? And a good practice is always look at all the different sides of the coin, right? Even the edges, because you never know what can happen, right? That way, it's not necessarily you perceiving it and believing it, but it's that you are checking out multiple different opportunities. Now, you might have an inkling that one side is stronger than the other and an emotional feeling, but as long as you understand all of the possibilities, it becomes a lot easier when things don't work out your way because you go, oh, I saw that coming. Now, did I capitalize off of it? No. But am I upset that it happened? No, because I was using good risk management and I planned on losing that amount. And I'm not surprised because I already saw this opportunity coming. It's just I felt like it was going this way. No harm, no foul. That's it. Rupert Peters, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you too. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss a super chat? Sorry, I've been going on tangents all day. Iron Scooby, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. All right, before I even touch XMR, all right, I could be completely flippin' dipping wrong on XMR. I don't want you to hate me if I'm wrong. I'm simply a kid with a beard, all right, because that's essentially what I am. I'm a baby-faced kid with a beard. Just trying my best. So I'm going to say some crazy shit right now. If it never comes to fruition, so be it. But this is what I see when it comes to Elliott Wave on XMR. All right, so not only the fundamentals of XMR give me hope that it's going to do well, it's got some pretty bomb-ass weekly. Let's go maybe like no, we'll do the 1 week and see if I can see it. Now, here's the thing. All right, I don't think that this third wave is going to get to that target this bull run. It might get to that target next bull run, and then the bear market will be the pullback into the 4, and then so on and so on. But obviously, when assets are first starting, I talk to you guys about this all the time when it comes to Elliott Wave and why I'm so adamant about altcoins and how I need to be able to see mathematically proportionate altcoins in order to tell if they're going to have a good future, right? Because the principle of Elliott Wave is not just used in markets. It's used in everything from how trees grow, how your cells multiplied and became you. It's all 1.618. So the closer to phi, or AKA God's thumbprint, right? Not a whole lot of people like when I say that because, believe in what you believe in. The more mathematical portion it is to the golden ratio. Whatever you want to call it. I use spiritual terms. So if it's holding that structure well, then I believe it has a good future. If not, it might still have a good future, but the problem is when something moves too fast, the repercussions are extreme, right? I don't like bringing up this example, but it's the best one I can think of. Let's say that you have a child. Call it Dogecoin. Now, Dogecoin is 4 years old. And Dogecoin has parents that are not necessarily the most responsible. Dogecoin, although he's a child, now has to grow up faster mentally before he is ready. So therefore, he's going to have a lot of trauma and there's going to be a lot of lashing out. So take that example and apply it to a market. Although the asset itself will continue going on, you're going to have these extreme periods of growth where it shouldn't happen. That's going to cause the repercussions, the trauma, which is the bear market, to be even more extreme than what it would be normally, right? Hopefully, I did not offend anybody when it comes to that analogy. I just wanted to make sure that it was the best I could possibly use. Moving on. All right. So right here, we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5. Very, very clear on the weekly chart. Now, obviously, Kraken, I don't know if this exchange added it late to the party, because obviously we're starting off here at $9.78. So obviously, everything kind of starts off a little bit lower than that. But this is close enough to the start of Monero being publicly traded that I'm going to give it a pass. All right. So we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. getting us to around $458, right? You can see a very, very clear ABC bear market. Boom, 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 right? That pulls us all the way back down to roughly, yeah, look at the averages, right? Like I said, when it comes to these macro time frames, it's the averages that matter. You can see the 0.382 was hit exactly where it should have been, right? Now, that puts our 1.618 target in the longer term. And I don't know how fast this can go parabolic, but let's just say that it continues a constant uptrend, right? Just for the sake of things, like I said, I don't know the time and everything like that. I'm just trying to give you a guesstimate, right? We should be looking for, sometime around 2023, 2024 for the 1.618 to get hit. All right, so we might go blasting off once Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all of them start going towards their all-time highs. Projected to be 110,000 on Bitcoin, roughly around 3,500 on Ethereum. Now, if Bitcoin is falling extremely behind, I would like to think that Ethereum might continue extending, especially with all like I said, I don't like news. I listen to the charts. So that's why I'm going to be hedge trading in that region. I don't believe that we're going to hit 3,500 and then boom, bear market starts. I'm just saying that's the general location where I'm watching out. All right. I'm still going to be hedge trading long, making sure that I'm doing my due diligence, all that jazz, because we're going to hit the mania stage, right? Or what was it called? Enthusiastic stage or something like that. So it might see a little bit more of an extension, but that's just going to make it fall harder and faster when the bear market does hit. Right. So after that, now this is like years, right? That's what I'm talking about when it comes to Monero. That's why, I bought Monero extremely cheap. And even with a bear market, I still believe I'm going to be in profit. That is the reason why I'm not taking the price action on Monero seriously, like watching all the tops, all the bottoms, trying to cash out at the exact top. Now, although I will be cashing out some just to make a little bit extra, but I'm making so much off of Bitcoin, Ethereum, EOS. I can always take that money I earned over here and put it into Monero later, right? So that's why I'm just kind of chilling out with Monero and just trying to forget about it. But like I said, if you guys bring it up, I will check it out, but it's not something that I need to talk about every single day. So after that, we can go ahead and project the bottom of the bear market to be roughly around $700, but more than likely, probably somewhere around the $1,400 to $1,950 range, if I'm being honest. But that is the projected target. Now, if we go ahead and take all the mathematical proportions exactly as they should be, that's telling me 840 should be the bottom of the bear market when it comes to that $5,000 top. And then after that, we have $104,000. So you guys can kind of see it's almost eerily similar to Bitcoin. So I might be saying, hey, it's going to get to $5,300 and then boom, it gets to 20K. Right? Because nobody thought Bitcoin was going to 20K back in 2017. I mean, even if you took, let's say you took this as an A and a B, or like a uptrend to downtrend, and you took the 1.618. The 1.618 was only at $7,000, but we got all the way up to 20,000. Right? So that's what I'm talking about when it comes to there's human emotions involved, and I don't feel like this bull market's that crazy when it comes to like BTC and all that kind of stuff, but definitely for altcoins. So we'll see how it works out. Oh, we just broke 8K. That's what's up. Crypto Kev. So I don't know if you're here earlier, but Zcash, I mean, I can do the technical analysis for you. I don't mind that. I think Zcash is a really good coin. But why do I choose Monero over Zcash? One, the Elliott wave structure. Two, The simple fact that they are very similar coins, but yet Monero is actually being used. I'm not talking about for speculation. I'm not talking about, you know, people just transferring it to each other as a form of currency between friends. I'm talking about there is legitimate transactions going on every single second using Monero, right? That's why I think Monero will perform much better in the long run. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. I could be dead wrong because Monero is a great threat. All right. The reason why Bitcoin succeeded as long as it did and they didn't stomp it out early is because, the people that actually know what Bitcoin is, that were on the opposite side of things that didn't like it, they knew that even though they didn't like it, it was traceable. Now, obviously, if you run it through like a little washing machine, like they call it, you can make it untraceable. But now, pretty much everybody has a wallet that's tied to their identity, besides, cold wallets. But even that, if you want to transfer it over, it's going to leave a trail. So, you know, uh, Monero is actually private. So they are taking it a lot more seriously. So, I mean, they could ban it completely. I know Monero is not available on Binance US. I know that for sure. Because of that reason. Brad, I have not air fried steak yet. Actually, I haven't touched my air fryer in a couple days. I think the last thing I made in it, I heated up some like a leftover quesadilla from Chipotle. Why USDT? So many why questions. So the reason why I'm using USDT is for a couple reasons. One, this is a challenge account for YouTube. So I would like the performance of the account to reflect my performance as a trader, not the performance of the market. Right? Because as a trader, I can make money going up, I can make money going down. The only difference is, do I do it? So if I'm trading USDT primarily, the only thing that I'm holding on this account that's not in USDT is the EOS trade, then the money in my account is going to grow if I'm doing a good job, and it's going to fall if I'm not doing a good job. Now, it goes up, it goes down, and I'm talking about actually really losing a lot. And to me, I've seen my account go from 22,000 all the way back down to 4,000 because of the plan set in place ahead of time. I stuck to the plan, and that account ended up getting much further past 20,000. And as well as that, with us in these crazy times, as we start approaching the top of the bull market, these pullbacks are going to start getting more and more violent. Now, if you want to add a conspiracy theory behind it, they're going to have it pull back. Like I said, I don't believe in manipulation personally, but think about it like this. The pullbacks are going to start getting more and more violent to, one, shake people out, make it easier to pump the price action and get higher price targets. And as well as that, the more desensitized people get to these massive dumps and then straight back up, when that actual top comes, if there was 5 dumps over the past 2 months before hitting that actual bull market high, people are desensitized to it. They go, we've been here before, buy the effing dip. And they do it again. But all you're doing is buying the shares of someone trying to take profit. And then the bear market hits. So with these crazy times where we have these large pullbacks, I plan on them. Like I said, we talked about this major drop right here. Now, obviously, it fell a lot faster, so it went a little bit further than it should have. But we were long right here. I said, okay, if this support fails, we're going down to 2100. We did so. We longed 2100. We got stopped out of that. But then we went all the way back down to this local low, and I caught that right there from the absolute bottom because I'm not scared to take the chances that need to be taken. So with these crazy times, it allows me to, if I do miss something when it comes to downside price action, at least the value of my account isn't impacted. And it helps my emotions stay in check because we fell roughly around 25% across all coins except for EOS. I think it fell a little bit more. If 25% of your account is wiped out, instantly, and you haven't made a single drop of profit, but are actually losing trades. So now you probably even lost more than 25%, let's say 35% of your portfolio. How would that make you feel? Right? Obviously, as you go further in your trading career, you're going to get better and better at, okay, there's going to be times where you still make bad mistakes that you shouldn't have made. But the difference is nowadays, when I do something stupid, I can immediately go, okay, that was the wrong decision to make. Why did I make that decision? Kind of go through the thought process of what made me feel what, all that kind of stuff, and kind of create a checklist of how to make sure that doesn't happen next time. And as I started getting better and better at trading, there were times where I put in a trade, I calculate everything, I put in my stop loss, I put in my order price, I go to market, or whatever it might be, and I'm sitting on the open long button, and something catches me right before I do it, and it goes, "You're FOMOing." And typically, you'll have that thought process of, is this FOMO? But if you're not trained enough, you're going to click the button, and then you're going to lose. If you're not, hopefully you're FOMOing with still good risk management, but that's a whole different story. But it's just about being aware of what your brain is thinking and what you're actually thinking. Because there's different parts of your brain that, I can go down a deep rabbit hole. I'm just going to keep it scientific. Your brain's motivated. This is not a surprise to anybody. I'm not smart here when I say this. Your brain is motivated by dopamine. So your brain is going to chase situations that activate dopamine receptors. And surprisingly enough, simply taking the trade in the first place can be an addiction because it's producing dopamine. Because simply the act of taking the trade and the simple thought that this trade could make you X, Y, Z amount of money makes you happy. And it should, if you're doing it properly. You got yourself into a good trade, you should celebrate it. But if that trade doesn't work out, you hit a low point. And now you're in search of dopamine over and over and over again, and you don't get it, and it just sends you deeper and deeper down a rabbit hole. I like to call it revenge trading, but the only person that you're getting vengeance on is your old self. It's just a dumb idea. So, once you can kind of move past that part of your career and start focusing on, hopefully you should have good risk management by then. Now, you might still not be in profit necessarily, but you're definitely not losing anything substantial that's going to put you out of the game. Because the early parts of trading is the most important. Even if you're not making money, what's important is that you're coming to these charts, you're making an assessment, you're planning the trades, and you're seeing if they work. As simple as that. And even if they don't work out, as long as you have it based off of correct parameters and you're using good risk management, you're going to be floating. So you might have one win here, a couple losses, one win here, a couple losses. So your account's going to kind of drift. You guys might have remembered a couple weeks ago, our account, we just kept losing. And then we make one trade, lose, one trade. And my account kind of consistently stayed between 4.5K and 5K. That's because I'm still using good risk management. I'm taking proper trades that can work out. So, every once in a while I'll hit a lucky one. Well, not lucky, but in my favor. And then that will kind of help us stay steady. That way we're not dwindling the account down. But as well as that, once we do get back on our stride and catch the flow, i.e., we can correctly recalculate what the uptrend target should be according to Elliott Wave, then we can start making better and better trades. Because I'll tell you right now, if you guys are getting into Elliott Wave, you got to be careful, because the hardest part about Elliott Wave is not, the fib targets and all that kind of stuff. It's spotting reversals. Because what really threw me off was I legitimately thought that we were going to get down to that lower side target on Ethereum, but we didn't. So therefore, I wasn't able to get the trade, and we kind of just rode it on the way up, and we're looking for a short back. Do you call out? Yes and no, right? I do have a Patreon group, which if you do ever get an interest in joining it, do so when the month flips to the first, because right now if you sign up, it's the 22nd. It's not worth signing up because you're gonna be paying $50, and on the first of next month you're gonna get charged $50 again. Which, if someone does it on accident without hearing me say that, I'll give them the refund. But it's not a signals group. I'm not here to help y'all make money, right? What I'm here to do is teach you guys how to not lose as much. That way, hopefully you have enough time to learn how to actually do it properly and then start slowly making money, which will compound over time. The starting goal of any trader is not to make money, or it shouldn't be. So like the trade setups and stuff that I put in the Telegram, if you want to copy them to a T, be my guest, man. But like I say all the time, all right, these are here, simply put, to show you why I made the trade. Now, not, sometimes, like right here, for example, this trade was already active and we were at the entry, so I wanted to get it out as fast as possible. If I have enough time, like the other night, I talked about a higher high, looking for a lower high on RSI. If you saw that, you could find a bearish divergence. If we got back below 2,471, you could take that short. Obviously, that didn't work out, but sometimes I'll give a big long description of why, and I'll get nice price labels and all that kind of stuff. But sometimes, I figure you guys been in the group long enough, and most of the people there know how to read charts, and I don't do anything complicated, right? So you can see right here, I displayed that we were in an uptrend. That uptrend is breaking. We have a bearish reversal divergence. We have the same high and lower high, depending on what time frame you're on. This was the 5-minute, but on the 2-minute, we had a lower high, which is exaggerated bearish divergence, which can also mean reversal or continuation, depending on which side of the puzzle you're on. And I displayed what my entry was going to be, what my stop loss was going to be, and what my take profit was going to be. So in a way, I do signals, but I'm not intending you to go ahead and follow every single trade. So I have a good yes and no. So the book I'm going to recommend does talk about risk management and a lot of good examples about it. But in terms of like what you should use in terms of percentage, that's a thing. There's guidelines when it comes to introductions to trading on what you should use and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes I'll mention what's safe and what's not. But in reality, it's up to you. What are you willing to lose? And how much do you want to make? Now, obviously, if you're just starting out and your win ratio is not that large, because you can figure out over time what your win ratio is. After about 3 months, that's a fiscal quarter. So you go ahead and you've been tracking all of your trades throughout those 3 months, and you can go ahead and say, all right, I have a 47% win ratio. Now, if I want to use higher risk, how do I continue while only having a 47% win ratio? Well, what you would need to do if you want to use higher risk, you need to go through all of those trades, look at the winners, see what the winners have in common, and see what the losers have in common, and then focus on only trading winners. If you do not see a setup that is similar to one of the winners that you've had previously, don't touch it. And it might be weeks until you get that. But if you took 100 trades versus 1,000 over a year, and you had like a 90% win ratio comparative to like a 40, even though you took more trades with the 40% win ratio, doesn't mean that you're going to come out with more money. Because the higher your win ratio, the more compounding interest. Sorry, I'm going on tangents just because I'm tired. But the book is called Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. My recommendation would be go get Audible if you don't already have it. And if you sign up for 1 month, you get a free credit. You get a credit every single month for the subscription. And go ahead and pick up Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. The reason why I say audiobook, even though you might like real books, you can listen to it anytime. In the car, when you're going for a jog, a walk, a run, when you're sleeping. It will go into your subconscious. And, just anytime you're doing something that you can just have something in the background, you should be playing it. I've listened to that book probably 6 to 7 times. When I drove up to my dad's house, which is about a 4-hour drive, from the second I left my driveway, that was what was playing through my speakers. James E., how you doing, buddy? Laser Eyes, you talking to me? What'd you say? Oh, you mean like the example I gave fits you perfectly? Rupert Peters, Night Kite fam, cheers for the stream, dude. Top notch as always. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. I'm getting ready to hit the say hey myself. So I went to bed at 7 a.m. last night just because I was awake but tired. And then for whatever stupid reason my body decided to do this, I woke up at 11, 12 a.m., something like that. What? So I got like 4 hours of sleep after already being exhausted from driving the other day. So now I'm just sitting here. I feel like this is what it's like to be an old person. Like I'm here, but I'm not quite here. And y'all are my grandkids. I know a lot of you guys are older than me, but just bear with me. A lot of you guys are my grandkids. And I'm just rambling off life stories and tangents. Back in my day, when I was a little itty bitty trader, we should start a segment where it's just, I get on at like 2 a.m. in the morning where I'm almost dead. I just talk like this for hours. Lost our short sucks? What do you mean? I'm still in my BTC. Oh, lost our short. Wait. What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about last night. Oh yeah, we did lose that one. But I posted one earlier today and we made $1,000 this morning. Just a little bit ago on Livestream. We made 1,037 after having a couple losses in a row. But obviously that's not counting the profit that could be taken on the long. Like I said, I'm going to keep this long in play. I'm pretty confident in it. Like I said, I could technically add more if I wanted to. Like I said, I should have done that at either 2,318. Because I figure if we get below 2054, that's where I would probably want to go ahead and cut my losses. So if I do take an entry around this region, and it only moves my average up, my average entry to like right here, I still think that's pretty good. Let's see. If I did half and half, that would move my entry to like right here. So I could probably only add like maybe like $50 to $100, like below 25% of what I already have in this trade. Because if I did another $450, that would move my stop loss to, let's see, not my stop loss, but my average entry. Let's get the calculator out. So we are currently at 2,407, and my entry is at 1950.4. Okay, and if I was to put the exact same amount of margin, which would increase my risk to 5%, which, like I said, don't really want to do that. Actually, it wouldn't, because my account's worth more now. That doesn't. Oh, what the heck? Let's go back. 4,357 divided by 2. That would put my average entry at 2,178. Right about here. Okay, so if I did 25%, how would I calculate that out? I know how to do the average math, You just add the two numbers and then divide by how many numbers are being added. How do anybody, this is like grade school math, but it's blanking me right now. If I wanted to find out how much percentage to exactly put in order to have that price point, what would I do? I don't want to do it unless I can do the math exactly where I know where it's going to land. I don't want to touch it. I could probably like fat finger it and see where it would go, but I just don't trust it. You can pin the calculator on the first spot of your taskbar, hit Windows Q1, and boom. Oh, cool. I'll do that. So I'll bring it up from time to time. Is EOS on the fifth wave or the third wave? Sorry, I know what you meant. Third wave. I'm counting 5 on the daily. Can you please check? Yes, we are in the fifth wave. Well, actually, no, not necessarily. All right. When it comes to like the macro side of things, we are technically in the third wave because you can see right here we have an A, B, C. That makes wave 1. A, B, C, wave 2, right there. Now that gives us a projected target of kind of where we're sitting right now in terms of $7.45. Now that started all the way from back there. As well as that, with these types of breakouts, if it's just a straight path, you can kind of calculate it a little bit properly. But when it's coming from an absolute low like that, it's built up so much momentum that the waves are definitely going to get extensions. That's why I'm counting from the 15-minute right here. Actually, let's go to the hourly. And I started my wave count. Let's see. I think we did this. How would I do this? All right, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to try to do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and get top to bottom of this uptrend and consider that. And we're trying to retest the last all-time high while maintaining above the last local low. So, 0.618 would be my target. Like I said, I did see this as a 1 and this is a 2. And we got to the 1.618 target and saw some sort of pullback. So yeah, I do believe that this was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've completed 5 waves, which creates an A. Now we're going to go ahead, have a pullback, which we're doing right now. That creates a B. And that is going to have a projected target of about $10 to $15. Like I said, I'm definitely going to be taking my profit earlier. What I'm probably going to do is I have my target set in place on Bybit already, just to kind of see once I get to around that price level, how much would I, be looking to make, which is roughly around $4,500 to $5,000. But if we are nowhere near the targets I have for BTC and Ethereum, if EOS is around that region, I'm going to take profit off and let it go a little bit further. But once we start getting close to those fifth wave targets, then I'm going to go ahead, take my profit on EOS and let it be. Because like I said, EOS, I might be leverage trading a little bit of it, but I'm willing to be a little bit more risky when it comes to EOS and, kind of throw my hat in the ring when it comes to leverage trading, because we called this bottom right here. Right now, we didn't call that as a bottom. It's just, like I said, sometimes you have a target and because of panic selling, you're going to exceed that target. But the guys on top, which hopefully I'll be one of those guys one day, take advantage of those situations because they know that that's not where it's supposed to go, but they can get a lower entry now, right? And as long as you don't go below the absolute local low, which was $3.15, you're good. So we picked up not a long, but a spot buy on EOS from $3.50. And so far, I'm still holding on to that as well. And we've already taken a little bit of profit, not a whole lot, just enough to cover, just some initial loss. But at the peak, we were up 150% within the month, which was lovely to see. I put in a decent amount of money. So if we lose $100 here, $100 there when it comes to these small entries, we have the potential to gain thousands, which we already have, and then the ability to only lose 150, 180. So it's a win-win situation. And that's why it's incredibly important that you guys understand that leverage trading is a catalyst for extreme success if you do it properly, but it's about having multiple different avenues of making money. I explained to you guys one time that diversification gets a bad rap. Not a bad rap that people don't like diversification, but they don't actually understand what it means. So diversification, when people think about it, and they go, I'm diversified in crypto. What they probably are talking about, if they're the average person, is they have $1,000 and they threw like $50 into, 200 altcoins. Right? And they're just hoping that one of them go up 40,000% and they become, 100,000 to millionaire overnight. But you only have one plan of attack. I'm going to throw my money in this and hope I get rich. That's not diversification. That's the equivalent of going into a casino, walking up to the roulette table, and putting an equal amount of cash on every single number. Your odds of winning go up, but the chances of you walking away with profit is slim to none. Now, when you add trading to that equation, can you imagine having to keep track of 200 altcoins if you were trying? Because I'm guaranteed if you are doing that, you're not even trying. Right? You probably have a couple at the top that you're looking at, and you're just hoping that these ones down here just somehow magically pop off. But how do you know where to sell? How do you know where to take profits? How do you know what's the invalidation point that if something went wrong, you can save yourself from pretty much a complete loss on that coin? Right? Diversification is a very complex subject because everybody does it differently, but the way that I see it, I can be trading just Ethereum, but be diversified as hell. Right? So I might have, a spot account that is buying daily macro local lows, looking for hodl positions. I can have a spot account, which is simply taking advantage of the uptrends, and I'm selling at the projected targets, right? And then I can have a swing account that is taking advantage of those larger uptrends, but is amplifying my profits while with the use of precision and skill sets, I am, keeping my risk the same, but maximizing my profits. And I can have a scalp position that if I have the time and or patience and or cocaine, I can go ahead and scalp, 10, 20 trades a day. And then it's all about laddering that system up. So with your scalp account, if I make a trade on my scalp account on my main portfolio, right, these are challenge accounts. These don't work the same, right? But on my main portfolio with my scalp account, I'll just say my percentages to give you guys kind of like a baseline. Now these change depending on how much I got coming in or how good the month was, because if I make it a crazy amount, I'm going to put that away. I'm not going to just say, oh, I made a crazy amount, let's just put that back in the portfolio. So with my scalp account, whenever I make profit, 25% of that profit immediately is sent off to my swing account, right? Because my swing account has a higher win ratio. So there, I want to be able to use more of my money, because scalps, although can be quite beneficial, their win ratio is extremely lower than swing positions if you're doing everything kind of correctly. So you want less of your money to be coming from the high risk asset, and you want more money to be coming from the low risk. Now, swing trading leverage is still not low risk, but it's lower risk, right? You have more time to kind of plan your trades, find the Elliott wave structures, notice the divergences. There's a lot more that goes into that. So after I make profit on my swing account, I immediately take 25% and I send it to my spot account. And then with my spot account, I kind of have it split into different sections because I have some Bitcoin that I've been holding since I was a kid. I have some Bitcoin that I made during this bull run, like within the last year. And I've had Bitcoin that I've bought back in, was it January? Or when was the bottom of the bear market in 2018? So that way I can help with the taxes because, like I said, when it comes to taxes, I rather pay long-term gains. Now, obviously, I know I still have to pay taxes on the trades themselves, but the actual cash out that's considered basically income, capital gains. If you're holding for more than 1 year, that lowers your taxes. If you're holding for more than 2 years, that lowers your taxes, so on and so on. So I have it set up into different categories. That way I can manage it easier. And it's just not all one big pile. And then whenever I'm taking profits on my spot trades that I've been holding for a decent period of time, or even short periods of time if I need the money, whenever I take profit on those, that goes into USDT. And whatever the profit was, I take 25% of it out and put it into my bank account. Or, just wait until I need it. Now, that's how I had things set up for a long time. And, I wasn't really pulling out that much money because, like I said, I want to make sure that I'm doing things absolutely properly. I try my best to read the laws and figure out how everything works. But at the end of the day, if I want to pull out the amount of money that I have, I need someone that's a professional to go ahead and help me with that, just to make sure that there's no missteps. Because I'm sure that when that type of money, you screw up one thing on one document, it's pretty much game over. They're going to screw you. But like I said, nowadays, I don't know if this is going to be consistent. Like I said, I know there's probably a lot of people here looking to get rich. And hopefully I'm teaching you guys that just because there's a bear market doesn't mean you stop trading. You can still get rich during a bear market. You can actually get even richer if you play it properly. I know there's going to be people that leave the crypto space after the bull market's done. I get that. So I don't know if this whole Patreon making 10K a month is going to last forever. But with the Patreon where it currently is, it pays all of my bills. Plus I can help other family members with their bills. So I said it, a million times. I really appreciate the amount of support that this channel has gained. And the giveaways are not even close to what I should be doing for you guys, but that's the most I can do at the moment. Like I said, as the channel grows, I'll try to make it more extravagant, and it's not a publicity stunt. It's purely because I want to show you guys how thankful I am. But now I don't have to worry about going to jail when I'm only 21 because it puts everything into 1099 and I just drag and drop it into TurboTax and they send me a bill. That's so much less stressful. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ryan is freaking completely out. Like Ryan? Like Mata? Or somebody in chat? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Super Chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. Doggish Doge. Did you see what Elon Musk brother, Kimball Musk, who sits on the board? Why did that sound like a medieval jester talking to me? Did you see that? What Elon Musk brother, Kimball Musk, who sits on the board of Tesla and SpaceX, said about Elongate token on Twitter just now? This is huge. I really don't. I really appreciate the donation, but I don't care about all that kind of stuff. Like I said, I don't watch the news. I don't watch other crypto YouTube channels. When I got into the trading game, I thought that's what I had to do. And definitely, did it help? Absolutely, it freaking helped. But it was the type of people that I was watching. But when it comes to these Twitter accounts, pumping and dumping stuff, I think Elon Musk is not a bad person for promoting Doge. What I think Elon Musk understands, and don't be offended by this, we're all monkeys here, all right? People are dumb, all right? We're all dumb. You might be smarter in another way than I am. That makes me dumb in a certain way. I might be smarter than you in a certain way, and that makes you dumb. We're all dumb, equal levels of smart and dumb. But people are not smart, right? So he knows I think Elon Musk knows that cryptocurrency is a great idea and that the current system that we have is corrupt, it's manipulated. If you think the Bitcoin markets are manipulated, look at what's actually happening in front of your face. And the reason why you can't see it in front of your face most days is because you're not looking hard enough, because they hide it so well. All right. When you look at basic consumer items, iPhones, clothes, cars, everything has kind of consistently stayed the same price. Now, I know prices have risen on smartphones and stuff, but that's because the technology's got better and it's worth more. So they keep those prices the same to not raise any alarms. But when you look at healthcare, just regular insurance, just all the stuff that actually matters when it comes to having a life, a place to live, everything has gone up substantially. You look at commodity costs, crazy. The inflation is so manipulated, it's not even funny. And it's manipulated not just because it's inflation, but the simple fact that they're hiding it is what's the problem. If people knew, people could prepare. But if you don't see it coming, you are going to be in the tsunami wave when it hits. And that's 99% of people. And it sucks. So I think Elon Musk is smart enough to know that even though cryptocurrency might not be the best solution, and there's going to be plenty of classism problems with cryptocurrency, the difference is there's no manipulation besides buying and selling. That's it. So he knows that it's too complicated to explain all of this to just someone that's never heard of cryptocurrency. But you know what does catch people's attention? Dogecoin. Everybody loves dogs. We are the dumbest monkeys on this planet. Like I said, guys, please don't take offense to that. It's not a racist thing. It's not meaning towards you. I just like calling, because we're monkeys. We're all stupid. We're almost going to World War III. Can you deny it? We're dumb monkeys. All right. But monkeys love dogs for some reason. So Dogecoin catches people's attention. It gets them interested in the idea of what cryptocurrency can do for them, because it always has to come from a selfish point of view before they realize this could actually help everything. So it gets people suckered in to profit and greed, but then they go, oh, this whole cryptocurrency thing might be actually a great idea. And they start researching Bitcoin, Ethereum, and they slowly dip their toes in the water. But there has to be something that catches people's attention. I think that's what kind of Elon Musk has been doing. So that's why, some people that have loved Elon Musk for a long time that are in the cryptocurrency market have now turned their back on him because he's doing what he's doing. But you just have to think about the overarching perspective of where he might be coming from. Or at least that's where I hope he's coming from. Ryan stopped his live stream as worried we are at the end. No, I'm not worried. Like I said, some of the reasons why I'm not worried, I've made a lot of profit, right? Even if I don't catch the absolute top and I catch one of the bounces in between for a retest to create another continuation divergence, I can cash out a little bit more there if that is the situation. But I don't believe quite yet that we're there. Now, can we see a bigger pullback down to, like I said, I don't ever discount anything. I look at the probability and I go, okay, this looks like the highest probability at the moment, but things can change. It's like right now, we explained that on BTC, I'm using BTC as an example just because that's the big daddy. Everything else follows it, right? Right now, right, we have a local low here at 50,350. We have a local low at 43,092. And we have a local low all the way back down at 29,000 to roughly 28,830. Okay. So right now we have bullish divergence off of this local low. Let me go ahead and get the little price marker. It's not like a broken record by now. I have not said no to like a single question, maybe a couple, but I've repeated myself so many times a day. It's no fault to you if you're just joining the live stream. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Right here, right, we are at a support level, which means we can get a bounce, right? So that's why I'm not afraid at the moment, and I'm not going to be afraid even if we go all the way back down to 28,000. Because that, to me, 28,000 is the projected target for the bottom of the bear market. So we could reach a halfway point in the bull market, have an extreme pullback, and then another parabolic run to the upside. And all that does for me is make more profit. Because I don't care about how much money I'm going to make today. I care about how much can I do today that will amplify tomorrow. Right now, tomorrow being a year, 2 years, 3 years. I'm just thinking ahead of what this will do for my portfolio if we do happen to go down. It'll take a little bit of a hit in the beginning, but now it opens up so many more opportunities because I've already made profit off of this bull run. And if I can double dip on a bull run, you bet your bottom dollar I am. You bet your bottom dollar. But let me go ahead and display that bullish divergence for you. All right, so we have this local low right here, which is representative of, I was expecting this small one. We have this local low right here, which is representative of this local low on RSI right here. And you can see we're putting in a lower low on price action. So we're putting in, we're putting in a lower low on the RSI, but we are still maintaining above that low on price action. So that is what's called a hidden bullish divergence. Now, if you don't know about divergences, let me just say, if you have less strength, but you're able to do the same thing, that actually means you're stronger, right? I didn't explain that exactly correct. The analogy that I used before was, let's say that you're the same person and you've never worked out. So you go and you try to lift 50 pounds and you can do it. You can do it, but it takes all of your strength to get there. Oh, sorry about that. I gotta fix them. He was reverse sneezing. That happens sometimes. It takes all of your strength to lift up that 50 pounds. But let's say you've been working out for a couple months. Now you can do the same thing, but use considerably less strength. That's essentially what that bullish divergence means. So that's why right now I'm in a long position on Bitcoin. Right now I've already made my losses back from getting stopped out just a couple minutes ago, about 30, 40 minutes ago. And like I said, am I convinced that's going to hold? No. But at the moment, the probability is that it's going to hold. And as a trader, as a robot, that's all I care about. Well, John, I don't know if I agree with you with that. I don't think big money is touching Doge in the same way. I hate this word. I think it's touching it more in a smart way. Like I said, I think the overarching plan for Dogecoin is, one, it was used to get people hype about cryptocurrency, which I'm glad it did. I'm not mad at Dogecoin. I'm not mad at people that buy Dogecoin. I'm just irritated that people aren't willing to listen to legitimate information and they're moon boys. But I guess we all start out like that. I did too. All right. So I can't fault you there. But with the availability of shorting Doge on, I think Binance has the ability, and there's some other ones as well. I don't think I was about to say Bybit does not have it. Cool. It's definitely going to be the major short play of the entire market, because Dogecoin, it's going to stay around. But the only problem is with the inflation rate plus the memeage of it, it's always going to fall like 95% during a bear market, right? Or close to, at least. So it's a great opportunity to short, make some extra cash, and then possibly sit on the Dogecoin for the next bull market. Because Doge does go up a lot. It went up last bull market, 2016, 2017. It went up this bull market, probably go up again. I think Doge is going to stay around, but it's a pump and dump coin. So I think if there is big money in Doge, that's their plan. Now, we already checked out ADA, guys. Like I said, we've checked, like, if you guys call out a coin, I probably checked it this live stream. Unless it's some offshoot, I know, I don't like saying that because people get offended. I was going to say offshoot altcoin. But ADA is on my watch list, right? Any coin that you see on this watch list right here, right? Now, there will be others during the live stream if people donate or if I'm feeling generous. I'll check them out. But this right here, any coin in this watch list, if you go to the beginning of any of my live streams, all those coins are going to be the first thing that we look at, right? I'm going to come in, I'm going to say hello, I'm going to tell you about my day real quick. We're going to look at all the coins, and then we start talking about, answering questions and just generally talking. You think money management is more important than the analysis? That's a hard question, because money management and the analysis are two parts of the same whole that keep the wheels turning. Now, if there's something separate, it's psychology. Psychology is what you need to work on the most, right? Because your psychology is, one, going to impact how you read technical analysis, because the chart could be saying something in facts, but your opinion is not in the direction of the facts, so you start trying to look for excuses. That's why I don't really care. I look at the positive side of things, I look at the negative side of things, no matter if I'm long or short. That way, if my trade works out, awesome. If it doesn't work out, cool. Make money. Smoke weed. Just kidding. But it's also going to impact your risk management, your money management, because if your psychology isn't right, meaning you don't have the appropriate attitude when you come into trading, especially leverage trading, and this is why leverage trading is not safe. This is why I think my channel is doing so well. We leverage trade, but we go into extreme detail on how we do it safely, right? Your psychology is going to impact whether or not, I want to become a millionaire by next year. Or I'm already a millionaire, let's become a billionaire. And then you end up losing $1 million, right? It's going to determine how personal you take things, because the problem is people, and this is why I say all the time, I don't believe in manipulation, right? Am I denying the fact that somebody might sell a massive amount of such and such coin to influence price action, to start a chain effect that is going to eventually give them more profit? I don't deny that. The only problem is that's not illegal at all. This is a market where it is buying and selling. And if there's people willing to buy the person who's selling, the market will continue going up. All that person is really proving is that the market shouldn't keep going up if they're selling and then the market dumps. Because if they're selling and no one's willing to buy, then the price has to start dropping. So manipulation is not an evil thing. It's just proving points in a market. Now, if that person sells, $20 billion worth of Bitcoin and we blow right through that sell wall, all right, he got to cash out his profit. The market proved that it's willing to continue buying at these price levels. It will continue to move on. But the reason why I more importantly want to say that manipulation doesn't exist in the way that people like to talk about it is when you personify the market, that is causing an emotional effect. When the market doesn't do what you want it to do, you feel like it's a physical creature that is on the opposite side of you, and that it will never do what you want it to do, and it's going to cause this mental just confusion trying to figure out, where am I going wrong? So please, just pretend that there is nobody else in this market and that these lines on a screen are a video game that's randomly generated. If you do that and treat it like a video game, I guarantee you're going to start to see better results. Now, do you get pissed when you get killed in Call of Duty? Of course you do. But you don't lose hundreds of thousands of dollars when you die in Call of Duty. All right, this is much more serious. All right. So hopefully that was not, like I said, I'm tired, guys. I love talking like this. I mean, you guys seem interested. So I'm just talking like I'll probably pass out on live stream, to be honest. It'll be a first. So I mean, we usually stream for about 1 hour if we're in a rush. Usually average is around 2 hours. The longest recently that we've ever live streamed is 6 hours. And then back when I first started live streaming, I think our longest live stream was like 17 hours straight. I think I might have taken a nap in between, but for the most part, I was there the entire time. What are your key technical indicators that you would suggest learning in order to get good at trading? One is going to be simple price action, understanding trends. Now, a trend, simply put, is a higher low or a lower high, right? So whenever you get a dip, a bounce, and then that bounce goes back into a dip, that creates a trend line where you connect the dots. And those dots can create trend lines that are retested later and used as support. All right. So learning how to identify when a trend starts, you're going to have to be able to tell, okay, this is an uptrend, breaks into a downtrend. We put in a higher low. I can now connect this low to this low because it proved that it can stay stable above that level. And then you can go ahead and say, all right, once we break this uptrend, I'll take my profits, let it come back down, go ahead, buy up again, do what you want to do, right? After that, once you learn how to identify local highs and local lows, how to identify trends, which is how you identify local highs and local lows, simply start playing support and resistance, right? Don't touch the RSI, don't touch the MACD, right? Just follow this simple rule set. If I get a higher high and I come back down below the previous high, what would that signal to you? Well, it would tell me that we tried to get higher, but now we're back to where we were. That's probably bearish. So then you would short that last local high. Now, once you start getting good at playing just price action, because the more you add to this whole thing, the more complicated it gets. The less information that you have hitting your corneas and confusing the monkey side of your brain, the more easy it is to control your actions and how you do things and how you think. But, there was a point in time where I had 1,000 different lines on my screen. I was using RSI, MACD, Market Cipher, Wolfpack Alpha, all at the same time, moving averages, GON fans. None of that helped me. What helped me was simplifying my strategy. That even though I might have been making more with more tools, what it did was stress me out. I had so much to look at and explain to people on live streams. My stress levels were higher. because what I was doing, I didn't make it simple on myself. So even though I might have been making more money, I'd rather be making good money with less stress. So that's why I've kind of developed the way that I do things now. After learning price action, go ahead. Learn your divergences on the RSI. I use the 125 length RSI if you want to use that, or you can just use the default. It's up to you. As well as that, I forgot patterns. I barely use patterns anymore except for like inverse head and shoulders and stuff. I really don't look at bull flags or bear flags or bearish pennants and stuff like that. I'll mark them out if I see them, just for funsies. But I use Elliott wave and just local highs and local lows. So I've heard of Pi, the altcoin, but the number one reason why I've heard of it but will never research it or recommend it to somebody is anything that turns people into bots can't be trusted. Because if the success of your coin relies on people sharing the information, not through casual word of mouth, like, oh, I found this cool thing, but I have received text messages from family members. And it looks like one of those bot messages you would get on Discord. You want a free giveaway. That's what Pi looks like to me. It turns real people into bots. And to me, that is just fishy AF. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Not you. He got all excited. Go lay down. Go lay down. I wasn't calling you. I was. Your name is a word as well. I'm sorry. Jerome. Crypto. Sorry, man. To ask again, I thought I bookmarked the Elliott book, but I lost it. What's the book again? Took my little profits and exiting the market for a 2-week study break. Cool. That's awesome, man. And I love that you're doing that, because trying to focus on learning a new skill and trying to still make money on trading while learning is quite hard. But just when you get back from studying, make sure you dip your toes in slowly. That's all I ask. Let me go ahead and actually bring it up so you can get a screenshot of it instead of me just saying it. Here we go. About this book. All right, so it's right here. You can go ahead and take a screenshot of it. If you need me to zoom in a little bit so you can maybe see the book title on the actual page here. It's Harmonic Elliott Wave, The Case for Modification of R. N. Elliott's Impulse Wave Structure by Ian Copesley. I don't know if that's how you say his last name, Copes. It might be Copsey or Copesy. I don't know, Copesley? There is no L in it, so I'm pronouncing it wrong, most definitely, but it just doesn't sound like a real name. Which I'm sorry if you're watching this, Ian Copesy. Just know you've made me a lot of money and I appreciate you. I just can't pronounce your last name. All right, there you go. Hopefully you got a screenshot. You can always rewind. I appreciate you asking the question. Fish, go lay down. We're kind of just holding steady where we are. I'm not disagreeing with you that it's not going to dump more. I just, at the moment, I just don't see how you can call that. Now, like I said, if there was a reason for me to think that this might go lower, one, we would have to break 50,361. As well as that, since Ethereum's kind of in a way different predicament we might be able to catch that all this is going to happen before it happens. So like I said, when it comes to Ethereum, I think what Ethereum might do is Ethereum might be going between 2,318 and this top right here for a decent amount of time, to let Bitcoin and all the other coins catch up to it. 'Cause like I said, I don't watch the news. I don't know why it pumped like this. I'm glad it did. And I mean, we knew that was going to be the bottom based off of Elliott Wave, but I didn't think it was going to go that fast. I thought all the coins were going to move together. So we might be seeing an A, which is what's currently happening. We might have like a really, really slow B. Who knows? Like all the way up to like here or something. And we might come down and, lollygag while everything's catching up. And maybe form, a double bottom ABC to see continuation. Because this is definitely a 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, we could just see continuation past that. I'm not denying that, but definitely on the 1 hour, it's looking a little bit different. Because you can see a very distinct downtrend, uptrend, downtrend. Then it went in because that was the 1, that was the 2. You can see a very clear ABC. At the moment, you can't. You can only see downtrend. It's trying to start an uptrend, but then we want to see one more downtrend, hopefully find support in this region or at that region as a double bottom, and then see it take off from there. Like I said, once we get to a position that I can see an availability, I will be taking a short hedge trade on Ethereum, just in case this all, we're in the complacency stage and we're just full of hopium. Just doing my due diligence. That's what we're talking about when we talk about diversification. Not only was it the laddering system, but also hedge trading as well. With leverage, I'm able to be short and long all at the same time. Making sure that, even though I'm not making as much money as I can, at least I'm always walking away with either less loss or at least some profit. At the end of the day, that's all you can really hope for. Yeah, dude, dude, trading became more stressful for me than even poker, and I had my fair share. Man, I don't know what that word is. Of up and down. Yeah, like poker and trading in terms of like risk management. I'm not a poker player, but I've kind of read up on strategies because I was thinking about playing poker, and I'm the type of guy where like if you invite me over to play poker, I'm going to make sure that I'm a god at poker before I even show up. I'm like, yeah, we just need to like delay it like 2 weeks. I like start learning, how to give people the mean face and stuff like that. But there's a lot of carryover when it comes to poker and trading. Not obviously not in terms of like technical analysis and stuff like that. But just the simple fact of risk management, that gives you an advantage right off the bat. There's a lot of professional poker players that dip their toes into crypto. Some of them do well. I'm talking about the ones that you don't see. And then some of them end up making like a crypto YouTube channel where that is their source of income. Because there's so many people that are using crypto. I'm not going to call out anybody in particular. I'm definitely like a hypocrite if I say that. Because although what I'm doing, I believe is the correct way to do it, and what I'm receiving from it is just, I'm putting good things out there, good things are coming back to me. But there's a lot of people on crypto YouTube that are simply using crypto as a means of taking advantage of people. And that's one of the major reasons why I started my channel. Because I said it a couple times, I didn't want to do this. I'm an introvert. If you guys ever see me in public one day and you guys come up to me, I'm probably going to be very, very awkward. I'm only an extrovert around people that I absolutely know, like, and have known for a decent period of time. I know that's a normal human trait, but I was very hesitant on doing live streaming. I dipped my toes in the water because people were asking me to. Like, don't get me wrong, I live streamed video games before and had like a decent amount of people, like 30 people watch me at one time, consistently, but that's a whole different ball game. I can play video games all day and have millions of people watching me. That doesn't make me stressed out. But when I'm 21 and I have, you know, crazy amount of people watching me that I never thought would I have, it blows my mind. When I'm 21, one, I have to worry about putting good information out there. And if I say something wrong, one, I know I'm not responsible for people's losses because you're coming to me, right? But at the same time, I do feel a little bit responsible because I know there's people out there that trust me with their life for whatever reason, and they follow every single move I make. And I'm human, I'm not infallible. So, and as well as that, just the general hate that I received in the beginning of my YouTube channel, it's died down considerably, like stupid considerably. But I remember early on, back when I only had maybe like 30 to 50 viewers, I was doing pretty well with trading. I definitely was not near the level I am now. But I had multiple people come to me and ask me for one-on-ones. So I put a price out there that I thought was fair. It wasn't thousands of dollars. It was $500. I don't do them anymore because if I did, I would have to charge a stupid amount of money now. Not stupid amount of money, but I would have to charge more than 500 because the demand would be so high. But, people would come in there, call me a child, say I didn't know what I was doing. And I never banned anybody. I think I banned somebody once because they got really aggressive. Because when someone comes into the chat like that, I like to just talk to them first and foremost, because I don't think people are all bad people. I think when people lash out like that, especially when they see me, people paying for my service, or I make a big win and they go, how does this little kid make this much money? All right, I'm, 45. I have a wife, kids. I'm successful. How is this little kid smarter than me? And then from a place of insecurity, they just call me names. So this whole YouTube thing has been a blessing and a curse, but more blessing than curse. So I appreciate it. I say it all the time. Like I said, I'm just an old man rambling right now, or a baby with a beard. BB for short. Are we still on carbon base? Oh my God, we are. There's like, I don't like all carbon based songs. So like most of the time when they're on, I don't even hear them. But there was one in particular that I really like. I think it's a couple, like after we start the live stream, maybe about 10 to 20 minutes in, there's a song that comes on I actually really like. Slash Coon, come to Paris soon? Maybe, after all this COVID stuff. And if we don't go to World War III. Obviously, there's a big part of me that thinks it's just information propaganda to make people afraid, make them more easily controllable. But at the same time, it's also a legitimate concern. Just the simple fact that I have a certain lifestyle that I've built, and it's a privileged lifestyle. I play video games. I work from home. I have you guys who, watch my videos and support me. And I have a roof over my head. I have a nice car. I have a dog that I love. I have a great family. I'm privileged to have the life that I had or have. And just the simple thought that a bunch of old men who are greedy about how much monkey-owned bigger part of Big Rock can cause billions of people's lives to get flipped. Because there could come a day where I go ahead and I get drafted for World War III, and I have a couple choices. I can either dodge a draft, which for all intents and purposes, I will not. But I will. I don't believe in dodging the draft. I think the main thing is, like, if anything, I'll be considered a conscientious objector. Because, I got all the proof to back it up. I've been talking this way since I started YouTube. Just simple fact that everybody is the same. You should love everybody equally. And even if someone hurts you, it doesn't mean that you should stay around that person and still talk to that person. But even if someone hurts you, now I know there's some exceptions you can't get past. But you shouldn't waste your time hating them. That's all. Really? What's up? Sorry, my sister just came in. Hey, Fish Park. Sorry if that scared y'all. But, yeah, it's crazy to think that could happen. And that did happen to people. That's what blows my mind. Like, I really thought about it, and I was like, out of the past, 5 or 6 generations of humans on this planet, was there ever one that saw just absolute peace? It's so sad to think about. It's like you got the people that were born 1800s. You got the Civil War. Now, obviously, there's wars everywhere all the time, not just, large world-scale conflicts. But World War I, you had that generation. You had World War II. And then you had that generation. And some of them even overlapped. And then you have Vietnam War, stuff like that. Cold War. Which, because I was like, you're telling me that the baby boomers didn't have to go to war? That's why they suck. But baby boomers don't suck. It's just sometimes there's Karens out in the world, just like everybody. Gen Z has trash people. Baby boomers have trash people. I don't know what causes that. I don't know if you're born like that or if you're molded like that. I'm not saying that anybody's in the wrong here. I'm just talking out loud. But I don't mind people that have different opinions. The only thing is when you shout people down that are simply expressing their opinions in a nonviolent way without legitimately having not even an argument, but just a debate with them. I don't know why do things get so violent so fast? It just doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. No, I'm speaking like I don't want anybody to get concerned. No, just kind of what I've been seeing in the news with Ukraine, Russia, and China kind of talking and having meetings. And then obviously Biden like almost sending threats to them. It's just, I don't think that the people that were involved with World War I and World War II saw it coming. But if, like my history teacher always told me, like I would ask him, why do we learn this if it's already over and done with? And he goes, so we don't repeat the same mistakes. But I told him that, what do you mean? We have made the same mistake over and over and over again. I know history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme. But isn't it about time that it stops rhyming Can't the rap be done? Why do we just have to keep killing each other? Just, you know, you got people out there that go, we're fighting for their rights. We got to protect them. And yeah, I get that. I'm angry too. But destroying human lives, despite the ideologies of the people on the opposite side, doesn't change anything. All it does is cause another multi-generation depression, which undoubtedly will be used to manipulate and control people. And it just keeps going. It just doesn't make sense, man. I mean, I know people do stupid things. I believe in self-defense, but at some point, there shouldn't be any offense. Yeah, like one of the, like the spiels, like we're once again we're at the part of the live stream towards the end where like we can just talk about anything random. You guys can just follow me on tangents. If you guys don't like it, I'll see you soon when you're back for the technical analysis. I love you, and I totally get it. These kind of talks are not for everybody. Um, also, before I go on this little tangent, my cousin Colby, he's moving out of this house pretty soon. What I'm probably gonna be doing is I'm probably gonna be moving my bed and my bed frame to a different room, and then having my studio in here. And I plan on kind of getting it nice and set up and looking nice and neat. And I might start, a channel kind of dedicated to talks like this, where we just kind of talk about news or, my thoughts on life, or, maybe I'll bring people on, whatever it might be, just like a little podcast thing. But, podcasts are kind of overdone. But if anything, it's like a diary of my mental state and my thought process. Because what if I'm like 60 years old? I can go back and watch those videos, look at myself, and go, "You dumb, stupid kid. You thought like that at one point." Because I know ideologies change as time goes on. But one rule I have for myself, that my ideology can never change because of pessimism. If if I'm thinking a certain way because of one instance that was negative, that can't change my ideology. But yeah, I just want to get like a little podcast YouTube channel started. Maybe a gaming channel if anybody's interested in that. Kind of just expand my horizons, because I'm sure a lot of you guys like me as a person, or at least I hope so. You all just using me for technical analysis. Nah, I'm just kidding. You guys wouldn't be here if it wasn't, me. It could be somebody else, but if they were a douchebag, you wouldn't stay, even if they called everything exactly correct. So I figured if you guys want to talk more kind of when I'm not live streaming crypto, because, besides leaving town and, going to visit family and stuff like that, or just, random day going to, Best Buy or something, I'm usually at home on Discord playing video games or answering questions in Telegram, whatever it might be. So I got plenty of free time for other stuff, not just these live streams. Now, obviously, if I had 3 channels, I might not be able to live stream for 6 hours straight. Just a heads up. And let me go ahead and restart my audio processing, just so at any random moment it doesn't pop your eardrums. But the little tangent that I want to get into was kind of who are the great people in society? Because one night I was kind of legitimately asking myself that question. Because I think everybody deep down, at some point, you might grow out of it. Everybody deep down wants to be remembered. Because at some point, I really like this quote. I don't know who says it or where I heard it, but it's not my quote. Everybody gets 2 lives. The day when they're born and the day they realize that they're really going to die. Now, hopefully you're not on your deathbed when you realize that this is a finite experience. But once you realize that, most people's initial reaction is, I want to be remembered for something. Some people want to change the world. Some people want to just, set their family up. Fish, come here. Actually, let me go ask my sister to take him outside real quick so I can keep talking to you guys. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. He just started scratching on the door, so I had to go take him out. My sister wasn't feeling well, so I didn't want to put that on her. What were we talking about? Let's see. Bro lives in his mama's basement. I don't live in my mom's basement. I live in the upstairs of my sister's house. And if you make fun of me for that, that's a dick move, because you don't know the situation. But we were talking about like finite of life. Oh yeah. I was trying to figure out what like people that we remember, like Leonardo da Vinci, Nikola Tesla, just Albert Einstein, people that we know their names, even though we were nowhere remotely close to the time period, which we're close to Albert Einstein within a couple hundred years, but we just know their names. Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great. Now, a lot of them got their names remembered by killing a lot of people, but the ones that were like inventors or visionaries or philosophers, what I think makes them the people that we remember and great is for a couple reasons. They, most importantly, the biggest reason out of all is they think about problems that come from solutions to temporary problems. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. So, take a bit like the Industrial Revolution with Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla. Right? So, Nikola Tesla, he invented AC power, I believe. Thomas Edison, he invented DC power. Now, I know they probably weren't the sole inventors, but they're the ones that are credited. So, Thomas Edison was backed by J.P. Morgan, I believe, which, obviously, big bank, main thing he's looking for in life is money. Now, obviously, I don't know the man's character. He probably could have been rich, but a great guy. Maybe being rich just causes bad things to happen. But when they started developing electricity and power that could help power this industrial revolution, JP Morgan saw an end. So I believe Nikola Tesla actually came up with the invention first or either after, but it was the difference in the two paths they went after the invention was made. Nikola Tesla saw that the invention of power would solve the problem of machinery, lights, tourist, like he envisioned this future where anything was possible because of this one invention. But he noticed that there was going to be a problem with that invention, which is a solution to a problem. He knew that classism would eventually become a big thing. And it really, when it comes to electricity isn't really classes today. But back then, you had to be extremely wealthy to even have a light bulb. So, to me, that's kind of like one of the most prime examples, because Nikola Tesla started working on, I get it's a fair debate if you want to talk about like the wireless electricity and some of these much more extravagant inventions that he made, even if they were theoretical, that those were kind of like overhyped. I don't personally believe so. I haven't seen one for myself. Actually, I have seen wireless electricity for myself, and it's actually freaking awesome. And I had it explained to me so well, but I at the time I was not smart enough to understand what this man was saying. But he was helping me, because like one of the questions I had, I was like, with wireless electricity, wouldn't there be the problem of like radiation, kind of like a microwave, or cancer, or just some harmful effect? But I don't know the exact wording, but he was explaining something between, he gave me like a graph and he showed, okay, so you have, all the different types of radiation. Electricity, or this specific type of wireless electricity, falls in this region, which is consistent with kind of like the sun. All right. Now, he also kind of showed me how, if you sit in the sun too long, you're going to get sunburn. So obviously him saying it's like the sun is not the best example, but it's like way, way less. It's similar, but way, way less, to the point where it would not affect you whatsoever. And he had it on a very, very small scale, like in his backyard. So, but it was wild. Beyond that point, let's see. That's what I was just trying to get at. It's, some people are going to continue using the temporary solutions because you can make long-term advantages out of temporary solutions that aren't really the most efficient they could be. Because if anything, even if there wasn't wireless power, Tesla did make machines that generated power from the Earth's axis, the rotation, ionosphere. I don't know what terminology to use. Not my field of expertise. I just know a little bit here and there. So even if it wouldn't have been wireless, it still would have been free to generate. But obviously, it's kind of all like this conglomeration of, you got oil, which helps feed the power industry, which helps feed everything. You got the banking industry, which keeps it all running and corrupt. It's just so many things. And like World War II, for example, another example of problems that come from temporary solutions to problems. We had World War II. Essentially, after we got back, at first we were extremely happy because obviously a lot of people were able to come back home, see their families, and continue their life. But obviously, a lot of trauma, not only for those people involved, was there, but as well as that, most importantly, just the general mood of the entire planet came to a halting stop soon after. Because we just got done killing people on a massive scale that was never possible before. And once people started to realize what just happened, because when it's happening, you don't have time to think about it. Your family's lives, your country's life, your way of life, it's all at risk. So, people get into gear and they don't question it. But then afterwards, they have time to reflect on what this really did to them and how they feel about it. So we move a couple years later. The economy wasn't doing that hot. We actually had the Great Depression shortly afterwards. No. Great Depression was before World War II. So after that, we were still dealing with the implications of World War II. So what kind of came out of that personally impacted my life? And that's what's crazy. You can think back to these simple decisions and how a young man named Austin, 100 years in the future, can be impacted by that one simple decision. Now, I'm just using this as an example. I don't want this to be like a boo-hoo story. But after World War II, they wanted to make people happy again. Obviously, we were coming off the Great Depression, so therefore people were very sad as well after World War II. And how do you make people happier if you wanted to do it quickly? Right? If a kid is sad, what do? Well, if you're a good parent, you go take them on a walk and swing them on a swing and tell them how much you love them. But more often than not, you buy them a toy, or you hand them an iPad, or you buy them a piece of candy. Consumerism. So that's when they kind of got off the gold standard. Well, they got off the gold standard a little bit later, but pretty much they started racking up the economy in a bad way. As well as that, what do you need to have a better economy? You need people that can work longer, smarter, and with less pain, which helps you work longer. And that's where the pharmaceutical companies come in. We need a better economy. Pump them all full of stimulants and painkillers. And it's just crazy to think that a lot of that stuff was legal. And even when it wasn't legal, but legal with a prescription, it was still prescribed like candy. That's kind of how my family got destroyed when I was a young kid. I don't blame my dad. My dad is one of the best people I know. And he's the reason why I am the way I am and where I'm at in life, despite what happened to him. But it's the simple fact that if you got a real problem and this person comes up and gives you a pill and it works crazy good, what's the odds you stop that? So now we're kind of transitioning from that last bit of depression. And the problem is we have a chance to kind of start a whole new thing where we're kind of transitioning into a more psychedelic-based society. You look at Denmark, United States is starting to become more psychedelic. You got weed being legalized, mushrooms being decriminalized. And I think that's a very big positive thing. But the problem is, I don't know if it will happen quickly enough. I don't know. I'm just ranting, guys. I swear. I need to get off here soon. What's your guys' thoughts? You glad I'm hanging on to this dump? I appreciate it. Like I said, not a whole lot of time that I get to spend with you guys when price action's acting like this. So I mean, even if I'm helping one or two people calm their nerves, like I said, even if we lose the trade, you're going to lose, right? We can't tell the future, but if there is a set direction where this is going to go, it's already set in stone. You being upset, you're in control of. The outcome, not so much. So even if you're taking a good trade that you're going to lose, keeping calm and collected is just good for your sanity overall. Because like I said, when it comes to trading, it's about understanding what you're in control of and what you're not. There's 3 things you're in control of: where you enter, why you enter, and how much of your money are you risking. Besides that, you're not in control of jack shit. All right, now, maybe that might change one day when you guys become trillionaires. You dump the market on my head. But as of right now, I don't have a significant impact on the market. Maybe as a collective, not this group in particular, but I'm just talking about everybody. If they all bought at the same time, maybe. But just go with it. Learn what a good trade is. You don't have to learn what trade is going to work every single time. It's just about keep going, keep going, keep going. And that's why I said in the beginning, the most important thing you can do with trading is not waste your potential. Because unfortunately, we got people that they want to make money fast, so they use a lot of their money in the beginning when they're learning how to trade. And that's the thing. You can always use $50 to $100, learn how to trade, use proper risk management. You might not make a whole lot of money, but what you are doing is you're learning. You're seeing progress. And then once you've kind of proven yourself, okay, I started with $100. I have a legitimate system that is based on parameters, not just emotions and luck. And I've turned my $100 account into $500. It took me a couple months, but I did it. And then now you put your other $5,000 aside that you didn't waste just in case you did screw it up. And now you can take that and turn it into $25,000 in the same amount of time. Hopefully. Might be a little bit quicker, might be a little bit longer, depending on what happens in the market and kind of your reactions to stuff. But you can always go forward. But if you fall back down that hill, you wasted so much energy getting up, you're probably not you're not going to want to climb it again. So don't screw it up in the beginning. Because there is some people that can keep getting hit and rolling down the hill, and they'll just keep pushing up that hill. And I salute those people, but that's not everybody. I came very, very close at some points to saying screw it when I first started off. Luckily enough, I calmed myself down, and I kind of put everything in perspective, because the biggest loss that I ever took was $200,000 overnight. And the depression that kind of sent me into, and that was leverage trading. I lost $200,000 before. Actually, let's see. I lost $260,000 in the 2016 bull market. But that was just holding the asset. I was a kid. I did go through depression because of that, which my teachers did not understand because they thought it was fake. But my depression should have told them that it was real. But with the leverage trading, the biggest loss I ever took was $200,000. Now, I put it into perspective by saying, okay, do I really know what I'm doing here? I honestly answered that question. And then I go, well, how did I make this much money if I don't know what I'm doing? And I kind of looked back. I didn't really track my trades, but I looked back and I kind of thought about it. And I go, that was all luck. So that's kind of what kind of shifted my learning curve from, okay, I convinced myself that I knew what I was doing. I obviously don't. Let's get some books, read some psychology, meditate, figure out what we need to do, refresh up on our basic math. We got this. And then we just kept on going. Joker, cop. Oh, I mean, not Joker, Mexi. Why? What makes you do this? You remind me of a headspace I was in when I was younger. Maybe you are you are my midlife crisis. I don't know. Life gets in the way. Out here exploring the big, yeah. Cause I mean, you know, I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say. What's your guys' favorite type of candy? Like, I like all different types of candy. If I had to choose one in particular, which is very hard to pick from, probably Score bars, which is like maybe butterscotch. I like toffee, butterscotch. I like candy corn. I'm weird. I don't like a whole lot of chocolate stuff. Like, I'll eat chocolate if someone gives it to me, or like it's Halloween. But I never buy it for myself. I like Airheads too. Let's see. Wouldn't more psychedelics make people easier to manipulate in a way, especially more intellectually feeble people? So you have to understand how manipulation plays into psychology. So manipulation is when you can convince somebody that either a person, place, or ideology or whatever is attached to their identity of self. All right. So when that ideology, person, place, country, nationality, race, whatever it might be, is, not attacked, or even criticized, you feel like you're being attacked, so therefore you have to defend yourself. And as animalistic creatures, defending yourself can look pretty nasty. We can say stupid stuff. But the default mode network inside of your brain, which is not even close to being fully formed when you're between the ages of an infant to like 2 years old, your default mode network is responsible for keeping all of the different parts of your brain, like sight, sound, taste, color, hearing, and your sense of self. It keeps all of it separate into own categories so that it can take little bits and pieces of information from this crazy world that we live in, that if you really thought about it, is so complicated, it's stupid, right? And it helps break it down and make it more digestible. So when you when you're young, you don't have that. So what a baby is essentially doing is tripping. That's why they love music. That's why they love bright colors. And that's why they can learn how to talk so quickly when You take a full-grown man or a full-grown woman, you throw them in a foreign country, and it takes them a couple years, 10 years to speak fluently. When, by the time you're 5 years old, you don't have the best vocabulary because, you might not have been introduced to every single word, but it's substantially harder for a grown person to learn how to speak a language, especially, multiple different types. Just they're all different complicated ones. So one thing that I kind of go back and forth on is, should macro doses, or not macro doses in terms of like a lot, but a decent size amount of psychedelics be legal for sovereign consciousness exploration? I personally think so, as long as you're evaluated and maybe under the care of somebody that's educated in how these things work and knows what to do if things are going wrong, because they're not physically dangerous. And if you are having a bad trip, there is ways to pretty much instantly come out of it and be back to normal within about 30 minutes. But you have to have somebody there that knows what they're doing. With larger doses, you can have more of like a spiritual experience, which kind of brings you into it can send you down a couple paths. But the path that I think it sends people down the most, at first, it's all, oh my God, this is why people become hippies. And then if you do continue doing it, it shows you many different perspectives, not only about your life and how you treat people, but just the universe as a whole. Like I said, it's not about finding out what the right answer is. It's about exploring different perspectives. That way, you're never surprised and you're always intrigued. It leads you down like kind of a path of like existentialism. And that's where like people can kind of fall off the road and not get to the ending point, where they kind of just believe this is all fake and that they're the only ones that are real and this is all a simulation, which is not true. But at the end of that road, which is very dark and depressive, you start to kind of piece it all together. And that even though you're alone, you're not. Because at the end of the day, you're in control of how you feel, what you think, what you believe in, and you don't have to attach your identity to anything in this world, because you are the world. There's not bits and pieces that you identify with. You're it. You identify with it all. So then no matter what it is, you love it just the same. I'm not saying, people can bring up many different examples of horrendous things that happen. And I had this conversation with my mom that, she was like, what are you going to do, Austin? You're going to love, like the rapists and the murderers? And I go, yeah. It doesn't mean that I have to like them. It doesn't mean that I have to speak to them. I do think they get what they deserve. But most importantly, it's not about loving the people that are horrendous creatures right now. It's about creating an environment where those types of people no longer are born. Because I don't believe that it's hereditary to want to do the types of stuff that happens that, people don't like to talk about. I don't believe that's hereditary. Now, genes, when it comes to, maybe a disease, yeah. Alzheimer's, schizophrenia, of course, that's genetic. But the way someone acts and treats the world is determined by the people they were brought up by, or if they were able to break free of their own perception that was set in place before they even knew how to think. Because then you can rewrite what you believe in. And that's why I think psychedelics are good for. Now, on the opposite side of the spectrum, you have microdosing, which I think long-term can be equally as effective, except you're not going to have like a dramatic wake-up experience to the whole thing. It's going to be more of like a slow, gradual grind, which I think for the health of most people, I think that's a lot easier of a situation to deal with. So microdosing, like let's say you have mushrooms, right? Instead of taking, an eighth and having a talk with God, you take like 200 milligrams, which is not enough to turn off your default mode network completely, where now you're seeing visuals and stuff like that. The main purpose of microdosing is to not feel a difference. You should not know that you have taken the substance. Some people go, well, when I take drugs, like when I take a muscle relaxer, I feel relaxed. When I take a painkiller, I don't feel pain. When I take an Adderall, I feel energetic. I do all this stuff. Pills are supposed to make you feel something. Well, that's the thing. Pills are a temporary solution or a quick fix. The purpose of microdosing is to promote long-lasting neurogenesis and not necessarily turn off your default mode network, but dim the lights so you can see the light outside. That's the purpose of microdosing. So if you start microdosing, what you want to do is probably just like keep a journal of like your daily activities. How do you feel? Like, were you productive today? Kind of stuff like that. And then just continue doing it. Now microdosing, you take it once every 3 days. So it's not like a once a day thing, like, 1 a day contacts, so you got to keep replacing it. Because you don't want to ever take too much. It's important to understand that this stuff, even though it's very, very beneficial and proven to be so, if you take too much, you can turn off your default mode network, which, although is not the worst thing in the world, it's definitely not a place to be in for the rest of your life. But it's actually proven that microdosing promotes neurogenesis over the course of a long period of time, meaning you have a set number of synapses and neural networks in your brain. Now, they say that we only use 10% of our brain, which is true but not true. We use our entire brain, but usually there's only about 10% active at any given point, but it's all different areas at different times. Neurogenesis allows, even if it's like 5% more, allows you to have more neural pathways or neural networks fire at one given point in time, just to think better, feel better, and also it starts to dim, like I said, your default mode network, which, like we said, is responsible for your sense of self, your ego. And having less ego is, it can be a good thing and a bad thing, because it's really depressing when you don't have an ego. I don't want to say, no, I don't. I have an ego. I'm me. I'm Austin. That's my ego. But when you've kind of gone far enough where you no longer really identify with yourself, but you identify with it all, and that you know that it's you, but you're kind of trapped in this temporary body, it is very depressing to see the state of the world. The pollution, climate change, we can debate all day on everything like that. War, just the general way people treat each other. I don't have to sugarcoat this. We know that it's bad right now. Now, don't get me wrong. We have it better than most generations have ever had it ever. We do. But despite that, we still got problems that we got to work on. So if you can have a little bit less ego and the next guy can have a little bit less ego, maybe you guys won't stop fighting, but at least you guys will look at each other and say, you know what? What are we fighting about? And then you guys explain, okay, well, this happened to me. That's how I see things. It's just a matter of not necessarily defending your argument that wins arguments. What wins an argument is when both sides can see each other's point of view as if they're living in each other's shoes. Because to win an argument, there has to be a solution. And you can't come to a solution if one side of the argument feels like they got gypped. It has to be an entanglement of ideas and a mixture between the two if you want to get farther than where you were before. And yeah, that ideology might branch off into two, and then they'll do the same thing, or 4 or 5 or 6, or 300 different countries. And if we don't start now, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And you think that one person can't make a difference right now? What if we have 100 billion people on this planet? Now one person is not even equivalent to the percentage that is now. I don't know. Just rambling. I love you guys. I can't believe that we still have 200 people watching me just ramble on about life. I mean, it seems like price action is kind of slowing down. I don't think we're going to get a gigantic bounce. We're sitting pretty, but these things can take a while at the bottoms to kind of go ahead and pop up very nice. Did we get stopped out of EOS? I don't think so. No, we didn't. Okay, cool. I don't even know why I opened up a new tab. It's right there. Yeah, you're right. How do you feel about going to space for perspective eventually? Similar to other conscious altering experiences? Definitely if there's a day where commercial space travel, even if it's not to like the moon or Mars, maybe it's just simply it goes up in the sky, you see the Earth from outer space, and then you go back down. I think that experience in itself is very important for a lot of people because you can't really, nobody can visualize just how big this universe is. You can try your best, but I guarantee you, you're always going to come short. I think for the people that can't really visualize, at least the universe, maybe they can't even visualize how big Earth is. I think simply seeing Earth from space and understanding that this beautiful thing floating in the middle of nowhere, out of the nothingness of nothingness, it has so much going on, so much love, so much hate, problems, solutions. It's just crazy. And just like I said, like when I was little, I loved thinking about, like when I was in the car and my mom was driving, I was looking out the window. It blew my mind. It blew my mind every single time I saw someone new. And I don't know when that stopped. Because I know that I feel that way, but that same like wonder and that emotional feeling, because now it's from a place of logic. But back then it was from a place of like curiosity and just innocence, if that makes sense. That every single person that I saw had a different name. They had a whole different type of family, and they were going to have experiences in their life that I'm never going to see. They're going to go through pain, love, everything under the sun. And then one day they're going to be gone. And I'll never get to experience what they experience. But I got to see them once in my life. I think that's the coolest thing in the world. The Earth is flat. Well, here's the thing. I really don't care. Because here's the problem. You have the people who believe the Earth is round, and you have the people that believe that the Earth is flat. You've been on the Earth long enough. Has either or concept. I know you might be joking. I'm not directing this towards you. I just want to use an example. If you do believe the Earth is flat, cool. Has either or concept really changed anything? Like, what does the Earth being flat change that the Earth being round doesn't. I mean, does it change your life? Or are you just attaching? That's the thing that I was saying. Like, I don't care if the idea is right or not. It's the way people attach their identity to an ideology, and then they fight people over it. Right? Let's say you believe in flat Earth theory. Right? Your ego, for some reason along the line, got attached to this idea. Right? Whether or not it's true or not, whether or not the Earth is round or not, my ego got attached to the idea that the Earth is round. But there are some people that when they get attached to something, they lash out if that subject or ideology or person or place is under attack, either emotionally, physically, or by words. I think people just need to breathe. Like, really, guys, I don't understand. I know, like, it's hard to... I totally get, like, there's people that will, like, tell me, like, dude, you're a white guy in America with lots of money. You never had to really deal with any of the struggles that anybody else has. I understand. I do. But everybody goes through something. And to say just because of this and that, this person doesn't matter, that person doesn't matter. Everybody is the same person under a different name with a different body. The only difference is you forgot. Now, like I said, that's just one of my theories. I don't have proof of it. Kinda. That's proof. That's anecdotal evidence to me. So, no, I get there's people out there that don't believe in anything. They think this is all random, which it kind of is, in a way. But the end goal was always going to be the end goal. Like we were talking about one time, like, okay, if I had to like put religion in a box, which I don't think you can do that. There's so many different explanations, vivid descriptions, and I'm pretty sure the real thing, although, you know, you can get a glimpse of it, you're only seeing just a finite, just small scalp of what it actually is. Because it's not, I don't know how to explain it. But the best way I could explain kind of like the creation of our universe, you know, there has to be an equal and opposite reaction to everything. And it's hard for the human mind to kind of conceptualize that this even exists at all. Because like I said before, you can say that, you know, where did all this come from? The Big Bang. Where did the Big Bang come from? It came from God. Where did God come from? Did our God have a God? Did his God have a God? You can keep going down that chain of command forever, but you still end up at a question mark. So, to me, it's just like how I handle trading. I'm not in control of it. And it's here. So why worry about it? And when it came to like the randomness of all this, I believe that we take it too personally when it's meant for us, but not us in particular, if that makes sense. All right, so theoretically, Iron Scooby, bye Kite, I have to go. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for watching. Yeah, 5 hours, man. I'm going to be logging off here soon. I was going down a little bit of rabbit holes. I'm going to take a mad nap. But I think people take it too personally. Like the Bible is written by humanity for humanity, kind of like a nation that thinks it's the best in the world. And I'm not going to say all Christians, but definitely a decent size, especially in the early days. You had the Knights Templar, you had the, what's the Spanish, conquistadors? I don't know what they were going to go convert people. They were very violent about Christianity, which I'm like, did you even read the Bible? Like, what's going on? Well, I probably couldn't read. That's sad. But like we bring up aliens, for example, right? Let's just talk about the probability of it. It's fun to do that. There's nonillions of planets and solar systems in just our galaxy alone. And then there is nonillions of galaxies in the universe. And we don't know what's beyond the universe, if there is anything at all. So just from statistics, if I'm here, someone has an equal chance somewhere else of also being there. And out of that many times, there's probably somebody out there. Now, I mean, whether or not they're at our level, beyond our level, or just starting off, and one day they'll get here, and hopefully they do it better than us. That's not the issue. It's the simple fact that they exist. I had a conversation with an extreme Christian one time, which, don't get me, I was raised Christian. My granddad's a pastor, has a PhD in theological studies. So definitely that's where I got my start. But I don't believe, Jesus, or if that was his name, or they just gave him a name. I don't think that's where he intended the finish line to be. I think he just wanted people to wake up. And like I said, I have a lot of different beliefs when it comes to all the different religions. It's just like one big puzzle piece. But I was having a talk with a hardcore Christian, and I brought up aliens, and they said that aliens were fallen angels trying to trick us. I go, come on. What? You think you're that important that out of this entire universe, you're the only one that matters? Now, that's a trick question, because technically, yeah, that person was the only thing that matters. Because they are it. You're the Big Bang that convinced itself that you're alone when you're still happening. Big Bang never stopped. But when it comes to like the Big Bang, one of the things that I really liked exploring, we talked about this on the live stream before, but it still boggles my mind. I don't like to go too crazy with it, but the whole sacred geometry thing, it's not the simple act of like, oh, these are cool looking circles. What really piqued my interest is that the flower of life, which is a geometric symbol, which, is found in 50 indigenous cultures all around the world, all have this same picture of the tree of life. And it's a bunch of circles all kind of like look together. If you look at it long enough, it starts to become 3D, which, we'll get to that in a second. But the book of Genesis in both the Bible and the Torah, if you break them down bit by bit, like the first couple chapters are talking about a mathematical formula. It doesn't really make sense unless you have it side by side, but essentially you have God consciousness, because nothing can exist without something that exists. So you have to have something, because otherwise this just doesn't make sense at all. So you have spirit, if you want to call it that, if not, if you want to call it God, and he's just chilling out in the middle of nowhere, in nothingness, not even space, just nothingness. So essentially it expands its consciousness all the way around itself to create something to move relative to. And then the second verse, I believe, is God moved upon the face of the waters. So he had to create something to move relative to, and then he moved all the way to one of the outer edges, and he did it again. I say he, I don't mean like, dudes rule the world. I'm just, throwing names out there. Whatchamacallit? After about 6 circles, with the addition of the original circle, which is God or spirit or consciousness, or just, I feel like we give it like this dictator type name to it, but it's not. It's just the fundamental of everything. It's not. I don't know how to explain it. It doesn't even have a face. But after 6 circles, 6 days and nights of creation, you had the heavens and the earth. And from that, those 6 circles plus the 7th, which comes from the original that was created from source, which now it turns into something that looks like a diagram of the Big Bang. It has a single point in the center, and it looks like an explosion on the outside. Now, what's really interesting is that this is technically, if you were to hook it up to a 3D model or an AI, from this single geometrical pattern, it can create anything. All of the musical harmonies to create matter, because it's all vibration. All of the geometrical and platonic solids, all within that same shape. Mathematical proportions for light. It's from this, it's just insane to me that stuff like this exists. I don't know, just ranting again. And that kind of like, that led to one of my, like I said, anything that I talk about on here is not set in stone. So if I disagree with you, or like I say something that you disagree with, just know that I'm not coming from a place of this is set in stone and that I'm willing to defend my argument, because anything is up for debate. Because at the end of the day, none of this is plausible, right? So it's not that it's not plausible. It's just that it's freaking amazing, and that makes anything possible. My theory is that God is not like a dictator. It's just kind of like a base level operating system. I don't mean to say it because of like simulation theory. I just meant like we all kind of know what an operating system is. We have the physical thing, but then we have that kind of, that thing in the background that's kind of not really controlling it. It's not controlling your computer, but it organizes stuff in a certain way to make it work more efficiently and allow you to use it well. That's essentially what I picture as source consciousness. And then from this generator that it configured out of nothingness, just from consciousness itself, it can now create pretty much everything that it needs to. I think at some point after that generator is running long enough, you have evolution. Because I believe in evolution. I don't think that's deniable. I mean, you can call it a hoax and call it what you want, but we got the fossils. I don't think it's made up. You know, that hill I will probably die on. But it's just because evolution exists doesn't take away from the fact that maybe not Christianity is the end all be all, and that there's a dictator in heaven that chooses whether or not you go to hell, or whether or not you get cancer. It's not, he's not in control in the way that you think he is. Like I said, I say he just to kind of give it an identity, but there is no identity for it. It's it. Just like you are. You're it. And after this evolution starts taking place, eventually, after a while, these creatures that grew from literal rock now start forming kind of like a computer. Because when you break it down, your whole system is a computer. Now, I'm not, like I said, I'm trying to relate this best to the technology that we have at the time. Otherwise, it gets lost in translation. That's what happens. People talk like this all the time, but then they have to put it in the context and the terminology that people during their time and age can understand, and then it turns into an oral tradition, and now it sounds like code, when in reality it would have been not necessarily understandable and still would have had to have some interpretation, but it would have been more understandable in terms of like the metaphors and stuff they used. You have a vagus nerve coming from your brain that sends electrical impulses to all of the biological systems that, one, keep you alive, and one, produce fuel to keep you alive. So you're basically a biological computer that grew out of the ground, and then eventually those biological computers started to replicate, and now the biological computer that came before this biological computer tells this biological computer who it is and what it does. And they continue doing what they're doing. But if you remember that you're it, at some point, I don't know where, maybe since the beginning of time, when humans didn't have so much ego and they were just able to sit with their thoughts, once this biological computer was able to kind of receive a signal, kind of like a radio transmitter, I think that's when self-awareness comes into consideration. Because we've been studying the brain for many, many years now, and we can't find out where consciousness originates from. Now, the only thing that the scientists can say is they go, we know consciousness comes from the brain, because when the brain is damaged, the person no longer is the same. But I go, if I took a hammer to your radio, could you still hear the music? I don't think so. Or maybe one speaker's busted and the other one's wobbling. It's not the same thing, but it's still got a trace of what was coming through. So somewhere down the line, people started to understand, like monks and stuff, that this thing that we reside in, although important, and it's not nothing, it's, it's who we are, it's special, it's not us. And that we are, whoever is sitting in that driver's seat, that most of the time nowadays is spending its time eating burritos with self-driving on, that you can take control back and you can rewrite how this all works. There's monks that can generate heat from their fingertips that doesn't make sense. The ability to turn off pain receptors, that would put pharmaceuticals out of business. There's monks that can produce enough adrenaline in their body within seconds than somebody that just went skydiving for the first time just by thinking about it. You would no longer need stimulants. You would no longer need painkillers. You could be the master of what you want in terms of, all right, my back hurts. So you think about it. You notice that your back is hurt. And pain is a good thing because it tells you when stuff is wrong, but sometimes it's bearable. Like the actual thing that's happening that's causing the pain is not as bad as the pain that is caused. So when that happens, just turn off your pain receptors. Exactly, Wim Hof. But it's not just Wim Hof. You can see right here, I'm reading this book right here called What is Zen? I'm just taking some interest in that. But Zen monks in today's day and age, which this book right here is written by D.T. Suzuki, he's kind of like Paramahansa Yogananda. They were alive back in like the 1920s. They're not alive today, but a lot of Zen monks today that go under like MRIs, they very rarely do it, but when they do, each time they go in, it's like they figure out something that these people can do. And it's not that these people are special, it's that they spend the time learning how to do it. And there's nothing different. It's just a matter of, do you want to? And that's kind of like my motto with anything. Like, I'm 21. I simply spent the time to learn how this all works. It's not a matter of me being smarter than the next guy. It's a matter of me wanting it badly enough that I put my disadvantages aside and I just learn. I don't, feel bad when I can't understand something. I simply say, just give it time. And then over time, all the things that I didn't understand would start to stack up in a pile. But for some reason, the more I pressed further into learning how to do this, eventually, it literally was like a light bulb in my head. I was looking at the charts, and all those little bits and pieces that have been stacking up that didn't quite make sense just yet, it's like everything just clicked into place within like an instantaneous moment. I can count on one hand how many times that's ever happened to me. And it's crazy to think how powerful this system that we got is. It's collecting all this information, and even though we might not understand it, maybe it's like a game of Jenga, right? You have a subject that you want to learn, and it starts out like a full game of Jenga. So piece by piece, you're learning bit by bit, and yeah, you might get through a whole bunch of pieces, and you don't know why this thing is still standing, or i.e., you haven't learned that subject yet or that skill set yet. But if you keep pulling the pieces out, eventually that tower is going to fall at one time. That's the best way I can explain it. Well, I like to think so. You said I like to think that there's monk traders out there. I like to think so too. Because if you think about it, all right, you got two different options, all right, or two different types of people that are going to be successful with trading. It's like I mention this all the time. Now, obviously, I don't get this deep because I'm usually awake and cognizant of, just trying to make sure I keep my ideologies, smooth. That way, I'm a well-rounded individual. I'm not offending anybody, or people don't go, what the hell is he talking about? Johnny, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. I can definitely relate the mindset of having to make it work with no other choice. Is what led me to where you're here. Exactly. And the problem is, like, a lot of people don't make the difference until something forces them to. And that's what I was saying before. If we let society become full of rapists and murderers, and then now we want to change the problem, why couldn't we have promoted, peace, not war, man, and had people that cared for one another? And times get tough, right? You got a mom that has 3 kids. She's working her ass off. If she's a single mom, she's working her ass off to provide and take care of the kids. So in today's day and age, nobody looks out for one another because we're all scared of one another. Now, we might not be, deathly afraid, but we are cognizant that this is the perception, that cognizant that I say it all the time. So I'm kind of participating in it as well, but I would like to change it. That's the difference. We're cognizant that people don't make the best choices, and they usually look out for themselves, resulting in the hurt and emotional distress of others. Unkind, thank you, man. I appreciate it. So like with the mother of 3 kids example, if we had a society where people were looking out for each other, maybe, just maybe, you would have, a couple other mothers around the community that could help out with her kids and help her do what she's got to do. And I'm not saying that doesn't happen. People are still good people. It's just, it needs to happen on a bigger scale than these tight-knit communities where nobody else talks to anybody else outside of that community. There's no crossover episodes with humanity right now. Doesn't happen, right? We don't know what's going on in Russia. You go on Google Maps, it's all blurred out. You go, I'm sure, on Google Maps in Russia, if they even have it, United States is blurred out. We are in such a discommunication when it comes to everybody else on this planet, not only by language, but just pure coincidence of how this all kind of worked out. And everybody else is getting told that everybody else is the enemy, when in reality, there's only one enemy. It's ego. I'm not saying that ego is a bad thing. Mike Tyson talked about this a lot. He says the ego is like a weapon. When it's time to go to war, you pick it up and you use it. But when you get home, there's no more need for that weapon. Now, obviously, the whole connotation with war and everything like that, I don't agree with that. But he was basically saying it's a tool and there's a time and a place for it. But I would say that 99% of the time, ego is useful in a society where you need to get ahead. And that right there, that simple statement opens up a lot of doors for hate. Because when I say that, they go, communism, socialism. I'm not talking about that. My simple concept, which I try to think about it sometimes and how it would work. I feel like you have two sides of a coin. You have, obviously the two big ones, communism and capitalism. When you put them on paper, they both sound pretty damn good. To be honest, communism sounds good, capitalism sounds good, as long as you have proper things set in place. Why hasn't anybody ever tried to involve the two? Is that what socialism is? Because I do feel like if you're willing to put in more work and spend more time to learn a skill, you should get paid more, right? I do think that, but the whole purpose of this thing that we're doing is you see an ant hive. And I'm not saying that we're ants, but ants are just as important as we are. They're the Big Bang as well. They got their job, they're doing their thing, they have their families, they don't care about us. To us, we're basically like the stars. We might look up at them every once in a while, but they really don't even exist from our point of view, except for the sun. That's the little kid that's an asshole and starts stepping on the ant hive. But in reality, this whole thing, this planet should work like an ant hive. I'm not saying from a point of view where like you have like someone in control and is dictating where people should go and using them for an ulterior motive, but the simple fact that an ant hive is working together and they can accomplish tasks that are insane if only one of them did it. If you really look up ants, they're insane and what they can do, right? Just the simple structures, and they can build rafts when they're floating in water. They can, oh my gosh, it just blows my mind. And I wish it was that simple that we could work together like that. But at some point, we just kind of lost touch. And I think that's kind of what all these religions, whether it be biblical or, a lot of other ones talk about as well, but like kind of that fall from grace. Like I said, I'm just ranting here. So if you guys want to leave or not, that's up to you. One of my thoughts, like I said, I don't hold any sense of self to these thoughts. These are just thoughts. And, I don't really, doesn't matter if they're true or not. It's cool to think about. And it might give you something to live by. Because I forgot who it was, but there's a philosopher that talks about a civilization that doesn't have an ideology to cling to is destined to fail. Now, what's the easiest thing to get people to cling to? All right, fear. So, there always has to be a boogeyman. But I think if people made that generational shift from fear to that ideology to cling to is that it's other people. It's this. It's right in front of you. This is what you cling to. It's not that you're afraid of death and you're clinging to life. It's that you're aware that you're alive right now and you're not dead yet. That's the ideology that a civilization should cling to. It's not fear. It's a coincidence that the things that we evolved from, that's their base level, is fear. So it's the easiest to tap into, unless you rewrite the code. But like I was saying, one of the theories I had, or thoughts, or ideologies, I like to think about, because like I said, I read the Bible a lot as a child, and I always found like little inconsistencies here and there that nobody really thought of. And when I would ask my granddad and my dad, they really didn't know how to answer the question. So they just gave me like a BS answer because I was a kid and I'd probably accept any answer because they're the adults. But I like to think that Satan was a metaphor for ego. All right, so you have heaven. All right, to me, from what I've experienced, heaven is a place where no ego can exist. Now, it's not, there's no heaven or hell, it's just like one place. But as long as you don't have ego, and without ego, you treat everything as if it's you, so you're not going to treat it badly. So everybody can kind of share this same space and do their own thing. And there's just too much stuff going on. I don't quite know how to explain it. But when self-consciousness develops, or ego, because of a biological structure set in place by evolution, it's unfortunate, but that consciousness that's received into the computer. We're getting real crazy tonight. I don't know if I should continue talking. Like I said, I'm just ranting, tired, and I'm just, oh God. But whatchamacallit, that consciousness that is sent to go experience physicality or whatever we're here to do. The way I like to see things, I think if I had to summarize it, I think we're here to learn how to love while in hell, because that makes heaven so much sweeter. Because it's kind of like someone was, I forgot who I was listening to. That quote is mine, but the idea behind it is not mine. I was hearing someone talk, and I forgot who said it, but he was talking about heaven in a relationship context. All right, he goes, if you had a boyfriend that paid for every single meal that you ate, made sure that you never had to work or worry about a single thing, although the concept is nice, you feel powerless, so therefore you want out of the relationship, even though it was almost perfect. And I kind of like to think of love in the same way. If you are given everything that you possibly need, i.e., the Garden of Eden, do you actually learn what love is? Or are you just emotionless? Do you not know the difference? Because if you're in the Garden of Eden and everything is taken care of for you, is it even real what you feel? Because if you don't go through pain and learn how to forgive and find understanding where it really doesn't even exist sometimes, I think through experiences like those, that's where you find somebody that is so well-hearted and good down to their very bone, and you can just look at that person and know they've gone through something terrible. Because the more pain you go through, the better chances of finding the alternative. Because like I said, if you turn out all the lights and it's dark, it's easier to see where the exit is. But if you live in the daylight for the rest of your life, i.e., having everything taken care of for you, you never go through any hardship, you're never going to find that exit because it all looks the same. But, you know, I wish it's so fun to talk about this stuff. And at some point, it just starts getting down a road where, like, you can go down so many hypotheticals. So I think we're going to end it there. I appreciate everybody that watched my little rants, even past the technical analysis. We're doing pretty decent. Like I said, we haven't bounced majorly, but we are back in the net positives from where we were, which is good to see. Whether or not we hold this region, that is up to the market. We have the bullish divergences, where we have the local lows, we have the entries, we have the stop losses. The trades are set up the way they should be, so we'll see if they hold or if we have to go down a little bit further. Like I said, right now, I have a feeling that we've hit a bottom, if not only just for a retest, because that $50,300 level is very, very, very important when it comes to BTC. And I don't think the market would be willing to dump until we retest the upside for that. But I could be wrong. Any way to make the charts pump to 100K monk style? I guess. I mean, if you got enough people to focus on it, but you could just say, well, them focusing on it is because they bought it. I mean, technically. Like I said, I believe every religion is true. The only problem is just because they're all true doesn't mean that it was written from the same point of view, right? Different cultures, different people, all kind of put these conglomerations that we call religion together today. And just because they might describe it differently doesn't mean that they might not see the same thing. Now, only problem I got with Christianity is I think the Romans kind of took it and crafted it and republicized it and kind of gave it like this dictatorship type feeling. Because if you go back and you read books that were supposed to be in the Bible but weren't put into the Bible by the Catholic Church, a lot more hints that, like one of the ones was like the kingdom of heaven is not a place but stretched across the land. Meaning, it's always there. You just have to find the key. Silence is key. Silence is the key. Learn how to listen if you want to find where the sound is coming from. Speaking of sound, like, one of the craziest thoughts that kind of popped in my head was, goodbye fake out. I'm sorry. Like, you guys have like air conditioners in your room, or you have a fan going, and let's say you've been in the room for multiple hours. Right? Eventually, your brain realizes that sound is constant and also not a threat. So it's gonna filter that out, and you barely know that it's there. But then once you turn it off, you just see how silent the room is. That can go for a couple different things. So one, your thoughts. You don't realize how much your thoughts are running through your head. Now, it's not a problem of your thoughts are going through your head. The problem is you're listening to every single one of them when 99% of them don't matter. And you think that you're thinking it. No, it's like a Google advertisement. This little biological computer has learned through your actions how you react, and it's processing information, sending it your way. But you're the user behind the computer that clicks OK, accept. And it just seems like somewhere along the line we put on sticky keys and pressed enter, and it's just left there. So we just keep going. But as well as that, with a little fan analogy or air conditioner analogy, I like to think that there is a constant sound that is in this universe that because since the moment we were born, we've been listening to it, that after the couple of years that we were babies that we can't quite remember, it filtered it out. Alan Watts actually talked about this. He said there should be a new religion started about it. Because I had that thought, and then like a couple weeks later, I heard a lecture by him, and he was talking about the religion of hum. All you do is hum. No, it's just a cool thought. I just like to think there's a little bit more to this than just make money, have kids die. Which, don't get me wrong, having kids, awesome. People are awesome sometimes, most of the time. Just you got a couple bad apples. But I just like to think. Because if you don't stop thinking, it's like a workout for your brain. My dad used to tell me on the car, and I don't know why. I'm losing weight. I don't know why I'm this fat. Because my dad used to tell me in the car when we were driving home that you're going to be the skinniest man alive. I go, what do you mean? He goes, because you're thinking all the time. You're burning so many calories. I go, I don't know what I said to him. No, I'm not high. I'm just tired. Like I said, I drove out of town yesterday, spent a lot of time on the road, and just, yeah. If I'm not in my own house, it's like a ticking time bomb. The more time I'm out of my own house, it's like my energy level just goes and depending on where I go, it might completely just shut off immediately. So once I got back yesterday, that's why I didn't live stream. I went to bed at like 6 or 7 in the morning, and I was physically exhausted, kind of like what I am right now, but my mind was awake because I really didn't do anything like mentally taxing. And I just could not go to sleep. And then my body, for some stupid reason, this little thing I'm piloting around, chose to wake me up at, I think 11:30 or 12. I don't quite remember. So I got maybe 3.5, 4.5 hours of sleep. Then I got up. I don't even think I ate anything. I just went, took a shower, hopped on live stream, and now I'm stuck. Because at this point, I'm actually too tired just to get up. But I know I've said this like 8 times already, but we are going to get off soon. We'll give it 10 more minutes. We'll make the stream 6 hours and 10 minutes long, just to get it past the 6-hour mark. We'll say goodbye, and I'm gonna pass out. Look up the laws of Zalmoxis. Yeah, I'll give it a look over. Unkind, come play Valorant? No. I wish I could. I told Mondo I was gonna play Valorant tonight, but I'm I'm tired. I'm really tired. You just got here. Well, I would say sorry. We're about to leave soon. But we've been live for 6 hours. Hey, Kite, any resources for understanding Fibonacci? The book that we displayed today, Harmonic Elliott Wave, The Case for Modification of R and Elliott's Impulse Wave Structure by Ian Copsley. Now, it explains Fibonacci in relation to, trading. But I mean, obviously, that's probably what you're asking for. But if you want like an overall, I don't know, man. I don't know. You just have to look at some sacred geometry for that. A chess player can burn up to 6,000 calories a day while playing in a tournament? Wow. 24-hour stream? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Quick recap, bro. Please. I'll try my best. But if you want an energetic, or at least semi-awake Austin to help explain this, at the beginning of the live stream, we talked about the technical analysis for all the coins that you see on the right side of your screen right now. ETH, BTC, EOS, ADA, LTC, Doge, XRP. All right. Now, since we did kind of dump in the market a little bit during the live stream, I'll go ahead and explain everything again. All right. I'm only going to do Ethereum and BTC. Right. And then we're out. Right. So, when it comes to BTC, first things first, let's go ahead and go out to a macro chart. And let's look at the most important price levels when it comes to BTC at the moment. All right. Now, this right here, from an emotional standpoint, when we dump this much, people assume the worst. Now, there will come a day where we dump like that and we do continue. And it might even be today, right? We just have to think about multiple theories here. All right. So with BTC, right now, the most important levels are going to be our local lows if we want to see a continuation of a bull market. Now, will we? I don't know. Maybe not, right? But when you have an uptrend that breaks into a downtrend, that creates a local high once the uptrend is broken and a local low. Local high, highest point in your trend once trend is broken. Local low, the lowest point in your trend. Now, local highs are used as resistances. Sometimes they're direct resistances where you get double tops. Sometimes you like to test above a resistance. You only get so far, but then you get forced back below it, hence the word resistance. So you want to use local lows in order to long, local highs to short. So now right here, we have 42,905. Then we have an uptrend. That uptrend is broken into a downtrend, and it creates a local low right here. And now, if we do see continuation past that point, or we see a bounce at this area, that would create an uptrend that looks like this, and we could possibly see it kind of maybe stall out for a little bit, or maybe go parabolic. Price action is going to do what price action does. We can just simply understand the levels of reversal, take the trades, make the money, and just play the probabilities. So right now, the immediate supports or local lows that you need to be aware of is going to be 50,370. I'm going to go ahead and mark those out with a price label. It depends on if you do it correctly. You can use 100x leverage if you do it correctly. All right. But the odds of someone using 100x correctly is not there. And it doesn't change the amount of money that you're going to make. That's the thing. Like, no matter what leverage I'm using, it all equals the same thing. as long as unless I'm using less of a stop loss, which ups my leverage, and just allows me to get a higher risk reward ratio. But that's not because I'm being greedy. It's because of where I chose to enter was at a more accurate price point, which allowed me to do so. All right, so then if we do happen to break through all two of those resistances, we're going to drop down to the third. Now, these are my targets for the bear market, so I'm not quite positive on us moving down just yet. All right, like I said, we are currently long off of 50,300, 50,400. My exact entry is, let me go to BTC. My exact entry is 50,687. All right. So that's kind of where I've entered long. I have my stop loss pretty much right below it. Because for me, I like to be a little bit more risky when it comes to my stop losses. And I don't mind getting wicked out. You know, if you take getting wicked out as a big deal, then obviously you want to not get wicked out. But you should still kind of take the trades that need to be taken. Right? So if we break 50,440, we're going to drop down to 42,847. That is now, I say that, right? But we could possibly get below this level, come down to 46,645, and then get back above. Now, since I do like to play the smaller time frames, I probably would be longing off of 46,270, even if it's just for a retest of resistance or previous support turning into new resistance. But I would still take that trade, even if just for a scalp. But if this support gets broken, and listen to how I kind of break this statement down, right? If this support gets broken, then that support right there is what we want to retest. I wanted to really emphasize the want because a lot of the times I'll say, okay, if we break this level, we're going to get to that level. Now, obviously, I know what I mean, but that can be misconstrued. It doesn't mean that we're going to get there, but that's where price action is looking to go. But if, you know, a millionaire or billionaire steps in, or just kind of the market as a whole wants to go ahead and buy it up, it won't get back down there. But that's where it wants to go if it does break. All right. So, like I said, that's where we would want to go next. And you play it in sequential order. I can't sit here and say, all right, guys, we're going to dump to $29,000. Anybody that is at a great level of importance, not that they're, you know, to be seen more than, you know, as, what am I trying to say here? Like anybody that's put on a pedestal in like the YouTube community that calls just flash crashes and stuff like that, or it says we're pumping at 300K. Now, I might say some outlandish stuff sometimes, but I make damn sure that it's not just me saying bullshit. I teach you the Elliott wave, how I came to those projections, and then we let time speak for itself. And by now, I think it's spoken. Will it stay consistent? Who knows? But so far, if it is luck, that's some pretty damn good luck. All right. So that's what we're looking for. And that's the current position I'm in right now. And this is not a short-term trade, right? This is off of a macro support level. If this does hold, then we probably will likely see 80,000 to 100K. And I'm going to be holding my trade until then. Now, I will be scalp trading the short play, the pullbacks, and also maybe towards the top with these local highs right here as we start to get closer. If I do see a bearish reversal divergence as we come up to retest those, I might leave that as a hedge position just in case this is the top of the bull market. But besides that, for me, at the moment, my projections are still calling for what they're calling for. Stock to flow is still calling for what it's calling for. Could world events, you know, like us almost getting into war and stuff like that, cause the market to slow down and lose its momentum? Of course it can. I'm not denying that. Right? But we have to play this in order of sequentiality until it's set in stone and we're good to go. Now with Ethereum is obviously performing quite well. When it comes to Ethereum, at the moment, we are kind of in the fifth wave, right? And that's why I was kind of debating earlier in the live stream whether or not I wanted to leave my short on Ethereum as a hedge position or take my profit. Now, since I would say, 80% to 90% of my account is wrapped up in Tether, I really don't have to stress out about the market dumping. I can really just play it by ear, and I don't have to really make any crazy decisions. But we just took our profit. We made $1,000 today, so it's a good day. And if I would have left that, obviously, if this does turn into the top, I'm sure I'll look back on it and go, I could have, I should have, I would have. But that's the decision we made. So when it comes to the macro side of Elliott Wave and Ethereum, at the moment, we have a 1 and a 2 structure right here. This is our 2. So we have a 1, 2. Now we take the top and bottom of the 1. Right, and you can see the 0.618 would have been our target, which it was at one point in time. So we hit that, came back down. Now, after hitting the 0.618, the projected target is the 0.618, which coincidentally is at 2066, which is kind of where we found support. And so this is kind of where things get a little bit difficult for a lot of people. They go, what do you do when there's multiple conflicting signals? Well, you make sure that what you're risking is good. So that way, even if your side doesn't win, it doesn't really hurt you, right? 2, you can always hedge trade. Like I said, we do have to have another pump on Ethereum in order for me to catch a hedge trade if that is going to become an availability. But that being said, when it comes to Elliott Wave, right, we have a bullish divergence, undeniable. But as well as that, we have gotten a bounce off the 0.618 in an Elliott Wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 formation. And if we are above this last local low right here at 1946, then that 1.618 target of 3,427 will be hit. But at the same time, as that if this and that statement exists, we also have some contrary statements when it comes to the downside of things. Because if we go over here and we look at the RSI, we can see, we pretty much have a bearish divergence for a good while. It's like the 12-hour right here, right? You can see that we have been consistently getting higher highs with lower highs on the RSI. Now, we do seem to be finding some sort of bullish convergence, like a trending bull market, kind of like what we saw in 2016 with Bitcoin. So maybe that is our hope. But at the end of the day, we do have some bearish divergences on the macro side of things that could bring us into a bear market. Now, we go ahead and we look at the 1 hour. And on the 1 hour, maybe the 4 hour. Let's see. No, it's going to be the 1 hour. I was just looking at it wrong. All right, so right here, off of the $2,544 high, right? You can see right here, we have an uptrend. Uptrend broken, goes into a downtrend, right? Right here, boom. And that's where we took our short position from earlier. But now you can legitimately see that we have a local high, and then was that the... I forgot which one it was. Actually, no, I think I was looking at this on a much smaller time frame. We took our short position all the way from here. But with that being said, we still have a bearish divergence from this local high to this local high, which has a downward slope and then an upward slope on price action. So what this means is that we are trying harder to get to the upside, but the market just doesn't have the strength to do so. And that right there is a bearish signal. That is a bearish reversal signal on the current uptrend. Now, it doesn't mean the entire bull market as a whole necessarily, right? But what it does mean is that the current uptrend, right? This one right here. And you could even kind of say maybe this one as a whole, but not the entire bull market as a whole. We're looking at this uptrend is looking to come to a reversal with that uptrend right there. And then we could possibly go back down and retest 2042. We could go back down and test a lot of that stuff. Now, at the moment, do I think that's the likelihood? No. But it's why we talk about this stuff, right? And you can see right now on the smaller time frames, we go down to a 5-minute, right? You can see how we talked about earlier after taking our profit that this was a single A because it's a single downtrend. That downtrend broke into an uptrend. It wasn't that good of an uptrend. And that creates an ABC structure like this. ABC. And now, like I said, we could either get a double bottom, or more than likely, we might see a little bit further on price action. And technically, if we do want to see continuation off of this uptrend, we should find support somewhere around that level, that local low right there at 22.38. Now, I'm already in a long, so I'm not really looking to take that position or add to my current one. Just doesn't make sense for me personally. But like I said, if we do get a bounce there and we do happen to go back up and retest the upside, I'm going to see if I can find a bearish reversal divergence off of the current uptrend that is retesting. Use it completely, but I'm going to have it as a backup trade just in case the market does decide to go south. And like I said, it's all about making sure that if there is a way to, one, either lessen your losses if things don't work out the way that you think they will, or at least walk away with something more than you had, that's the main purpose of hedging. Now, if hedging done properly, we're still going to come out with really good money. But most of the time when I take these small trades here and there, this is going to be a little bit more of a macro trade, just in case we do happen to dip further. Most of these small macro trades, if we do walk away with profit, it's nothing much. But this one, this is the type of short trade that if it does end up being the top of the market, which, like I said, I'm not that confident on, we're going to be able to hold that same trade for multiple years, depending on how long the bear market lasts. Now, at first, I'm going to be paying funding because the market's going to be panicking and everybody's going to be trying to short and all that jazz, even though I was the first one in. But after a good period of time, eventually the market's going to start finding support. And since cryptos, even in a bear market, are such a bull market type thing, and that's kind of like the ideology people have for them, funding, I would say 95% of the time, 90 to 95% of the time, is in the favor of shorts. Meaning if you're holding a short, it actually doesn't cost you anything to hold that short open at all. And actually, you actually make money off of it as well. So that's definitely the plan. Like I said, we've been talking about it for multiple months. Even back when the bull market started, I've been talking about that one short position that I'm going to set up just to kind of hold on to for a very long period of time. And like I said, I'm not convinced that this is the top, but I'm not holding on to that concept and involving my emotions with it, right? I listen to what the chart tells me. Chart tells me, hey, I got some bearish divergence, but it also tells me another thing. So I have to look at both sides and play it equally, even though I might not come out with as much money as I could have made if I just held the long and it kept going up. I'm only going to lose $100 to $200 if I lose that short trade. But I'm going to make a couple $5,000 to $10,000 on the long trades. So that $200 is nothing in the long scheme. But if it does work out, it will save my ass. That's the difference. Small loss, big ass saving. That's what hedge trading is. All right, guys. I have got to go to bed. I am so tired. I appreciate every single person that, one, just shows up at all, and two, the simple fact that I could rant that long about, you know, basically nonsense. I like to see. I like to think there's some meaning to it, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really change or affect the way people think. At least not at the moment. It takes time. But yeah, definitely. I'm gonna try. I don't know what I'm gonna do. If my body wakes me up again before I get an adequate amount of sleep, I'm gonna fight my body. I'm gonna go in the mirror and just box myself. Boom, 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 boom. But no, we'll be on tomorrow. Now, yeah, we'll be on tomorrow. I can't guarantee 3 p.m. just in case I don't get the adequate amount of sleep that I need. But I'm definitely gonna try. Like I said, we will have another giveaway tomorrow. I got to go answer those guys who won the giveaway tonight, get them their stuff sent, and then I'm gone. I'm asleep. I'm dead at that point. Okay, all right, guys. I love you, and you guys know me. I would usually sit here for a couple minutes. I would say goodbye to individual names, as many as I could. But tonight, I just have to do one big goodbye all at one time. All right. I really don't have the energy for it, but I appreciate it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's go ahead and pick the songs before we head off today. Let's see what we got. It was weird looking back in your old playlists, and you can just look at the songs that you were listening to at that space and time, and it kind of brings you back to like your emotional state and what was kind of happening in your life at that moment. Music, like, it just, man, I'm so thankful for just everything, man. It's like, how can you be sad when music exists? It's like one of those simple things that you don't think about because you take advantage of it every day. But if we didn't have music, I don't know what would fill that void. Because music, there's no, like, obviously you have poetry, you have art and stuff like that, but music is such a good way to convey what you're feeling or what you're trying to say. Uh, I hope one day that we meet an alien race that might be better than us in terms of, you know, their brains and how they think and how they view the world and the technology they have. But I hope that the one thing that we can introduce to an alien is music. What if that was like, what if humans had one purpose, and it was to bring music to every other culture, and every other culture around the universe had one key element to bring to the other one. All right, okay. No goodbye fake out. We're gonna stop now before we go on another tangent. I'm just trying to pick something good. I like to make sure it has some sort of meaning. I don't just play it to play it. We're gonna just play Whit Lowry. I've played this song a bunch of times, but it's a good song, and it kind of relates to how I feel, not all the time, but definitely sometimes. So like he talks about being a cashier and then going and making more money in the last week than he did in the last year, and how people are always waiting for what he has to say. But it's just people, man. Just dude. All right. So we're gonna play Peace of Mind 4, and then after that one, we're gonna go ahead and play Dreaming with our eyes open. Dreaming with our eyes open. All right, cool. So if you guys like the songs, or, I know that not everybody stays for the songs, you can go ahead and look him up. That's how you spell his name. And give him a follow. Like some of his songs. All right, guys. I appreciate you. Like I said, I would sit here and say thank you and goodbye to everybody. I will see you tomorrow. Good night. I don't know why I'm not leaving. All right, guys. Goodbye.
Yeah, I hate it when you're here, but you're not here. Hate it when your friends from the old peers. Hate it when you talk, but you don't hear. Hate it when your energy feels weird. Last time I think I laughed, it was last year. Made more money last month than the past year. When everything feels fake, only facts here. I remember working back as a cashier. Simple at times, I would spend 3 weeks till the page is empty. They hang on every word I fucking say. Well, I appreciate you, wait for my perspective. Gotta keep it real, there's something else in play. Something I can't explain, yeah. Like the lyrics I find in my mind will put in my brain, damn. Is it really that deep? Maybe it's me. Then one day I came across what the Romans believed, and even the Greek. You see, they believe we create from our genius, not in our genes. That got me to think about rappers who claim that they're more than just human. Promote what they pour in their drink, what's making me think I needed a substance to create with something that wasn't in me. But pardon me, please, fuck all that nonsense. I believe that my music is bigger than me, if I'm being honest. And I think that it's slave for an artist to claim they're a god or a goddess, because that type of thinking is silently killing off all of our artists. All the industry profit filling their wallets. Damn. Feel like I'm on a hamster wheel. While I focus on making the music you don't need your hands to feel. Is it fair when we follow our passion we barely can land a meal? In an industry where they can take, they don't need hands to steal. They told me go get a degree. We're stupid for following dreams. Your job is to push me to think and say you just heard a machine. I spill out my soul in the eat. I told them I need to pursue what I love. If not, then I'm making this money for what? By shit from a brain led by someone that does. I needed to find out who I really was now. They would never get it. Said I couldn't do it, so they were sure when I did it. They never could see the vision. They never wanted me winning. I never needed an opinion. I never was one to finish. Too fast to follow along, then I bring it back in a minute. I take the beat for a trip and I bring it back when I'm finished. I see my room as a womb and I better grow while I'm in it. I'm living, but am I living? I can't even tell the difference. Since the last 4 lines, it's been about 1 week. Anxiety hit me real hard, and I think I've been sacrificing my own mental to prove the potential in me with the music they see. Cause the more that I'm making, the more that they need. The more that I'm open, the more that I bleed. The more that they lie, and the less I believe. The more that I please them, the less that I'm me. I've been back and forth daily. Am I even making art? Did the art make me? No wonder why I'm feeling lost lately. Do they hate the art? Do they really hate me? They're so negative on the daily. But I don't need your help. To me, I'm twice as mean. Yeah, I'm twice as mean. It's seeming like your dream is really only taking shots at my self-esteem, motherfucker. You question why you should care. Like this don't affect what I do. But maybe, just maybe, if you change your thinking, then you will find you start believing in you. You see, as a human, you're made to create, not just sit at a desk with some paper and glue. And maybe, just maybe, we do have a genius. So all of the blame and the praise is for two. Damn. So who am I when the world tells me who I should be? Look around, you'll see ideas are essential as air and sleep. Everything you see, it came from the mind of a human being. That's mind-blowing. You're not your mistakes and the fears you think. And I think I need to pray and take care of myself more. Deep hidden in my mind's where you'll find peace of mind. Four. Stuck in the same room, in the same mood. Everybody try to tell me what I can't do. Everybody try to tell me that I changed too. When I changed lanes from you lame dudes. It's been a minute since I spilled my pain. Had to take a step back and look at life in a different way. If you want the change, you gotta be the change. Now we're all the same. Nobody wanna take the reins. Nobody wanna push their brain. Nobody will admit that they're fake for the facts they claim. You see, we're all imperfect in a perfect way. While we work all day, we're all work, no play. We're a slave to the loans and the bills we pay. You consume a double cheese when the radio play. Mainstream Mickey D's and my shit gourmet. I've been up for 7 days straight, trying to figure out my fate. Trying to figure out any way to put food on my plate. But I sold a few teas, so I'm eating today. Okay, doing okay. Could probably do better. Came home to a letter, eviction. I know I don't fit your description. A rapper, but me, I'm a clarity. Through all the cheddar, I know everything that glitter ain't gold. Life is the clay, you're too busy to mold. Time is taking its toll. We spend all our time without passion, and then we get old. Was told I should go quit, but none of you see all the letters I get from these kids who hurt from within and don't want to live. And tell me my music is all that can give them hope. Yeah, all we need is some hope. They tell me their family is broken and broke. They're using my music to cope. I've been on that boat, held down by a rope, held down by a string. Y'all looking for things, I'm looking to change the perception of people and all of the beautiful things that it brings. Yeah, recording my closet don't make enough profit. Y'all used to have morals and somehow you lost it. Don't care about the money I spent on my coffin. I care about the people attending, and often we're lost in this world. We're selfish to think I can find happiness in a girl. We're selfish to think we're elite. We destroy and deplete our whole planet, no smarter than squirrels. So who wants to talk about that? Who wants to talk about facts? Maybe I'd be in your mag if I added T-Chi a bad bapper. I talked about weed when I rap, but fuck all of that. The voice of the youth, the voice of the people, the real and the true. The voice of the one who had nothing to lose. I speak for a heart that's been broken and beaten and bruised. I'm tired of holes in my shoes, tired of having to move, tired of coming unglued, tired of cleaning your table and serving you food. We are what we choose. If only you knew the shit that I seen. I can't tell if I'm lucid or living a dream. I don't do it for me, do it all for the team. I remember back living when I was a teen, and my grandma, she said I was worthless, and my teacher said I had no purpose, and my mama, she said I was perfect. I'm sitting on Twitter while I should be working on verses. You're worth it, and where you feel weak, the deeper the trench, the higher the peak. See, y'all are a piece of my legacy, cause you believe we can be anything, and I wanna be me. Yeah, the one and only Whit Lowry. Motherfuckers better not forget it. I've been paying my dues and you barely giving me credit. You been paying the label. I did it all independent. I said I did it, I meant to. Your girl, she found me on Reddit. Your girl, she found me authentic. That's something you wouldn't get. I'm allergic to fucking rappers, so I'm ill with a pen. A meal to my friend, my one friend back in the day, who said, okay, go buy a mic and write your soul on a page. I'm doing okay, I'm doing just fine. I've been on my grind, a mastermind ahead of its time. That's why they left me behind. You feel the future, I'm the future in lines. I got the future in line. I'm only losing the time, I'm losing my mind. I'm trying to find a line into yours. Taking shots and I ain't scared, not even Paul for